So it's a cold, cold morning here at the Landskrona Cricket Club, but we're ready to offer a big warm welcome as we've got a new set of 5 teams getting kicked off. It's the start of Group B here for ECS Landskrona, and the action on the European Cricket Network starts right here, right now. So after Evergreen romped their way undefeated through Group A over the last 5 days, we get the opportunity to bring a new set of 5 teams here to the Landskrona Cricket Club as Group B gets underway here on Saturday on the European Cricket Network. It's time for the toss for the first game. We have Malmöhus up against Ariana Cricket Club. We'll hand over to the man who flicks a Swedish krona better than anyone in the business. It's Rob Kemming.
Okay, yep. Tails is cool. It is hits. We'll bat first.
Yep. So a good start for Malmöhus' campaign there. Skipper Ankur Gupta has won the toss and he's unsurprisingly elected to bat. Suggests there probably should be pretty good bowling conditions on offer today. As you see, there's a fair bit of overcast and heavy cloud around the ground. It's probably a couple of degrees cooler than it has been over the last few days in which we've generally had consistent sunshine. So we might see a slower start to the scoring in this day one of Group B here today. We've got a fantastic clash. First up, these two teams actually played in the quarter-final of ECS Malmö back in 2021. And on that occasion, Ariana Cricket Club were victorious. So Malmö looking to gain their revenge in this game one of Group B here today. As far as Malmöhus goes, their skipper Ankur Gupta is going to be a really important player for them with the bat. We called him the Big Easy last year. He goes slow from time to time, but then just absolutely unleashes. It's like watching a man hit a one wood off the tee in golf. It's a beautiful swing. And he's very ably supported by Diraj Malhotra, who is very key for them with both bat and ball. He was the leading wicket taker, he was the leading run scorer, just such a valuable all-round cricketer for them. And I suspect that he'll probably take the new ball, particularly with these helpful swinging conditions. They're going to be a real force to be reckoned with, Malmöhus, but their opponents today, Ariana Cricket Club, are probably slight favourites for Group B at the moment based on their previous performances. They have the immense gravitational force that is Nusratullah Sultan to come in the middle order, and he can score runs quicker than just about anyone else in this country. He is a brute of a man, swings the ball to mid-wicket with immense power. Sometimes, though, they have asked too much of him in previous events, and ultimately that is why they have not gone on to win either of the ECS Malmö events before. On the bowling side for them, Adsa Khan is an absolute force in the opening overs. For those of you who were with us last week, imagine Zabiullah Zadran, probably about half a foot taller and 5 k's an hour quicker. He gets a lot of bounce off this Landskrona pitch, and he is going to be a huge weapon for them. Likely to bowl the first and the third overs of most games when the ball is new, and he just gets a bit of consistent late outswing. He's an absolute handful. So this should be a cracker of a start for Group B, a fantastic matchup that we've got ahead. I'm going to hand over to another fantastic chap, Mr. Rico Full, in the central commentary box. Take it away for us, Rico.
Hello, good morning. Yes, thank you very much there to Andrew Ryan. What an in-depth introduction that is, giving us some great info and background to Malmöhus and Ariana, the two teams that are going to do battle here today to start off in Group B. An opportunity for us to once more admire that lovely shot of Landskrona, a city that is growing all the time, close to Helsingborg here on the southern tip of Sweden. And, these are the two teams that we're looking at here. Just to remind you of their background, Ariana, they were runners-up in 2020, and last year here in 21 they were third. Malmöhus in 2020 third last year. Just the quarterfinals, and I think maybe that is all to do with too much being put on one or two players, so they need to just spread it around a little bit. And the news from the coin toss is that Malmöhus, they are going to have a bat first, so an opportunity for them to get the runs on the board. As you heard Rhino saying, it's a bit more overcast here today. This is what's expected. I'll tell you what, if it comes that close, we're going to have a humdinger of a match. So Haryana just expected to pip it. Runs for and against. Malmahus just in front there, but it's going to be a close match, and you'd expect nothing but from these two teams. A very good morning to our men in black, Hagar Hanif and Hajish Raja, that are out there for the start of this one. And I'm certainly liking the colour combinations out there, loving the orange. Looks pretty dashing, that orange and the blue. I'm certainly liking the colour of the fielding side as well for Haryana. They're liking those little stripes. Looking good, looking the part. And one man that's hoping that he's going to look the part, especially with the ball. It's going to be Nurullah Mohammed to bowl the first ball. He's going to be bowling to Dhiraj Malhotra. And his opening partner is going to be Sambit Batanik, who's at the non-striker's end, and well, they're probably going to be just a little bit nervous. I think a good start is important. The shot there of the El Capitan. Buenos dias, Capitan. ¿Cómo estás? Lovely man. And it Gupta. And, I was here just under a week the last time. The second week when it was the ECS Malmo, as it was called back then. And yeah, we've got to know him very well. One or two of the others. So it's always great to come back and mingle once more with the players, and also quite a few new faces there as well. And we grow together. That's what it's all about, as it says on our banner. And we certainly do. And isn't it great that we're starting to come back this year to a lot of places for the third time. You're getting to know some of the teams and the players. But what is also good, and it's the same here this year, is the growth and the development, because once more, and we come to another country we visited before, and we're going to see some new teams. So as well as Haryana and Malmahus that are there, Hissingen, we remember them from last year, but we also have a team called Loma and also United, and I think that's fantastic. That just once again just underlines the growth of European cricket, and that's all to do with partnerships, and the partnership here of the European Cricket Network and also all the federations and the hosts. So once more gives us an opportunity as the umpires get ready to start this match. I say a big thank you to the president of the cricket in Sweden, the president Dinesh Akari, and also tournament manager Adnan Gill, who's around the ground as always, and the man who's out there, the president of this club, the umpire, Sagar Hanif. And off we go, the first delivery, and it's a good one, just outside the off stump, and gets the ball in the right area, does Mohammed. A bit of a loose shot, I suppose. Once again, these two teams probably haven't played too much cricket, so we'll be just a tad rusty to start off with. This one's pretty full and it's been put away. There is a fielder out there, so just will be a single. Good fielding position, and once again these teams will know each other very well. They'll know the strength of each batter and where they like to play their shots. So they start with sort of a very wide long off, sort of almost extra cover really, and also quite a wide long on. Short, up in the air and taken. It's the first baller for Patanaik. He has to go. He tries to guide this to the square leg area, but gets it all wrong. And the catch taken. No mistakes there from the fielder. And Hamid Arbazai gets his name in the book, as does the bowler. You see, he's just trying to work this round to the vacant square leg area, but he finds a man inside the 30-yard circle in wood wicket. And it's an early breakthrough for Haryana. And it's a disappointment for the batter. As Patanaik, he goes for, yep, it's going to be an early morning one, Saturday morning. He's gone for a first ball, a golden duck. And that's not the start that they wanted. Good catch. Doesn't panic. Arabs are in the action straight away. New batter comes in. Nicely played. That fielder out there in that extra cover fielding position. Comes in, tidies it up, keeps it to 1. A very good morning to all of the early birds on the YouTube chat. Lovely to have you here with us once more as this one is worked away, and that's played with a little bit more authority. Goes to the boundary. Well, look, there's our friend again. There's the one-hand bandit. Remember him from the other day. He takes a brilliant catch. Well, his ground fielding is not as good. And yes, hello, sir. Good morning again. Well, yeah, he's not at his best with his ground fielding, but his catching is sensational. Yeah, go back and watch that. And he took that one-hander. That was a nice shot. Malhotra gets beaten, though, outside the off here. So Gupta is the new batter that joins him. And that's a good end to the over. So we have a look here at the wins according to the toss, bowled and batted. So 1 toss and batted, 85% as opposed to 15%. And those are the matches up to match 20. So I suppose based on that, Malmöhus, they'll be hoping that they can keep that winning percentage in their favour. That stat there. 8 for 1 at the end of the first. It's just guided down to the man who's a very wide sort of third man. I must admit, so far this fielding, or certainly the field positioning I should say, has been very good. They've got the players in the right area, so though the ball is going towards the boundary, it's always been fielded. Captain Leonard Gupta is out there. And he's at the non-striker's hand as Malhotra plays another lovely shot through the gap. So not being deterred by that wicket that's fallen early off Pananik. This is a nice shot once more. He's playing it into that area. Big gap there, played away. Nicely played away. It's 4 more runs, beautifully played. Rico Full here at this lovely Landskrona cricket ground, and joining me now, back from his duties there in the middle, which he did very well and superbly, may I say, it's my friend Andrew Rhino. Welcome back.
Thank you very much, Rico Full. Absolutely wonderful to be with you here at the ground today. It's a nice start from around a cricket club. They've got some good right arm medium paces in their squad. This man Arabzai, he was a bit of a surprise packet ECS Melbourne last year. Doesn't look particularly threatening, but he bowls a consistent line of length. Just gets enough swing to keep things interesting. More than enough swing for him there. It's gone wide and called as such by the umpire, but that first wicket, Patanayak, he's a key player at the top of the order from them, and some question marks from time to time over the depth of their batting lineup in the event last year. 2 men at the crease here, Gupta and Malhotra. Certainly they're key players with the will. That's a nice ball from Arabzai.
It's a good delivery from a man who picked up took the good catch. Arabzai. Conditions slightly different here today. It's a bit overcast. Got that slight wind blowing from right to left. As this one is probably going to be called a wide again. Yes, it is. So just. I like the idea. So just trying to keep that ball just outside the off stump, because he's already seen Malhotra has worked it nicely onto the onside a few times, but just goes a little bit too wide.
Yeah, it does. So it's strategically good bowling though, Rick. I don't think his captain's going to be too unhappy about the odd wide call out there.
Well, this is why he's trying to keep it there outside the off. That's a lovely shot. And Malhotra has found his rhythm pretty early here. Stays balanced and he gets down low and he just makes that look easy. Punishes it, puts it away, and that one does go all the way. So the Maximo on the board as well, first thing in the morning.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot from him. Slightly surprised they haven't had the defensive fielder out there at mid-wicket. It's clearly Malhotra's favourite hitting position, and while I'm generally in favour of giving the fielders positions that are supporting the bowler's line and length that he's trying to keep, Malhotra is a very, very controlled hitter in that region.
This is up on the offside, one bounce before it goes to the fielder at point, and does he manage to just keep this in? Well, this is one that may be worth looking at again. Certainly the umpires will want clarification on this. And let's have a look at bounces. He sort of knocks it down, and this is the important bit there. Now, it's very difficult to tell whether that ball does actually go onto the rope or not. Looks like he just flicks it back in time. Yeah, they're okay with it.
Pretty scrappy bit of fielding from Zazai.
Played down, and it'll be more work for that fielder to do. This time it's in his hands cleanly, and he gets the ball in. What are you expecting to see, Andy, from these two teams? I mean, we remember them from last time. They're the two teams that they've got the pedigree, haven't they, to go all the way and be the champions. But last time, as we saw, both of them just falling short of where they needed to be. I think quarterfinals and third place.
Yeah, certainly were. I think both of them will be expected to see at the business end of this tournament and be hard to stop in this Group B. Tell you what, end of the second over, by the way, 24 for 1. One thing I expected to see was the man who's coming to the bowling crease now, Absar Khan, open the bowling for Ariana. He's very, very good for most of ECS Malmo 2021, bowled with significant pace and bounce and no shortage of movement as well. Sure, strategically what the thinking is of giving him a couple of overs to sit out in the field. Prime fast bowler, I probably would have got him in straight there after the warm-up. But he is a force to be reckoned with. Interesting, Rico, that probably indicative of the conditions these teams playing quite frequently up here in Sweden. They've got team jackets that not only match their playing outfit but can be worn on field as well. Not something you see in most parts of the world, but probably a pretty handy bit of kit up here in Scandinavia.
Yeah, I think they certainly come to us, especially when you've got a cold start like here today. I mean, even some of the spectators around the ground wearing jackets and gloves, and this one is played away nicely. They'll give it chase, but they'll soon realise that there's no point chasing it because this outfield is fast. It's had a fresh cut yesterday, and anything like this, once it gets past you, is going all the way to the boundary. Cuatro carreras.
Well, it's maybe why they haven't given Absar Khan the ball beforehand. That was a gundy ball, to take your favourite term, Rico. Fairly limited run-up from him so far. I don't know whether he's carrying a slight complaint or not, but hopefully we'll see him loosen up in the coming deliveries. Much better seed, carrying through to the keeper with a bit more vigour. Just gets the shoulders rotating a bit more effectively. Front arm could still do a little bit more work from him. His action's not looking quite as fluent as it was during prime Absar Khan last year, but much better second delivery.
Yeah, it's just warming up like we all are this morning. It's a little bit chilly, and he comes again. Oh, well, talk about warming up. He's warmed up. This is an absolute beauty. And that's the commentator's kiss once more. What a lovely bit of bowling that is. And Gupta has to go. And it's another one that goes. And it's a fine bit of bowling. Gupta's shaking his head there. But I think he's been done by an absolute peach.
Oh, it's a ripper of a ball, Rico. See him come from relatively wide of the crease, angling in towards middle stump, and just tailed away at the last moment. What a super bit of bowling. And I know we're at Saturday now, but that's probably the ball of the tournament so far.
Oh, that's an absolute beauty. Absolute beauty. It's shaped into him, and then there's that slight movement away. And look, you know when you've been done by a good one. And the captain of Malmöhus, he appreciates that bit of bowling from that man there. Well, there you go. Is that better? Is that him back to his best?
That's getting somewhere there, safe to say, Rico. And make no mistake, Ankit Gupta is a very good batsman as well. It's not like he's just knocked over a tail ender. That's a peach of a delivery.
And he gets this one slightly wide out, just gets the new batter fishing.
Good luck trying to catch whatever is on the end of the line when it's coming at that pace and with that level of bounce. Certainly gotten into his work the last couple of deliveries. A wry smile after he lulled Gupta into a false sense of security with that garbage first delivery, but he's back on track now.
This one's just gone down the leg side, and the wide ball signalled.
Probably not a bad ball from him, actually. That's not far off his normal line. Just generally starts on middle stump and tries to get the ball to tail away, as we saw to great effect when he knocked over Ankit Gupta. That one just didn't swing, maybe started it a little bit too much down the leg side.
Yeah, that's that fuller delivery. He's plays that quite well, does Tara. He gets himself off the mark.
This is what Absar Khan did frequently in Melbourne 2021, taking early wickets, knocking over the best batters from the opposition. And all of a sudden, start creeping into the middle order. Also not badly positioned, 30 for 2 with 1 ball left in the power play.
Flicks this away off his pads, but again, it's to the player at mid-wicket, just not able to get enough wrist into the shot to get it finer off him, more into the square leg umpire position, but does get the single, so they finish their power play. Going around just over 10 and over, 31, but there's 2 wickets down, and that's the wickets of Panagaik, who went without scoring of his first ball, and then the captain of Ariana, Ankit Gupta, was done by an absolute beauty, and well, probably a little bit too early to take too much or read too much into this, but Ariana at the moment 62% favourites on the win probability chart.
Yeah, probably a good time also to turn to our YouTube chat, Rico, and welcome everyone who is joining us for the coverage today. Some lovely messages from IWBW and Ricky Adams welcoming us in this morning. Very, very happy that you've chosen to spend your Saturday with us here at the Landskrona Cricket Club. Luke Belgium in there for some early Saturday chat. Great to have you, Luke, and everyone else who is joining in there. It's a great community chatting to each other on the YouTube coverage, and obviously everyone who is tuning in via FanCode in India and the subcontinent.
Yeah, good morning to everybody. As we see, the bowler comes into attack. Zamin Zazai. Get the feeling here, this is the case of the captain, maybe Bashir Ahmed, just say, right, I want to see what all our bowlers can do before he starts thinking about who to bowl when second time round.
He's well positioned, long off to keep an eye on proceedings. Big bash.
Up in the air, diving, one hand, spectacular effort from the fielder inside the 30-yard circle. Doesn't get anything on it, but certainly wasn't afraid to launch at it. That's an absolute fantastic effort from that young man there.
Yeah, good athleticism in the field. They throw themselves around. Ariana Cricket Club, very determined side. Speaking of bowlers, Rico, as we just see this eye charge in, full ball, nice bit of late swing, beats the expansive shot of Tara. Just noted that on the chat, Sachin KR has made a comment about Yusuf Sahak being a very dangerous bowler, and if we cast our minds back to Melbourne 2021, he actually took 4 wickets in 4 balls.
Yeah.
A remarkable early tournament game against Melbourne Cricket Club that clutched victory from the jaws of defeat for this Ariana side. And he tends to take some of the later overs. He's got a great, consistent Yorker, so I'm looking forward to seeing him perform throughout this week.
Yeah, I mean, that's a bowling. Just see this delivery first. We'll go back to that. It's a swing and a miss. Yeah, that's a bowling statistic that I know our good friend Mr. Maximo Vinisandu often talks about. It's one that is certainly etched in his mind, and every time we're talking about bowlers that complete a hat-trick. And we say, well, it could be 4 out of 4, and that's the stat that comes to mind because it was amazing. Slower delivery. It's cleverly disguised, but probably just gets a little bit too aerial on it, and the batter's able to just fend this off, take the single. So going pretty well here. Malhotra seems to be ticking away nicely, but he just needs to get a partnership saying good morning to everybody. And a little bit chilly, but we are assured that the sun will be out after 11, and the clouds are just starting to break up.
Yeah, you can just see some extra light starting to creep over this Landskrona ground, Rico, and even the temperature since we first started has probably gone up 1 or 2 degrees, but in a desperate attempt to try to liven things up, bring some brightness this morning, I've gone for my most Maximo-esque shirt that I have in my wardrobe as a tribute to our great friend Vinny Sandu, who's over in Perth at the moment. I'm sure he's tuning in as well, but this was actually purchased from a Maximo recommended store out in Malaga when we were out there for the European Cricket League.
It's a lovely shirt. In fact, the shirt that you had on last night was pretty trendy as well. Are you having a bit of a wardrobe change in the clothing department?
I'd call it a clothing renaissance.
Look, talking about clothing, we're talking about clothing. I think today is a national day you'll like. And it's a day all to do with, not to do with the clothes, it's all to do with being without clothes. It's World Naked Gardening Day. Is that something that you'll be interested in? I know you like to get your kid off when you go to the baths down the road. So what do you think? Is that something that you'd like to do, World Naked Gardening Day?
If you take the gardening bit out of it, then yes, certainly would be happy. Not a great fan of they're not green thumbs, Rico, by any stretch. In fact, I generally have a track record of, unfortunately, neglecting or killing plants that I get left with any responsibility for. So it's specifically World Naked Gardening Day. It's not like a naturist day. It's not just getting nude day.
Naked Gardening Day. It's back to nature. I used to be a very, very keen gardener in the UK. In Spain, it's a bit different because you don't really have the lawn and you don't have the sort of turf to be planting too many things, and the sun just bakes everything. But in the UK, but doing it naked. See this delivery, it's up in the air. He may just got enough to keep it away from the 2 inner fielders. Get a single. This is a nice start from Sahak. But yeah, the only thing that worries me about that is the stinging nails. Those stinging nails get you in the wrong
place. That's the only thing that worries about you.
Yes, stinging nails. I'm not too worried about the ants going in places that I don't want them and spiders. I can cope with that, but the stinging nettles, when they get you, you're in trouble.
Big trouble indeed. I had visions when you were talking about World Naked Something Day that you were going to suggest that we do a commentator cam cross at one stage, completely starkers, and just holding the traditional fig leaf over the nether region. But probably a good thing for the viewers that's not going to happen today.
No, it's not going to happen. Look, there were 1 or 2 of our viewers that were quite up for us commentators to do one of those, advent calendars, without our kit on, and maybe some of our kit on. But I don't think Vinny Sandu like the idea of that too much. The Maximo's in the wrong places. This one's down the leg side. We'll take the leg by. It's been a pretty tidy over so far.
Nice bit of work from the wicketkeeper with the reverse flick.
Yeah, and look, we see the signal for the line review. It's like the old karate chop, isn't it, this new signal? And we're going to go upstairs and have a look at this. Let's see. And, it's very, very close.
Well, that's not just a good bit of work. That might be a brilliant run out. We'll see this in slow motion. And the bat's up in the air. I think he might be gone, Rico. They might give him the benefit of the doubt, but this is a wonderful bit of work from Siddharth, the wicketkeeper.
I think he's got him. I think the bat is in the air. Yeah, the signal has been given. What a fantastic bit of work. Look, we saw some great keeping from Harinder Singh yesterday when he was involved in a run-out, but this is just as good, if not better.
Oh, I would say that is one of the best bits of fielding I've seen in an ECS game. The keeper running out to short square leg region, just comes out with the diving reverse flick and catches the batsman short of his ground. Rico, that's an outstanding bit of play.
Superb, isn't it? Absolutely superb. And sometimes you get key wickets from a nothing, and that is a key one from nothing. That's 3 wickets down now here in with the ball to go in the 5th. That's exceptional, isn't it? I mean, think the vision to do it and is one thing, but to execute it like that is superb. So Tara, he's the unfortunate one, run out of 3 off 9 balls.
Anyway, things happen when Yusuf Sahak is at the bowling crease, and they happen at both ends. Once again, Kadir Sadat with a wonderful bit of fielding. 3rd wicket down for Malmahus, and after a bright start, they're now 34 for 3 halfway through their innings.
Yeah, nobody can just come out there and give Malhotra the support that he needs. We talk about partnerships, and you can see there, Malhotra, he's going pretty well, 20 of 13, but, well, the others, you've got to say that Rizwan Tara a little bit unlucky there, perhaps, but he gets run out, so now we've got Sandeep Malina out there. Maybe he's the man to try and give some support to Malhotra and try and build on this partnership. 34 for 3 at the halfway point.
Yeah, well, Tarara had already sucked up 9 balls, so the fact that he's been run out there is even more disappointing from Malmahus, because he was certainly set by that time, and they needed him to go on and start to explode in this latter 5 overs. Zazai being brought on for his 2nd, so they're keeping Absa Khan into the later stages. If I was the skipper, I would have been quite tempted to give him another over here, see if he could knock them 5 down.
Yeah, just wonder what the plan here is. There's still a bit of communication here between the umpires and the scorers. But look, we were talking about, so yeah, so these, I think that's an injury to a fielder. We may be seeing a 12th man coming on. And is there an injury to a fielder? Was he just shaking hands with the man that took a fantastic crowd catch the other day, but let us down with the ground fielding? I think he may be off. We'll keep you updated on that. I get a suspicion that it's a slight injury and that the 12th man has come on.
Yeah, I think he might have pulled a groin muscle there. That's Yusuf Sahak who bowled the last over. Looked like he got through the over fairly comfortably. Yeah,
it is. You're absolutely right. Yusuf comes off, and Wally Dullah, the 12th man, is on as this is smashed away, and it will be a boundary, 4 runs.
And trying to give Yusuf Sahak some fielding practice out there while he's trotting around the outfield. He was just in that mid-wicket position a moment ago. Malhotra timing it nicely to his favourite region.
Good shot. Malhotra probably feels the need here now to start to get going. Malida, it's only faced 1 ball, hasn't got off the mark yet.
Yeah, it was too much of Malhotra at times last year, and it's a bit the case again for Malmahus. So they get their campaign underway on this Saturday morning. Lovely ball from Zazai. Comes very wide of the crease, but rolls the fingers over the top of the ball, just gets a little bit of leg cut and jags away from the swinging bat.
Marches back to his mark. Zari comes in again. This is nicely played along the ground, but they've got the field set beautifully for that shot. And we've seen that man in play on a number of occasions, not letting his team down. So far up to now has been a very good, strong performance, and there's some intent there as well, isn't there?
I suspect Ariana will still have some level of concern so long as Malhotra's out there. He's the man at the crease with him. Plays that nice and late, but it's going to be a single. Fielder coming in from backward of point. There's Lamadze, who's been in the game a couple of times. We didn't see it ECS Melmore last year. Guy's doing a nice job in the middle overs here. Not trying to do anything particularly special, but keeping the ball on a good length, not giving any giveaway 4s.
Oh, that's that slower delivery. It's cleverly bowled, and it totally outfoxes Malhotra. He's trying to get a move on, isn't he? You can see that. He's trying to hit this down the ground. He's having a look in this direction, and he's saying, okay, I want to try and go straight. Those 2 men are pretty wide on the boundary. That's what he's eyeing up.
It's a very awkward angle that Zazai comes in from, and especially with that fairly flexible shoulder that he's ripping over the top of the ball. Another good line and length delivery to finish the over. Malmöhus, they're 42 for 3 after 6. And Rico, they've got a lot of work to do in this last 24 balls.
Certainly have. Look at this point. If they are to get into the 80s, they're going to have to go at 10 and over. And they're struggling to do that at the moment, struggling to sort of get back on top here, struggling to get any back-to-back boundaries going. And that's why on the win probability, Ariana now 78% opposed to Malmöhus 22%. Look, we talked about World Days. It's World Naked Gardening Day, but also you'll be relieved because it's not just World Naked Gardening Day. These two I like. It's World Homebrew Day, like that, and also World Roast Lamb Day.
Rico, full
roast lamb.
Now
It's got to be
talking.
done, hasn't it? Bit of roast lamb.
It is tempting. It is tempting. I'll go back to one of my favourite days this year when I turned up to ECL in Malaga and was introduced by Mr. Vinny Sandu to a wonderful establishment called the Carvery.
Yeah.
It's effectively an all-you-can-eat roast meat venue just in the Torremolinos area, and
yes,
that was exquisite food. And now that you've mentioned roast lamb day, someone's pulled towards what in between long on and mid-wicket just for a single as the Sultan comes out and imposes himself in this game for a moment. Yeah, that's making me hungry.
Certainly making you hungry. But you could put all of those together, couldn't you? You could be naked, you could be crushing the grapes to make your own brew, and then you sit in the garden and have your leg of roast lamb. The perfect Saturday, that.
A very yeasty thought there from Rico Fall as the umpire stretches his arms out. This is Baz Ayubi at the bowling crease. He probably one of the underrated bowlers for Ariana Cricket Club. He came on with a number of good overs for them in the tournament last year. Once again, tends to come on in these middle to later overs. Good defensive bowler.
Oh, this one almost gets through. It's sort of goes for the Yorker length. Malhotra gets a bit of bat onto it. So, yeah, you know what we got to do? We got our own Barry, our own Bazza. I reckon there's a photo opportunity here for Diana Oros. We get Baz Ayubi together with Barry standing next to him with that name Baz, and put that on our social media. That'll go down a treat, I think. Oh, that's very good bowling. He's got a couple full Yorker length, and he fires this one quicker outside the off, making it very difficult to get any runs. And Melida, that's a big swing at it. He knows that he needs to try and get going here. That's 6 balls now, just 2 runs on the board for him.
Certainly, you see Baz. The Baz from Ariana, not Baz from European Cricket Network. That one's just swung down to the Sultan. He gets his gigantic frame in the way, keeps it to a single. As social media experts will talk about engagement from content, and talked yesterday about the great post on Instagram that Dinah put up of Baz swinging around in his Popemobile. It's one of the more popular posts we've had over the years. As that one's just found the gap between long on and mid-wicket. Even a man of the Sultan's presence couldn't stop that from getting to the boundary. Nice shot from Malhotra. He's just doing enough to keep them in the game at the moment.
Yeah, that's a nice shot, and it gets past Nusratullah Sultan. He's a unit, isn't he? I mean, I was chatting to him this morning, and he is just so wide, it's unbelievable. And, well, you were talking about the social media. This is one way to do it. Many options out there, and you quite like the old TikTok one, don't you?
Love TikTok, and I think the team's doing some great work on TikTok at the moment, but also on Instagram. You have upped your Instagram game of late, Rico, for there's some high-quality content, and I see it's getting some strong engagement levels.
Well, I have to own up. I mean, as the viewers will know, this is all new territory to me, but I'm very fortunate to have some good people around me that are teaching me all the time. Yeah, I like the photos to music at the moment, and thanks to Diana Oros, that's spent a bit of time with me and helped me out getting that sorted. Yeah, look. What is the Rico with music?
What is the Rico full account for the viewers who want to see a little behind-the-scenes nibbles from European Cricket League?
Yeah, Rico Full. Just go into that on the internet and on the Facebook. And I think we've got a graphic which shows them as well. As this one's going to be down the leg side.
So at Rico Full, RICOPHULL.
That's the one, yeah.
The viewers out there.
Mind you, I mean, you're giving it up for me. Your ones were brilliant. I'm loving the one of you on the pitch yesterday. If you didn't see the intro yesterday, you've got to go back and have a look at the intro to the day yesterday. It's absolutely brilliant. And yeah, you do some good work out there yourself. It's always nice to see. And of course, you posted the one that we were talking about Barry and Diana on the old golf buggy as well. So yeah, get out there, have a look. EuropeanCricket.com as well. Plenty of stuff on the social network and also on the webpage. So not only can you be doing it on the social media, but just go out and check out our website, and you can get all the team profiles there as well. Matches coming up, and if you want to go back and have a look at some of the fixtures and the results from Group A, you can do that as well. And at the moment, it's a bit of a struggle here for Malmöhus. They just can't get going.
No, it certainly can't. And when you're struggling to put runs on the board first up, facing Absa Khan in the 8th over, it's probably not a recipe for success for the batting side. It's come back nicely. I still prefer to see him get through his overs at the top of the innings. Still does a good job when he comes in towards the tail end. It's fired in at leg stump. And just turned away to 30-metre circle. Mid on as Sultan comes in, the gigantic gravitational force that he is. Someone suggested last year that the planetary system actually revolves around the Sultan. Which, wouldn't surprise me completely.
Oh, she has a big shot at this and misses out on it. And, but what he does do, he gets a single, so it means there's a couple of deliveries at least for Malhotra to try and get going.
On the chat, Dan Gurong, he's taken a leaf out of the Rico Full book. He's saying it's just ticky ducks at the moment.
Another single. The fielder losing his footing there. He sort of looks down and say, what was that all about? But, we know that man, he likes to throw himself around as Bass Ayubi. And, sort of just goes sliding over, and thankfully for him, his pants are pretty tight, and we only just see just a little bit of skin.
Gee, we saw some tight trousers during Group A, didn't we, Rico? The Yetabori Royals yesterday, those black bottom halves are looking like they're painted on, as Navidi doing a reasonable job in getting Malhotra back onto strike as much as possible, although just getting a single off that last ball means that he will retain the strike for the 8th. That's a nice over from Absa Khan. He ends up 1 for 13 off his 2 overs. Malmöhus, they are 56 for 3 after 8.
Yeah, 56 for 3. I mean, this is the first match for Malmöhus, and one thing they'll take away from this, certainly in terms of the way they batted, is perhaps the wicket count. Only have lost just the 3 wickets, so I think they probably should be saying to themselves, right, with 12 balls to go, we've only lost 3 wickets, and maybe sort of in that midway through that innings, we could have been a little bit more attacking, not too worried about losing the odd wicket or 2, because you never know, the next batter could come in and crash the ball to all parts of the boundary. So that's something for them to think about. But for now, it's 12 deliveries, and they've got to try and get probably at least into the 80s. And that's a big swing. Melita once more, but doesn't get anything out of this as the sun starts to come out and caress this beautiful Landskrona cricket ground.
Well, and since we've got a little bit more visibility with the sun, Rico, I'm going to get into a little bit of early morning Saturday batting analysis here. Having a look at Meliti. When you see him face up here, he's got a stance that's a little bit out to long on, which is perfectly fine, but that back lift goes almost behind him to fine leg. Served him well on that occasion, as he's just risen with the ball and managing to pump it wide of cover for a much needed boundary, but certainly not something you see that often. You might have a slightly exaggerated stance of going back directly towards the wicket keeper, but having, particularly with an open stance, a backlift that's going towards fine leg, that's a slightly awkward and if anything inhibitory position.
Yeah, it's a good observation from you. It certainly is, and that takes him, makes it difficult to play certain shots, doesn't it? just keep an eye on it again, what Andrew's talking about. Just keep an eye on where the bat comes down from. So have a look here. Not so much in that case, but
that's the shot you'd expect. It's a little bit harder for him. That one that goes out to cover if he's playing with the natural plane of the swing, pushing up from fine leg out to where he stroked that previous boundary. It's one you'd expect him to be reasonably strong with, but being able to actually get the bat all the way around, particularly to play a pull shot out to square leg, it's going to be a challenge for him with that particular approach.
This one, he just keeps it inside the line, the guideline there, so nothing there from the umpire, Sagar Hanif. He's quite happy with this. Yeah, that's a very, very good call. Just to remind you, this is Group B. How did Group A finish? Well, we can tell you the 4 teams we'll see again. Evergreen were undefeated at the top. Then Yon Shopping, second. Seaside, after that victory yesterday, put themselves in the 3rd spot position. And Helsingborg Stars, only on net run rate, managed to push out the Göteborg Royals. So we will not be seeing the Royals once more in this series, but we will see those top 4, and they will be battling out in the quarterfinals coming up next Friday with the top 4 from Group B. That starts here today. This is the first match of B. That's a good looking shot, and just a little bit short there, Ubi, and Malhotra gets onto this quickly. Nice shot, cut away, 4 runs.
Yeah, nice shot from Malhotra. Bazo Ubi had signalled what his plan was the previous couple of balls. He'd managed to push them through to the keeper. Malhotra playing a bit leg side, but on that occasion he's just held his shape a little bit better. Thrashed it out to the point boundary. And Malmöhus, they are 65 for 3 after 9 overs. So 1 over to go, Rico. If they can turn this into a big one, maybe get up to the 80 range. Malhotra probably needs to get on strike as much as he can. And I think they've got Arabzai coming on to bowl the final over. Talking about it last year, actually, also not a great fan of him bowling the 9th and 10th overs. He's very, very steady, but he's also probably a nice hittable pace for the top quality batsman from the opposition. So we'll see if Malhotra can get onto him. Might even start his stance a little bit outside off stump so he can access his power area to the leg side. But if they can get up to 80, they've at least got a defendable total.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was his over the second, which I think was the most profitable over that Malmöhus have had. He went off 16, the top of my memory. So, yeah, this is a big over. They get 16 off this one as well. They've got into the 80s. That's, I think, what they would be looking to get to. I think anything below that is going to be very difficult for them. Goes for the shot up in the air, which should be just easily fielded by the Sultan. It has been just 1 run, but that's good because it means that Malhotra now has 5 deliveries to try and really go for the big shots and attack the bowling of Arabzai.
Yeah, and Big Bash, the skipper, manoeuvring the fielders out to essentially try to take away that power area of Malhotra. He's got Aubi, who's just pushed into a shorter mid-wicket area and just shifting the deep mid-wicket a little bit squarer. So Aubi will probably sit on the 30-metre circle, and he's flanked on either side by the Sultan at long on and the fielder out at deep mid-wicket. That swung very nicely. Arabzai putting it in the slot, and Malhotra has said thank you very much and takes a much-needed maximum.
Oh, this is a lovely shot. This is what he needs to do here. He needs to attack every ball, and this one, boom, shaka, 6 carreras.
That's what I meant, Rico, talking about Arabzai being a perfect pace and height for batsmen of this quality. When that ball goes in the slot, it's pretty much what you'd ask for if you're looking to hit big in the later overs.
And this one, big swing from Malhotra. He gets it through. Malhotra will now, he just walks down, his head down. He's talking to himself. He's sort of punching himself on the thigh, saying, come on, I can't be affording to give dot balls here. 44 he's on. He's batted all the way through the innings.
Good reply, though, from Arabzai. Line outside off stump. If he's going to bowl these later overs, that's probably where he needs to be. And as I said, I'd like to see Malhotra actually take guard sort of on or almost outside off stump to try to take that away as an option from Arabzai.
And he sees another one go past and outside the off, and he's disappointed. He's hit that one big 6 and then 2 top balls. And that was in the zone where he knows he's got the shots. Just totally misses out on this.
Yeah, the body weight moving out to mid-wicket, long on. We've also got some protection out there at backward point on the boundary now too. Smart move from the skipper.
It's another dot, so Arabzai is joining them up. This is gold dust. Really is. And they're still stuck on 72. So this over so far, the single of the first, then that big 6, and then 3 dots, a ball to go in this innings, so they're not going to get to the 80.
Yeah, canny bowling from Arabzai though. He followed him, took away his width.
I have to bowl this one again. You see what he's trying to do there, just getting this one in and finish it off. Not able to, but you don't mind that. It's better there than some other parts of the pitch where the ball could have been dispatched to the boundary. He does have to bowl it again.
If I was Arabzai, I'd probably go short and wide again. I'd much rather force Malhotra into a cut shot than give him something on a decent length to swing over to long on.
He smashes his hard and he's going to get a boundary, 4 runs. He really throws everything at this. Well, this was everything, including the kitchen sink. And he thunders it to the boundary, 4 runs. So they do finish on a high, but they don't finish on a score which is beyond the 80s. They're going to stay in the 70s. But Malhotra is batted well. He's batted all the way through, just kept losing partners when it mattered. These two did put a bit of a partnership together, but Melida really himself, you see there, he went for less than run a ball on 13. So that's it. That's the end of the innings. 77 it stays on. The walking 6, as Vinny Sandhu would say. 77 for 3.
Yeah, it's a good finish to the innings from Malhotra. They feel like they've probably got a little bit of momentum. Those two batted the entire last half of the innings, and they certainly didn't get helped with the momentum with Patanike going very, very early. Nice catch there at mid-wicket, and that's a disappointing start for his tournament, but we'll see plenty of more from him at the bowling crease. Managed to get going with Malhotra hitting to his favourite area out there to the leg side of Arabzai. Tried to push it towards off stump, but Malhotra did not mind at all. This is a pretty awkward bit of fielding from that man Zazai, who showed much more quality at the bowling crease later on, but wasn't this the seed of the week from Absar Khan?
Yeah, what a great delivery that was. He got a very good batter out in the captain, Anik Gupta, and then after that really they just couldn't get going. They couldn't find the momentum. This was the 3rd wicket. That was sensational work from Kadir Sadat, and that then brought Melida in. Now look, these two, they batted the last part of the innings by themselves more or less, but they really weren't able to get any acceleration in. It was 34 off the first 5 and not too many off the next, and I think they didn't lose any wickets either, but this is where I think they could have been just a little bit more attacking maybe, and maybe take the odd risk or so, because you could have had a batter, a giant in there waiting to come in that could have got the acceleration and got them to maybe the 90 to 100 mark. It wasn't to be. It is their first match. It's the first time they've been out there, so maybe just a little bit rusty. But one man who wasn't, Malhotra, he batted pretty well, batted more than half the innings, but once more, just couldn't get the kind of acceleration in that he would have liked towards the end, and also didn't really get the support from his opening batters with Patanike, Gupta and Tara all going cheaply. And with the bowling, that's coming up. I think they bowled really well. I think it was smart from the captain, Bashir Ahmed. He decided he wanted to see what his bowlers were going to provide first up front. And he utilised them well. 6 bowlers used in total. And you can see that not too many wickets went, but they bowled tidily. I think in T10, it's not about the wickets. It's about keeping the runs down. Expensive was Arabzai, and that's the bowler that you saw Andrew Ryan talking about there. Sometimes can just be a little bit too expensive, but look, all the others, the economy rate, absolutely fantastic. And, well, Mohammed there, he only bowled just that 1 over, which was a bit of a surprise, the first, and never brought back. They went for Arabzai as opposed to him, so the win probability tells us that they reckon that Ariana probably going to go on to win this 85% to 15, but anything can happen. Remember, it's also going to be the first time that we're going to see Ariana go out there and bat, so it all depends that how they go about it. I suspect that they probably said, right, we're just going to go out there firing and blazing, going to try and get these runs quickly for 2 reasons. One is they don't want to They won't want batters going out there not playing the natural game and getting out and putting themselves under a bit of pressure, but also they'll see this as an opportunity to really excel in the net run rate. Net run rate is so important. Just ask the Royals about that. They lost out on a quarter-final place in Group A because their net run rate was much lower than that of the Stars. So halfway point in this innings, Malmöhus, they've been out there, they've had a bat, haven't really got the number of runs on the board that they would have liked. I think on this ground, you're really looking to be sort of 90 plus. They haven't been able to do it. So an opportunity for Ariana in their first game, the first game of Group B, to go out there and get the 78 required for victory. Join me, Rico Full and Andrew Ryan, as we come back in about 10 minutes' time. Hello and welcome back. Good morning to you all, cricket lovers around the world tuning in. You're watching the European Cricket Series here in Landskrona in Sweden. And we're making a start on Group B, and that will continue next week. It's a 2-week series. And the teams in Group B will, well, they'll do battle, they'll duel with each other until the end of Thursday, and then we will know what 8 teams fall from Group A. And those are Evergreen, Yun Shopping, Seaside, and the Helsingborg Stars, which fall from Group B will join them in that quarterfinals Friday. And then Saturday will be semi-final and finals day. So everything to play for. We've seen the Malmöhus have a bat first. They put 77 on the board, only losing 3 wickets. So first observation is that they can afford to take a few more risks. But I think in that their first match, they probably were a little bit, perhaps a bit nervous, a bit more cautious about the way they played. I think we may see a different approach in the next match, but for now they're focusing on this one. I mean, they haven't got enough, you would think, not enough runs on the board, but they're certainly going to give it everything out there to try and, well, do the same. Back to Ariana, who I think bowled really well. Really good performance from them. They kept things tight. And they will know that if they can pick up a few wickets early, that there's every opportunity for them to pick up a win here. But the main thing is, of course, is as we keep going on about, and we're going to talk about this a lot throughout this group, it's net run rate. I mean, you can, if you win well, your rate really spirals up. If you lose badly, it spirals down. So I think even if you know that the odds against the win are improbable, you still need to play well and need to try and not lose badly. And you can see here that Malmöhus, they're starting with a slip, so they're certainly in attacking mode. And it's going to be Sharon Nord to bowl first. And he comes. And it's not the best of deliveries. Gets a bit of movement there, but gets his going down the leg side. It's going to be a dot ball. The Ariana openers. Oh, of course, the man that we all know about, the Sultan, and also Kadir. It's punched straight down the ground, but doesn't quite time it. It goes to long on. It does the fielding. Rika Full here in the cube, Commentary Cube, and it's always a pleasure to be alongside this man, a good friend. And it's Andrew Ryan. Welcome back, Andrew.
Good friend and source of warmth, Rico. I think we've huddled up a little bit closer in the commentary box over the last few minutes as temperatures feels like it's dropped a touch. The cloud cover returning. There's some blue skies in the distance, but as it is, still fairly grey here at Landskrona. Sean Nord. Saw him a little bit in ECS Malmö 2021. Speaking to their skipper Ankit Gupta earlier today, he's become a really important part of their bowling attack. Started quite nicely here.
Well, the wicket now to the left-hander, and that's a good start. It's always challenging, I think, for a bowler, Andrew, isn't it, when you've got that right and left combination to get it right straight away, especially early on in a series.
Certainly going to find it a challenge to get a ball to first slip coming around the wicket, angling into the left-handed batsman. But I like to see some attacking nows from the skipper as well.
Right on the stumps, we get a wicket, and they'll come through and take a single. It's the sort of thing that I think sometimes disappoints a bowler. It was a good delivery, certainly wasn't worthy a run, and I think when you've got a low score on the board, I think you've got to iron those out. You can't be giving those away.
Certainly can't. The two fielders outside the circle in the 3 power play overs as Nord continues.
Trying to get angled down the leg side. It's a very optimistic appeal, and the umpire is not moved as we have a look at first over stats so far up to match number 20. You can see that averaging around 9 to 12, and today, the first game, it was 8. So yeah, it gives you an idea of the sort of scores that we've seen. This is the bottom of the bat. Once again, he'll take a single. And the bowler, you can see there, just a little bit disappointed once more from his reactions that have taken a single there. Nord really trying to get the breakthrough here, but it's a good start from him. He needs to finish well. Can he finish well? It's the 5th ball of the over. This is where all the bowling coaches are saying, right, the 1st and the 5th are the most important deliveries. You've got to start and finish well. Let's see. No, he doesn't. He goes down the leg side and called a wide, and also he goes right in front of the umpire as well.
I've got to say, Rico, they've got, as mentioned earlier in the over, that they've got first slip in there, but they've also got a third man, and he's coming around the wicket to the left-hander, and it looks like he's trying to swing it back into his body. It's a bit of a strange position to have your second defensive fielder. Surely deep square or even fine leg might be the better option.
Oh, this is so close. It really is so close. I mean, that's only missed by a whisker. Yeah, he's doing it again. Now, look where he ends up here, and I'm surprised that the umpire, Hanif, hasn't had a word with him, because look, if that does, let's say that struck the pad and the bowler goes up, the umpire's just going to turn around and say, sorry, I can't see it. Even if he gets a feather of a touch, the umpire's well within his right to say, I can't give a decision because I can't see. So he's got to, if he's going to have that approach coming around the wicket to Sadat, I think he needs to change and needs to make sure he doesn't run right in front of the umpire.
Yeah, couldn't agree more, Rico. But good start from him, though. Nord, only 5 runs off the over after being a little bit wayward at times. Certainly the run rate won't be a challenge for Ariana so long as this man, Nusratullah Sultan, is at the crease. But if they can send him packing early, that'll give the Malmahus bowlers a little bit of confidence. And this is Sandeep Malidi who's coming to the crease. Ankit Gupta was telling me this morning that he's a very, very good cricketer and delivers some nice right arm medium pace.
Well, talking of pace, this has come off pretty quickly off the bat. Just one bounce as it goes over the top of the inner fielders, and it's a nice crunch of a shot. Hits it out of the middle and bang, over it goes. 4 runs.
Yeah, he eats that sort of stuff for breakfast. The Sultan, too much width, standing tall. Beautiful shot.
Yeah, Malidi, he had to play a big part with the bat, didn't he, in that partnership with Malhotra. Now trying to play an even bigger part with the ball, trying to get the breakthrough they needed. And Nusratullah Sultan is the man that they've got to try and get out early. He can take this this match away from you very quickly. And he goes even bigger this time. Balle, Ginna Sona Shaka.
I told you about the Sultan, Rico. He is fantastic to watch. That wasn't actually a bad comeback ball from Sandeep. Just a little bit short, a little bit wide, but Sultan unleashed his power and he's taken 10 off the first 2 balls of this over. Just stands there motionless at the batting crease, just waiting for his next prey to come within his grasp. Very uncomplicated batsman, but he is a phenomenal striker of a cricket ball.
What a powerful man he is. Malidi comes in once more, goes for the slower delivery but gets it wrong. It's going to be called a wide. I like that from Malidi. He tries. If he could have got this straight, who knows? But just straying down the leg side. And yeah, no issues there for the umpire. Wide it is. Malidi under attack. Oh, that's a good stop. He's travelling. Don't stop that. That would have been 4 more. And the bowler struggles to get back in time, but just gets a hand to it. Doing a little bit of stretching there, the Sultan. And the last thing that they want is for him to have issues with any part of his body. He's going to be a key man here. See, he just gets back here, and then that. See, his foot just slides there, just getting a little slide, and that's what he's just stretching that hammy of his.
May have just been from being carried in on his chariot this morning that The legs have gotten a little bit tight as his disciples have carried him into the ground. Just needs to get those hamstrings stretched a touch and loosened up. He's got plenty of work to do in the coming games. Sultan, I like to see him at the top of the order. Ball's hard, it's bouncing. He can access the outfield without any concerns. Only 2 fielders out in the deep. Sandid probably enjoy bowling the left-hander. Sadat a little bit more.
This is a wild swing. I mean, it's I think he's swung at this without really having any too much of an idea where this ball is. It was very, very wide. It's one that you don't need to play at all. He has a big swing and nowhere near it. Just focusing back on Sultan. The last 2 series that we've seen him play, 418 runs he's scored so far. So you can see just why he's such a top player.
In the chat, Pavi's Mahmood saying that Sultan reminds him of Liam Livingston. I'd go the other way if Livingston wants to be like the Sultan. That's a nice short ball. Take the focus off the Sultan for a moment and onto the pads of Sadat as we see him just stride across. It's an interesting multicolour combination. Almost looks like one of those popsicles that you have during the summer months that have got multiple flavours in them. I'm not sure what's possessed him to come up with that combo.
It's very snazzy, aren't they? Give him that. Well struck, and the fielder's got to go down, and well, he gets a hand to it. Does really well. This is a good stop. The batters will come through and take the second. What a good bit of fielding that is. And Rizwan Tara, it was always looked like it was going to escape him, gets a hand to it. Stops the ball from going to the boundary. Yeah, I was talking about some of those batters. So the Sultan there right up there, 400 plus runs. And Nick Gupta for Malmahus, he scored 333 last time round. So you got some key performers there with the ball. Well, Arabzai and Baz Ayubi, they were instrumental. Slower delivery, and he latches onto this. Kinna Badda Shaka. Well, he's given this some welly. Lovely jubbly. And it goes all the way. Well, this one, as they like to say, is Shubgiza. 6 carreras. End of the over. 26 on the board. So that one going magical. 21 runs off Sandeep Malidi. And just having a look at this as the rates. I mean, in 2020, the average was about 9.5, 12.3 the highest. And 21, 9.9. And again, we see that around about the 11s. But here you see things are starting to move upwards. And though today, this first match is pretty low scoring, I think by the time we get midway through next week, weather permitting, if it's nice, sunny day with this outfield, is going to be quick and fast. I think we're going to get to those 11 marks pretty soon. Just going at an average about 9.7 at the moment, so sort of in between where we were in 2020 and 21. And, seeing a change here. It's a new bowler coming in, Malhotra. And he's been dispatched, first ball, and that goes all the way. Shaba, Shaba, it's Shaka, Shaka time. Manos arriba, Mitro, porque eso es 6 carreras.
Yeah, just some casual Saturday morning swinging from the Sultan. That sort of stuff slightly short of a length that Malhotra's medium pace isn't going to concern him too much. And Ariana Cricket Club are sprinting towards this target. They only need a further 46. Of 47 balls. There's a man to change it for Malmahus. It's probably Malhotra. Bowls a nice swing and took plenty of wickets in Malmo 2021 last year.
Got to find a way to get this man out. Malhotra just beating him outside the off. He's just having a look round to see where his field is. And I think he's said to skip, I think I want my long on the boundary. That means the man on the offside has to come in. We're still remembering the power play. And so he goes out on the offside. Clever batting. Just like the way he negotiates this ball. Just gets his wrist into play. Opens up the face of the bat. And that's 4 more. Well, this is a bit of a mare for the captain. How do you set a field to this guy?
Well, it's a good interjection, Rico, and I'll tell you what I would do if I was the skipper or if I was bowling here. Sultan is too good a batsman to just bowl wide of off stump, and if anything, you've actually got to try to take away his bat swing. I would be coming wide of the crease and trying to spear it into leg stump or even slightly wider, and just force him to play off his toes on a couple of occasions. That's a little bit better ball from Malhotra, but it's still giving him the opportunity to free his arms. I say get the toe-crushing Yorker in there a few times. Just try to get him to maybe squeeze the odd single and see if you can create some frustration.
He does sort of take your advice there. He does go wider, tries to angle it in. That man long on is back up. So the man goes back out on the offside. This is hit hard into the ground as it bobbles away to the man at third. And, that's easily fielded by Sandeep Malida, who was torn into by the Sultan in that last over.
Torn into is a very, very vivid description. Getting towards the end of this power play. It's started nicely for them, no wickets down, and 37 runs off the board. So that's given some able support to the Sultan thus far. Good to see a bowler finally come over the wicket to left-handed Siddharth. They've kept the first slip, or move almost a second slip now.
Nicely played down. Yeah, we're talking about bowlers. Maybe you get an opportunity to have a look at the power play stats. And the first innings between, well, see the average around about 35 in the second innings, in the first 29. But we've seen some big ones, haven't we? I mean, John Shopping, they provided us with the best power play so far. And Evergreen, they were close to it as well. So, and what we do notice is those teams, I mean, the two teams you mentioned there, good power play, they're the teams that finished first and second. So I think getting a good start is huge. And especially take full advantage of just the 2 men being allowed out. This one here, it's not been a bad one, 37. So it's that sort of par mark, isn't it?
Probably greater than a par mark if you're only chasing 78 as your target from these 10 overs. So bowlers have given him a great platform to work from here, and Siddharth and Sultan are taking full advantage. As it looks like Sadashiv Goa is the bowling crease. He's going to come in for the 4th over.
This is coming our way. It's going to be mine, I think. No, just to my left. I was ready for it, Andrew. I was ready. That one goes all the way as well. It's 6 more, and this was just effortless, wasn't it? Pure timing, pure class, pure power.
Yeah, beautiful shot, and just not a huge amount of effort as I've just made my way gently to the left. That's all yours, Rico. Just a beautiful loft of that cricket ball too, Rico. He's not trying to hit it too high, not trying to hit it too hard. Just drives to it powerfully. And Sultan looks in great nick this morning.
Yeah, Gur sees his first one go for 6. And he's going to see this one go for 6 as well. This one is out on the offside. It goes sailing over the man at extra cover. Shipgiza, 6 more.
Yeah, another shot right off the middle of the bat. As soon as that ball was halfway down the pitch, I think the Sultan was eyeing off another maximum. He's gotten everything behind it, and it's a beautiful shot over the offside.
Well, it's Shaka time, or if you prefer Shpagiza time. It's 6s, and it's raining 6s around this ground here at the moment. 2 and 2. Are we going to see a hat-trick of 6s? Well, he tried to go for it, and he thinks he's going to get it. Yep, 3 out of 3. Shpagiza says carreras más. Put your hands up in the air, arbitro, like you just don't care. 6 more.
Well, the Sultan of Swing is making some sweet, sweet music out there with his bat. That is tremendous striking, and what a start to Sardar's stint at the bowling crease. Maximo, Maximo, Maximo.
Goes for the slow one, and it's going to be 4 and 4. Hi, Kinna Sona. Zabardasti batting here from the Sultan. And that's 4 out of 4. 1, 2, 3, pero no solo 3. ¡Hay 4! ¡Carrera 6! Wow.
It's going to be over pretty quickly, Rico.
It's going to be over very quickly. And you know where this one's going, don't you? Not there. And he takes a single. That's cheeky. And it's 6, 6, 6. And then I suppose a good reply from the bowler. Give Gore credit there. I mean, he does well under pressure to get this one in. It's a slower delivery, but he's right in the slot. Almost the ball that you're talking about. And I think he's quite happy that he's got given a single there. He gets a chance to bowl at Sadat.
I can't believe the Sultan has actually gone off strike. The way he's hitting them, I would have thought he would have put the hand up and just said, no, Sadat, you just stay at the non-striker's end for another moment.
This one goes through the keeper and goes all the way to the boundary. And it's called byes.
I'll tell you what, Sadashiv Gore, he's currently sitting at, I think, 25 off 5 balls at the moment. As far as economy rates in ECS history go,
yeah,
this is going to, sorry, it's the end of the over now. That is, that's not a pretty economy rate to come in for your first over.
It's certainly not, but he's got to say he was lucky as well, because I think that was pretty close to being a wide. So that could have been 5 more onto his count, and he still had to bowl another ball. So, ooh, yeah.
I think the umpire's taken pity on him there and decided, Sada, I don't want you to have to be obliterated by the Sultan for another Maximo. And so he's left his teammate Prasanjit Behera, who we did see quite a bit of in the ECS last year.
Yeah,
talented cricketer. He might be called on to bat. I think he was actually turning up for the Helsingborg Royals. Most confusing switch of team names. The Helsingborg Royals. We had the Yerebori Royals earlier in the week, and the Helsingborg Royals, now the Helsingborg Stars. It's just all over the place a little bit. But either way, Prasanjit Behera, he's wearing orange this year for Malmahus. And he gets pumped for a first up maximum by the Sultan. This is amazing hitting from the big man. And he has reached his half century with yet another maximum. It's taken him a grand total of 17 balls. Rico Full, what an exhibition of hitting.
Well, this is the man we were waiting for, and we thought, well, is there going to be any change? Well, he just smiles and he shrugs his shoulders and says, change me? I don't change. I just hit him big. What a fantastic innings. Burbadanya Sultan with 55 of 17, and just plays this one out. Just soft hands. Yeah, that's right. That's what I said. Soft hands. We know that he hits the ball pretty hard, but when he needs to, he can just tickle it away. So this one is going to finish pretty quickly, and we may not even get to the end of this 5th over as the score moves on to 73.
Good example there, Rico, of why he is such a good batsman. Finally got a ball that was probably not in his hitting zone, just opens the bat face, takes a single. He's got good judgment of when and where to hit.
This is going to be called a wide. It has. And for Jan Vinod, just tidies it up. Man with the ponytail. It's another man that's got that long hair look.
We had some good hair in Group A, didn't we, Rico? It'll be interesting to see if Group B can keep up the same quality.
Yeah, well, we'll keep Bahira out of it. So he comes in, and that's well bowled. And he said, well, I may not have the hair, but at least I get a dot ball in. And he's pretty happy about that. Look at the way he follows through. He goes right up to the batter and says, oh, you missed that one, didn't you?
Says, I've got your number, Sadat. Unfortunately, Sadat's batting partner is currently 56 off 18 balls, so there's certainly the superiority. I think Prasanjit Behera is almost our younger version of Imran Kiani for this Group B, actually. Similar sort of players, as Sadat takes a big swing over to the leg side. Behera, really, really industrious batsman, runs between the wickets well, a good athlete in the field, and bowls some nice, if uncomplicated, medium pace bowling. Gets the good bit of swing most of the time, particularly if he's got the early overs. He's a good cricketer.
Yeah, he's having a look around at his field before he bowls this one. And looks like it's going to be probably pretty tidy over. It gets played out. You wouldn't have thought that the Sultan would have wanted to go for the single. He does. And that means that he's going to be there for this one and only delivery. And I get the feeling that he's not looking to get a single here to keep himself on strike. I think he's looking to finish the match with this ball. 3 required for victory. And well, this one he misses out on. Straps him on the legs. He will get that single courtesy of a leg bye. Maybe just straying down the leg side. And yeah, I think that's a fair call. It's
wouldn't have taken too much away swing to actually bring that back onto a leg stump line. Hasn't missed by a long way, but that's good finish to the over from Behera as we have a look forward to game 2. Ultimately, Ariana is going to be 1-0. Malmahus trying to bring themselves back from a first up loss in the very near future. That man at the top, Diraj Malhotra, he's already shown his capability with the bat in the opening stages. Pretty good value as far as fantasy prices go at 8.5. And I tell you who else is looking pretty good value. Nusratullah Sultan at 8.5. If you can get him at that bargain basement price, get him into your 11 immediately.
Yeah, he certainly does look the part, doesn't he? And to see him hitting well right at the beginning, that's going to send a bit of a shiver down some of the other teams in this group. This one, it's a full toss. It's him hit pretty hard, and the catch goes down. Well, there was an opportunity there to see the back of the Sultan, but instead he moves on to 57. I mean, the damage is already done, so I think this would have just been a morale booster to say, well, look, at least we do know we can get him out.
Very generous from Sandeep Maladi there at long on, who's already been pumped by the Sultan on a number of occasions. Just allows him to end up not out at the end of this innings, almost inevitably, as Ashish Rajput has got the ball. Would have been a nice story for him. First ball wicket of the Sultan.
Oh, this one may even be called a no ball, but it probably won't matter because it goes to the boundary, and that is it. This match is done. Cuatro carreras, and it's been done in emphatic style, you have to say. They've just blown away Malmahus in this first match. So Ariana, well, they go grande, don't they? It's a good victory for them, and it's a good start to their campaign. And one man who's all smiles. Look at the size of him. And, well, there's the Sultan. And we've got 1 or 2 players that we call the Beast around in Europe. Well, I tell you what, he's just as strong and powerful as 1 or 2 of them. As he walks off there, knowing that he's done his job there. Look at he said he's steaming. He's still steaming. Well, I don't think he's steaming. I don't even think he got going. He's still cool, calm, collective. Gets a win for Ariana, and he's done it in style. And what that means as we look at these highlights coming up here, with that match finishing early, the next match between these two is going to start in about 40 minutes time. But just have a look at the hitting power here. Just huge. He just hits sixes for fun, and he's like a grown man playing the match amongst boys, amongst kids. He just dwarfs over them. But when he hits the ball, it stays hit, Andrew. It stays hit.
Well, I noticed one of the young players from Ariana wearing the Sultan's jacket over there, maybe trying to absorb some of its magical power qualities. As fairly sloppy bit of fielding from Rico Full in the commentary box. Didn't that ball have a bit of kick off this hard Landskrona turf? But they didn't need to be giving away extras at all. The Sultan was prepared to do this almost exclusively in boundaries. Look at him chuckling as he just waits to destroy another medium-pace delivery from the Malmahus team. He was given a life though, said he dropped him coming in from long on. And that didn't matter too much in the overall scheme of things as Ashish got pumped down the leg side by the keeper Kader Sadat. He can be happy that his big highlight from today was the reverse flick run out. A wonderful bit of work from him, but he allows the Sultan to stride off as he puts the hand up to his adoring fans, one of the most popular men here in Swedish cricket, and that is an excellent first up victory for Ariana Cricket Club, and that sets them up for this game too, Rico, but I suspect Malmahus, particularly with the bat, will offer much more in this second game.
Yeah, I think so. I think that first one was a cagey start for them. They were a little bit overcautious. I think with that match behind them, they'll go out there a lot more positive. But look, they're going to have to, haven't they? They've got to make a good start. I think Anik Gupta, he was done by an absolute seed, wasn't he? He's got to come back strong, the captain, try and get some runs on the board. And maybe we're going to see one or two of some the other batters come in and hit the ball pretty big, because they're going to have to. I mean, looking at that performance there, I mean, those runs have been knocked off in just 29 deliveries. And so they know that, well, get to 100 is something, but it may be that even isn't going to be good enough, because if they don't get the Sultan out early, it looks like they can chase 120, 140 quite easily.
Oh, I don't think there's any score that they can't chase, to be honest, once that man Nusratullah Sultan at the top gets going. But either way, I think this is going to be a much closer contest this second game. Malmahus, I suspect, is still one of the favourites to go through from this Group B. They're a strong cricket side, and they probably just need some support from Ankit Gupta in particular to Malhotra at the top of their innings. And if those two can get going, I suspect Sambit Padanak will offer us much more in Game 2. So there's still plenty of quality in that group, but Ariana have absolutely demolished them in this Game 1, chasing down the meagre target of 78 in only 5.2 overs, and most of the damage was done by that man Sultan. He ended up 57 off 20, ably supported by Kadir Sadat, the wicketkeeper, with 14 off 12, and the rest of the batting lineup just got to sit back in the armchairs and watch an exhibition of brutalisation by the Sultan.
Well, the Sultan, he's got a reputation, isn't he? And he did not disappoint. He is the master blaster here in Landskrona, here in Sweden. As you have a look at some of those bowling figures, well, look away now if you've got young children, because some of them went big. I mean, Gur went for 25, Malidi went for 21. And, well, a number of options used to see if they could get the breakthrough. But look at the wickets column. It was none. They weren't able to. I think the only person you got to say bowled pretty well there was Nord. He just went for 5 off his 1 over. And Diraj Malhotra, he went for 11, but just weren't able to get the wickets. But a couple of catches that went down there as well. And that's one thing I think Malmahus have to realise, that against a team like Ariana and against somebody like the Sultan, if he gives you a chance, you take it. If you don't take it, you kiss the game goodbye.
Yeah, that's a great point, Rico. Certainly when he gives you opportunities, you've got to send him back to the pavilion. Plenty more opportunities, though, coming up from Malmahus, not only today, but throughout the next week of ECS Landskrona. They have been defeated by Ariana Cricket Club in this first game. It's Andrew Ryan with the Rico Fall on the European Cricket Network. Thank you very much for joining us for Game 1. We'll be back with Game 2 in around about 30 minutes, so please rejoin us then. We look forward to your company.
Welcome back, European cricket fans. It's time for game 2 here on day 6 of ECS Landskrona. We have the rematch between Malmöhus Cricket Club and Ariana Cricket Club coming up. These two combatants going back at it. First of all, though, we'll hand over to Sir Rob Kemming for the toss.
Heads. Heads it is. It is heads. I'll bat first.
There you have it, Rob Kemming unleashing his change-up with the toss. Slightly less wrist work on that one that he'd tend to put in, but the rotations have helped Malmöhus Cricket Club again. Their skipper Anke Gutta has won the toss and he's decided that they will once again bat. And critical decision from him, and certainly the efforts of the Ariana Cricket Club bowling lineup in that first game were very, very good for a team that hasn't had too many matches so far in this season. They looked very composed at the bowling crease, and certainly Absa Khan's pace created no end of dramas for the Malmöhus batsmen. But they'll be looking to get themselves back on top of this game. I think after their first effort on this Landskrona pitch, they'll be much, much more comfortable, and as we get into game 2, this should be a really, really good contest. Take us through the opening stages. I'll hand back to Rico Fall in the central commentary position.
Thank you very much to Andrew Ryan there. So these two teams, Malmöhus and Ariana, do it all again. And it was a victory for Ariana there, and they did it emphatically, didn't they? Chasing down the 78 required with 29 balls to go. And that was all thanks to the hitting power of the Sultan, 57 of 20, as we get ready to do it all again. And I think this time round, as you saw there from the coin toss, that it's going to be the same again. So Malmöhus are going to bat first, so their captain, and Kit Gupta, not deterred. He knows that they didn't bat particularly well. I think we're going to see maybe a little bit more urgency from them. Very important they get off to a good start there. And this is what the bat versus ball wall tells us. It says that Malmöhus 93, but Ariana 96, and average runs for 111 to 98, and average runs against 93, Malmöhus to 91. So it predicts that Malmöhus will do better, and I think that's probably going to be the case. I think Dhiraj Malhotra, he batted really well, didn't he? He batted all the way through their innings for 48 of 31 deliveries. But he needs some support, and maybe in this one that the likes of Patanek and also the captain, maybe. And Gupta is going to be able to provide that support. But one thing they need to do is to not value the wicket so much. I think go out there positive, play your shots, take the odd risk, take the odd gamble, and see where it can get them. Malmöhus, they've got some good support here. Nice to know that there's a few supporters come down, some lovely ladies here as well. And I believe that is one or two of the players from the Malmöhus ladies women's cricket team are here. The captain's here to support them, so that's good. They've got some support, and maybe that will give them the little bit of the oomph and firepower that they need to get going. Speaking of women's cricket, I have to say a very, very big and warm welcome and hello to some of the Spanish women cricketers. They're playing for the first time in their history internationals, and they started earlier this week with the first very historic day it was when the Spanish team played the first ever T20 ranking match against Austria, and they went on to play Jersey as well. That's in that quadrangular series there in France, and so Spain, France, Jersey and Austria. And good luck to the Spanish women, and history in the making there, and I think they've played very well and put some good results together, and I wish them all the best of luck for the next games that they've got going on there, and good luck to all the teams there, France, Jersey and Austria, as we turn our attention once more back to this match between Malmöhus and Ariana. Malmöhus batting first, no change in the batting lineup, and well, no change in the bowling as well. It's going to be Nuriullah Mohammed to bowl the first, and it's well, very wide one, and called straight away. I was quite surprised actually, he never came back to bowl his second. He bowled a pretty good first over, took a wicket, only went for 8 runs, but never got a chance to come back on again. And once more, and this one's better. doesn't fall away this time. Just follows through better. Gets the dot ball in. Nice work there behind the stump. But Sadat was very impressed with him. He was involved in a very, very good run out as well. Conditions, I have to say, it's the sun that we've been promised. Should be coming up around now. It doesn't seem to have materialised. This one's hit out and will be fielded at long on. Yeah, still quite breezy. It's quite chilly. Still a lot of clouds above. We expect the ball to move around more in conditions like this. So it's certainly a day to be wrapped up warm. And you can see that from the players. They've got their hoodies on, and some of the spectators here as well, gloves and scarves. Is that sort of day. Another good delivery. Both अच्छी bowling. Line पूरी रखदा, offside पे बैट्समैन को चांस नहीं दे रहा अपना शॉट मारने ਨੂੰ ड्राइविंग चांस नहीं हैगा शॉर्ट बॉल भी नहीं बॉल करता बहुत अच्छी लाइन है just keeping that sort of off stump to corridor. This one, well, he's been sliced up the air and he's taken an incredible catch. This is really incredible. It's a full toss. It's quite high, but the batter totally gets it wrong. The bowler totally loses it. He has no idea where it is. Look, keep an eye on him. He thinks he's got it, he loses it, head goes down, and then he still manages to take the catch in his hands and to his heart. And a little bit of love for the Kookaburra there. And unfortunate is the batter. As we see another cheap dismissal of a Malmö's batter. Look, just totally slices that up in the air, and there's the catch taken. It's a disappointment once more for Botanic. He just can't get anything going, can he? And caught and bowled very well there by Mohammed. So Mohammed does what he did in the first match, gets a wicket early. So once again, another batter out there. Fairly early, good stop, diving to his left. And that is Zazi. Nicely done. And that will mean that the captain, Nick Gupta, gets himself off the mark. Swing from Malhotra. Certainly you can see the intent to try and get going early straight away, but that's the end of the over. And just 3 runs from it. They've lost that wicket early once more. It was 8 for 1 in the first match between these two when Malmö Hus were batting, and this time round it's less runs but the same result in terms of the wicket column. A wicket goes down. Just see the captain there, just having a chat. Bashir Ahmed with the bowler, just discussing with him where the field is. It's going to be Arab Zai, bowled a second. Look, they've got that man out on the offside, sweeping, and third man back. This one is also very, very wide. The umpire has to think about this for a moment to see if it's going to be a wide or actually a no ball. So both bowlers have started extremely wide. Keep an eye with that. Yeah, that's definitely a wide. Yeah, so it's very similar to the first ball that we saw from Nuriullah. There's the comeback. And Nick Gupta, the captain, Just goes back to himself, has a little mumble in his mind to himself, saying, come on, what am I doing? I can do better than this. He's got to do better than this. They need a better start. And it's sliced up, and well, he gets a little bit of luck there. Hay poquito de suerte por el capitán Anil Gupta, pero hay 4 carreras when he throws his bat at this. And gets some luck. It goes over the man at third who's inside the circle. He's been brought up. And as a result of that, the ball goes to the boundary. 4 valuable runs. Up design once more. This is pretty wide. The umpire's happy with that one. Gets this swing, you see, late swing, and very, very close to get the benefit of the doubt, I think, from the umpire there. The umpires for this man, Sagar Hanif, and the man at square, Ashisani. Nice looking shot, and good backing up also from Malhotra. Backs himself to get there, they take the single. Malhotra batted all the way through. 48 of 31 deliveries in that first match. Just he'll be hoping to do the same, but to get a bit more of a partnership with a batter early on, somebody else who can maybe put the same sort of runs on the board, and they'll get to that 110, 120 mark. This is hit pretty well down the ground, and 4 runs. That's a nice shot. And the second boundary. This one a little bit more authentic. Comes off the middle of the bat, and Malhotra, he dispatches this well, hits it straight, so the man at long on not able to get there. So it's a good response from him so far. And that was the Sultan. He's having a bit of a, you can't really say a bit of a rest after he's, can't even say long innings. It was pretty short really, but it was destructive. And it's good to see that he is back. And another man is good to see who's back in the commentary cube is Andrew Ryan. Welcome back, sir.
Thanks, Rico. I've just been defrosting in the microwave for the last 10 minutes. It has gotten very, very cold here at the Landskrona Cricket Club, and full credit to the players who are putting on a good exhibition of cricket, and in particular the Ariana Cricket Club. They have gotten a flyer as far as the net run rate goes. In that first game, plus 7.4, largely courtesy of the Sultan. His 57 off 20 balls was one of the best displays of power hitting we've seen on the ECN channel for a while. And speaking of power, my favourite fast bowler from this part of the world, Absar Khan, he's about to bring his right arm heat to this game. Khan striding in, top of his mark. Short ball, a little bit of a zip off the pitch for him as well. Probably shorter than he intended, but his first ball in the last over was absolute garbage, Rico, and I was wondering whether he was carrying a slight injury, but he soon got himself into gear, propelled out an absolute seed to send Ankit Gupta back to the sheds. He's got that man Gupta on strike at the moment. Gupta needs to get through this over and see if he can bat into the lower depths. It's another good ball from Khan. Gupta plays it late.
Yeah, you see, running quickly again. Malhotra backing up well this time. There's a clean pickup from the fielder there at sort of the backward point area. Gets a shy in. So don't mind that. But, certainly on a day like this, it keeps the other fielders on their toes, because it is very, very blustery here at the moment. That wind is cutting through us.
Good length ball, just cuts across in front of Malhotra. Once again, he's played that pretty well. It's an excellent delivery. Just a good warm welcome to everyone in the YouTube chat as well. And Rico, given your reference to it being World Naked Gardening Day today, I've seen the man has told everyone that he's about to go out and cut his lawns today. So I'm not sure whether he's been inspired with your celebration of what's obviously a big day on the international calendar. It's a great seed from Absar Khan again. That one almost coming back with the angle into the waist of Gupta. And just squeeze it through to third man for a single.
He's played this quite well. So he's going out to cut his lawn, but what, with his kid on or kid off?
Well, there's no comment on whether or not it's going to be fully clothed. And in fact, I'm not sure he was with us earlier in the day, so you might have to take the crowd through again what is a huge day of celebration for those who like to garden in the Nud.
Yeah, let's see. Take the single. They do get there. The throw does come in towards the keeper's end. Kadesadat, who has to make the stop. Yeah, today it's World Naked Gardening Day. So if you're a gardener and you're keen and you've got green fingers, well, today's the day. You've got the opportunity to do it al natural, as they say. And I'm not joking. You can look it up. Some people think that I'll make some of these things up, but it certainly is. And, well, I'm not so sure, certainly with the weather here. I don't think there's going to be too many Swedish people that are going to be respecting that tradition. And, oh, well, this one, the Sultan has gone down. Let's hope he's okay. We know that when he's batting, he had to stretch his hammy at one point when he slipped. But this one is one that he won't want to be looking at again. And it totally misses it. I think he's tripped over his own feet here, the Sultan.
Tripped over his own massiveness, perhaps. Only takes a momentary lapse for those huge shoulders to start to tip a man over. It's great to see him showing this athleticism in the field. Mamahus there 19 for 1 after 3. And look at the chat. It's great to have everyone in there exchanging. Helix's ass if we're in the ice cube at the moment, Rico. I tell you what, it's not far off it. It has gotten frosty here in Landskrona.
Certainly is. You know now why it is called the ice cube. Well, I certainly do know. We literally did have the snow in Bulgaria, and as most of you follow that series will know that we lost a few days because of it. And it was big snowflakes. It was very, very cold. In fact, it's the coldest weather conditions that I've certainly commentated in. It was only just barely above 2 degrees. It was bitterly cold those first couple of days. And Romania wasn't so bad. That was pretty windy. But it's been chilly here again today. I think the temperatures probably are around 10 or 11 right now, but with that wind, it's certainly, with that chill factor, got to be feeling around 5 degrees, maybe 4 or 5 degrees.
Yeah, I think we generally analyse weather conditions here on the ECN as we see Zazai coming in for his second ball. It's a good start with him. And he's got a wicket, second ball. Malhotra has tried to swing him to mid-wicket, probably had every reason to. That was slightly short of a length, but it skidded through. Hasn't gotten up at all, and it sends his stumps flying. And that is the second wicket down for Malmahus. They're 19 for 2.
Yeah, this one, I think, just stays a little, does the right thing, doesn't he? Goes really wide to angle it into Malhotra. Doesn't get the bounce, and Malhotra sees his stumps are shattered. And, well, the hopes of getting a bigger score in this one are shattered as well, because Malhotra was the key contributor in the first match between these two. He's 48 of 31 balls was what helped them get to that low score of 77. But with him gone, somebody else is going to have to step up.
Yeah, certainly will. A lot of pressure falls on to the shoulders of the skipper. And Kip Gupta now to carry this batting line up through the remainder of their 10 overs.
Yeah, it's not so the wicket so far, well, unfortunately, Sambit Patanaik, he went for another duck. He was gone first ball in the first match. In this one, he went second ball. And now we've just seen Malhotra go for 7 off the 9 deliveries he's faced. So it's all about Ariana at the moment as Tarak comes in.
So driven straight down the ground. It's going to be a relatively comfortable single. He's a pretty good batsman, Tara. One of the players that needs to step up and give some support to Gupta there to get through this innings. But just to finish off what we were saying before, I think we judge weather conditions here, particularly in terms of cold, based on how many layers that the Maximo would be wearing if he was in the commentary box now. I suggest with this cross breeze, he'd probably have about 4 on plus a double scarf.
He certainly would. And you know what's good about Maximo? He's not afraid to let everybody know that he's cold. As we see this played, nicely struck. The bowler gets a bit of shin onto it. But you see the captain there, he's always got things under control. Yeah, I mean, good old Maximo. He does feel the cold, and he'll have it. But in these conditions now, he would have had his beanie on, and maybe two beanies actually. He's got a skinny type ECN beanie, and then he's got his own full-blown sort of woolen affair. A couple of jumpers, a scarf, and his big thick jacket which he takes with him everywhere, and he still will be cold. He'll be huddled up, sat on the chair, and he would be shivering away. But he's probably not shivering now. What are the temperatures like in Australia now where he is? So is he Perth area?
It is. It's damn sight warmer than it is here at the moment, Rico. I'm sure Maximo, wherever he is probably happy to be sweating it out in the surrounds of the West Australian capital rather than being here in very chilly Landskrona as I just drifts onto the pads of Gupta, and they will sneak through for a single. It's the end of the over. Malmahus 24 for 2 after 4 overs. Rico. Warm welcome to our viewers here, but I've got to say this is starting to get close to the coldest conditions I've commentated in. Although we did have a couple of night games together in Portugal in Miranda de Corvo last year, in which you started to get some of that mountain air coming in, and it was particularly chilly. But this is uncomfortable for cricket at the moment. This is uncomfortable for cricket, and I think if you're a fielder out there and that ball's been hit hard at you, and you expected to take that catch, it's gonna. Well, if you don't catch it cleanly, it's going to hurt, isn't it? Man, who can do some hurt with the cricket ball, Baz Ayubi. That's a delightful delivery. Just swung late. Right, trying to get onto the front foot. Drive it down to long off. Beaten all ends up.
Yeah, this is a very good delivery. Look at the late movement on that. And that's one that Tarad has to watch out for. He's got to get bit more forward. He does try. You see, it's just too much movement. The bowler getting excited. The wicketkeeper takes the catch, but that's all about the swing, I'm afraid.
It's not just movement, Rico. It's the late movement as well from Ayubi. Look at that.
See
just
that go?
Curling just before it approaches the batsman.
Yeah, great bit of bowling there. See the batter there. Give Tarad some credit. He does take the step forward as the bowler comes in to try and compensate for that. Let's see if he does the same here again. This time he gets into a good line. That's good batting, isn't it? It's good awareness. He knows what the ball's doing. So this time he takes that step across to get himself a little bit further outside the off stump and plays this one. Gets a single.
Yeah, they've got some good classical batsmen in their lineup, Melbourne. It's just probably a little bit less adept at playing this T10 format. Even Gupta, who's their best hitter, probably likes to get in, and he won't get a chance to get in any further. Excellent bowling from Ayubi after moving the first 3 away from the batsman. With that one's come back, taking his off stump. That's not that far away from the quality of seed that we saw from Absar Khan in the first game. Scintillating bowling.
Great bowling. He's been done by 2 really good, classy deliveries. And I think, yeah, you're right. This is clever. I mean, he's got the ball to be moving away big, and then that one just holds its line, goes all the way through. And Ankit Gupta trying to get some acceleration in, sees the ball thrash into his stumps, and he's been bowled again. And he will play no further part in trying to get this score to sort of round about that sort of 90 to 100 mark where they want to be. But, now we're going to start to see some newer batters coming in. I mean, this one is a man that we didn't see last time. It's Sharon Nord comes in.
Well, poor Ankit Gupta, when he goes back and watches the highlights later tonight, he can at least console himself with the fact that he's been done by 2 absolutely peachy deliveries today. He'd be a little bit short of a length as Sharon tucks him over to mid-wicket. There's one more ball left in the over, and Malmahus 26 for 3. Just going back to our weather-related conversation before, great chat from Neville Russ on YouTube. Apparently a few weeks ago, Vinny and Corey were having a bit of a cuddle in the cube, and he nicknamed it the Love Shack, which I quite like. Speaking of love, if anyone goes and checks the European cricket Instagram feed, that one squeezes past the batsman for a dot ball. Malmahus 26 for 3 after the end of the 5th over. Then there's a great little production from Diana Orris up there, which is fantastic watch, and it features some lovely footage of Rico Full looking lovingly at yours truly before the commencement of this game. Not sure what was going through his head at the time. But either way, it's a great watch. Something not so good looking, the Malmahus scorecard.
Yeah, it's not looking good because this time, not even Malhotra is keeping one end going. He has departed because he's been bowled beautifully as well. And it was Alibi that took him out. Ball that stayed a little bit low. So somebody somewhere in the team from Orange has to find a way to get after this attack. I know one or two of the spectators were saying they probably think it's been, well, that first match was probably one of the best bowling displays that they've seen in the series so far. And you can't argue with that. It has been really good bowling.
Yeah, no, couldn't agree more. As Zazai comes on, he's tucked again away on the leg side by Sharon Nord. He started nicely with the singles off his first 2 deliveries. They're looking good. Ariana Cricket Club speaking to their skipper before the game, Big Bash.
Yeah.
And he was saying they actually haven't had that many opportunities to play in advance of this tournament. So they're coming in cold, literally and figuratively, but they haven't looked like it so far.
No, they've played well, haven't they? They look in good shape. This one is probably one that gets away. It's short, and Tara wasn't able to get himself in the right or correct position to play that shot. Yeah, it's bitterly cold out. Some of you that may have missed me saying that it is World Naked Gardening Day. It's not that sort of weather here in Sweden, but it's also 2 other days that we like. One is his World Homebrew Day, so you can make your own brew, and the other one, it's World Roast Lamb Day. It's certainly a roast lamb day.
It's definitely a roast lamb day. That one is slaughtered down the ground for just a single to the Sultan. Looking forward to seeing him with the bat later today. Just hearing your dulcet tones in my ear, Rico, I turned to the YouTube chat, and Sunil Shetty, I don't know if he's any relation to Sachin Shetty or Suhas Shetty, who we saw from the Helsingborg Stars this week. And I'll turn to the chat in a moment after Zazai continues with his over. That one is stroked nicely down the ground. Rico Fall may have had a play on that on his left hand if he didn't have the headset on, but it is smoked for a boundary, and haven't they needed that? Rizwan Torar unleashing.
That's a really nice shot, isn't it? He's placed this beautifully, good timing, and he's starting to get some applause from the ladies, and the Malmahus ladies here. And you also have the captain of the Malmahus women's team is saying, yeah, we like that. Give us some more of that. That's the way we like it. So, yeah, Shetty, so are you related to the players we've seen? It'd be interesting to know.
I'll ask whether he's related to Rico Fall. He's just, what an amazing piece of commentary by Mr. Rico. I'd like to see him one day in the IPL, and I'm sure he will, as one's dropped short, and it's just dropped it around the corner. Good piece of work again from the wicket-keeper. He has shown some skills. Yeah, Sadat. But so, I mean, if you, I'm assuming Shetty there is talking about commentating on the IPL rather than playing. You might be 1 or 2 years past your prime playing days, Rico. But have you been approached by the IPL product, or I'll say it another way.
Yeah.
Have you been drafted at one stage into the commentary team for the IPL?
No, I haven't. I think I've missed the boat on that one. Look, the only IPL that I know about is probably not the IPL, as the IPA. Was in a few of those last night. They were pretty nice. Yeah, I think IPL is probably a long way away from me at the moment. But it's very kind of you to say so. And it's nice to have all of those lovely comments, not just for myself, but also for Andrew. And I think we're so lucky. We have got the best viewers in the world by far.
Let's clarify by omission. I think he's suggesting that I have got no claims whatsoever on being on the IPL commentary team. But Himpreet Singh has chimed in. That's the end of the over, and Malmahus 38 for 3 after 6. Himpreet Singh saying, imagine Rico in the IPL doing Bali, Bali, Bali on every 6. Wouldn't that be a treat for the fans?
Well, I don't know about that. It could also get a little bit boring. But, yeah, look, thanks very much. Well, I don't know what's going on here because it's pretty cold. And one of the ladies, one of the supporters from Malmahus, she's taken the jacket off and she's walked up to the edge of the boundary. Oh, is she gonna? What's she doing here? I think she's shouting out some advice, is she? Oh, well, maybe she's the coach. You have to find out.
Well, they could do with some advice at the moment as Bazaubi continues his excellent spell so far. That one was a little bit full and outside off stump, as it was.
Well, this year's, look, she took it to, there you go. She's just trying to give some encouragement. Come on, she's saying, we want some tara tara tara. We want some tara tara. You know the song, Ika tara bajda. Ika tara bajda. Well, they want this tara to work. Let's see if he does. Oh, he does. Oh, yes, it does. It works. There you go. There's your tara bajda. Tara bajda. The tara is bajda and the shakis are flowing. 6 carreras, vale, vale, vale.
Well, who have said you couldn't will a team into form? The Malmahus ladies are giving inspiration to this batting lineup, and it's caused them to step back and smoke a much-needed 6. Tara, he's feeling it in his veins now. He's ready to take Bazaubi apart. Ubi, he gets the outside edge, so despite the best efforts of the Malmahus ladies and Tara, he is unfortunately on his way back to the pavilion for 16 off 14 balls, and after getting cracked for a 6, that's a nice comeback from Ayubi.
Yeah, it is, but look, I'm going to blame MSP here. Look, the lady goes to the boundary and says, come on, give us some tara tara, and tara tara delivered. Then MSP said, look, you're too close to the boundary. You've got to move back a bit. It moves it back, and the wicket goes. MSP, you naughty man. MSP, oh no. She's gutted, she is. She's absolutely gutted. She's saying, did you see that? Oh, I'm going to go find out her name. It's all yours. I'm coming back in a minute.
Well, I'll tell you what, the one thing I'm not surprised about, you've got a young lady standing around a cricket ground, and MSP is over there giving some fake advice and fake recommendations to her, just in an opportunity to introduce himself and make sure he's known around the traps. As Rico Full going over to conduct almost a mid-innings interview and making sure she's kept very warm as well in these chilly conditions. And look at that. What a moment for that young lady getting to meet the superstar Rico Full. And Malmahus continue to be inspired by the ladies. That is a beautifully tucked leg glance. And Sandy Malidi, he has made a nice impression coming to the batting crease. A much-needed boundary. Lovely shot indeed. As Rico comes back from his very, very sharp romantic liaison. Just, as I mentioned, just making sure the ladies are kept nice and snug and warm out in their chilly viewing position. As that one's gone wide from me, just losing his radar a touch.
I'm back. See, I've done me good deed for the day. And that's Katerina. Katerina does also play for the women's Malmahus team. And yeah, she was a bit gutted. So just look, somebody was mentioning about Vinny and Corey having a hug. Well, you know, that's one thing. When you've got some lovely women around the ground. Oh, this is going to be out. It's absolutely out, and he absolutely shatters this time. I might have to go and give another hug. I just cheered her up, and we see another wicket go down. Look, just want to say hello to the Katerina there. She was the one on the boundary that got moved back by MSP. And also her captain is there as well, Kanchan. They both play for the Malmahus women's team. They won't be happy to see that dismissal.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'd be considering drafting them into this Malmahus batting line at the moment. That's an awful, awful bit of running from Nord, who'd actually look pretty good. Look at that, not showing the same coordination as a pair as Rico and Katerina were in the outfield, but that's a disappointing 5th wicket to lose, Rico, and a completely unnecessary one.
Yeah, it's unnecessary. You need acceleration, you need boundaries. Taking a suicidal single is not going to help your cause. 49, 5 wickets down now. And look like Adnan is getting in on the act now. He's gone there on his wheels. He's saying Rico hasn't got a set of wheels. This one's played out to the fielder. Where did they go from here, Andrew? How can you try and get that score to a respectable score, which you try and defend, but defend against Sultan? Well, think about that while we have a look at this. This is what's coming up. The ECC, it's the European Cricket Championship, it's the Euros of cricket, and it's happening again at the magnificent Karama Oval. We know it well, don't we? It's a splendid location. And I know that a lot of the locals are going to be out there again. as that starts, and well, it's going to be absolutely fantastic. The first week, the 10th to the 14th of October.
And I think, Rico, coming back to those 2 international days of celebration of, was it lamb roast and craft beer, 2 things that Malaga does specialise in. So for anyone who hasn't been out that way, make sure you try to plan a trip out to join us in Malaga from the 12th of September to the 14th of October for the European Cricket Championship. And as the skies part and finally show some blue sky, and hasn't it warmed up in about the last 3 minutes?
Start to thaw.
Absa Khan is coming in to try to blast out the remaining batsman. The forward pull straight down, and that's well fielded. Zadran coming in to scoop it up and keep Lady just to a single. He's been joined out there by Prasenjit Behera. Talked about in the first game that he's actually a more than capable batsman and pretty good runner between the wickets as well, Rico.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing also now, right? They've lost those wickets, but what maybe you get an opportunity to see somebody like Behera, to see if he can get some acceleration in. So we're seeing new batters that may be able to perform and hit better. This one sort of creeps up, gets to him quicker than he expected. Quick delivery, bangs it in, does Khan. Been impressed with his bowling.
Yeah, he's an excellent bowler. Really, really like what he's doing there. And just looking on screen, it's hard to know whether that is Omar Zadran or Zlatan Ibrahimovic, a well-known face around these traps in Sweden. Might get another look at him in a moment as that's nicely guided down to third man. It's a fumble, and he's fumbled it over the boundary. Well, that's a charitable addition to the Malmahus total. They now up to 56 for 5, and Ibrahimovic would not be pleased with that display of skill. Indeed, pushing it wide of third, diving stop, but tell you what, Ibrahimovic would love a goalkeeper that made that sort of fumble, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, it will certainly do his strike rate some good. Well, that gives the ladies something to cheer about there. It's a boundary. The sun is out, and maybe all of a sudden everything looks a bit different. Oh, what a seed. What an absolute seed. This is a peach. This is a corker of a delivery. Oh, well, that was too good to find the edge, this one.
That is Rico full in his prime, that sort of quality. Absa Khan right on the button, coming slightly wide of the crease, pitching on middle and off, and a late tail away. Good luck getting an edge on that.
That was such a good ball. Look, the wicketkeeper cannot believe it. He just cannot believe that. Does Kader Sadat.
On the leg side, looking to push the second. It's not advised, and a good piece of fielding. Just having a look at the chat, Rico. We mentioned about the ECC before. Julian Dawson is heading out there for the ECC finals week in Malaga. Great to have some company out there. It's a wonderful viewing area that's at the ground, the Khadimah Oval at Malaga. Certainly everyone welcome to come and join us at ECC. Well, that's trying to be pulled away from Behera. Gets cracked him on the thigh pad, but he manages to scoot away for a single. And also in the chat at the moment, we've got the Shetty brothers from the Helsingborg Stars. They were both great contributors to the Helsingborg Stars this week. They managed to scrape through by the skin of their teeth, thanks to a fairly mediocre pair of performances from the Edinburgh Royals yesterday. But very, very happy to have the Stars back for finals day.
Yeah, the Shetty brothers, and well, they did pretty well. Suha Shetty, he's the second highest run scorer so far. 186 runs he scored, so he certainly had a good series so far. Certainly looking forward to see him coming back. And Sachin Shetty, I think with the ball, those two have done really, really well. Who's at the top? Well, I can tell you, it's a man that scored this century. Umar Nawaz of Evergreen, 324 runs he's got to his name.
And did it a fairly good run rate too, Umar Nawaz. It's a brutal strike of the ball. Mama was there, 58 for 5 after 8. Not a distinctly different position to what they were in the first game as Mohammed comes on for his second. Behera tries to swing him away to the leg side. No contact.
Yeah, nice to see Mohammed come back. Didn't get the opportunity in the first match. But he bowled well. One thing I've noticed here, I don't know if you've picked this up, but we've been commenting on how good the bowling has been from Ariana. Have you noticed this one is a Gundy ball and it gets put away? He goes for a big Maximo. There haven't been too many Maximos. In fact, I'm just having a look here. That's the third one in the innings. This is big. It's a Gundy ball. He gets this one wrong and it comes out of the middle of the bat. Over it goes, 6 runs. Yeah, that brings me back to the point of saying all of the bowlers have all generally gone very wide of the crease and angle the ball in.
Yeah, I like it. As I've said, I think on the commentary earlier this week, Rico, it's a tactic I've introduced myself in the T10 games in recent times, bowling in the late overs, coming in really, really wide and trying to spear it into the toes or leg stump, just trying to take away any opportunity for the batsman to free their arms. And it's a very, very similar tactic to what the cricket club are using for the most part here, mixing that up with some good outswing bowling on off stump. Fired in from the boundary. Nice bit of fielding there. And just as it started to warm up, Rico, the Melbourne's batting lineup has started to wake up a bit too. They were 26 for 3 after 5 overs. Given that start, they actually haven't got themselves to a bad position here.
No, they've started to get the acceleration in. I mean, they still haven't quite got to the score they were at in the first innings, but that will help. It's not where he's wanted it, but I'm liking the aggression. I'm liking the aggression from the batters all of a sudden. There seems to be a bit more of an assault coming their way. Okay, that one there, bit of luck. But you're going to get that. You're going to throw the bat, you're going to get some luck. And it just tells me one thing is that maybe Malmahus could be looking at just changing up some of the batting lineup. Maybe get some of these more aggressive, unorthodox players mixed in with the blend of good, correct players that they've got in their batting lineup.
Yeah, I think it's a good shout from you, Rico, as Malidi gets the back foot across, swings it. Mistime fashion, but Behera desperately looking for the second, and he's committed a suicidal run out. He's overcommitted. His partner, quite rightly, was not interested in pushing the second. Behera's come halfway down the track, couldn't get back in time. Nice bit of fielding to affect the run out, but that's a disappointing loss of a wicket at a time when they were just starting to get themselves back into gear.
Yeah, I mean, look, you sort of don't mind this because wickets are not the key, but both batters have to be on the wavelength. There's no point saying, look, we're going to take everything on. You know, we're going to try and take the 1 and the 2. We're going to go for it. You have that agreement, and then when it comes to doing it, one of the batters turns around and sticks out the big stop sign. That's just not the way to do it.
No, absolutely not. They really could have done with Behera being there for the later part of this innings. As it is, Melbourne was a 69 for 5 with a couple of balls left in the 9th over.
Yeah, listen, you mentioned Cardamar. And I want to say this: when we were at Cardamar, there's one specific lady, and she's somebody that we see on the chat a lot of the times as well, and really gets involved. Is Maya? She makes a lot of noise, doesn't she? I tell you what, she's got some competition here with Katrina. Katrina certainly is doing it the Maya way, making lots of noise, really trying to support her team.
Great to see. As we see the crowd just starting to swell up here a little bit at Landskrona. Clearly the locals knew the sun was about to come out. No one's just pushed out to cover. There's no throw.
Speaking about the sun coming out, what about the brightness of these pads? They're absolutely glowing, aren't they? That's the end of the over. And that takes us to 71 and 6 down. So they're still short of getting to the score they made last time, which was 77. Look at those pads.
Must have been to the same designer as Suhas Shetty's wicket-keeping gloves from yesterday.
Yeah. I mean, look, a bowler, if your bowler's got like white sleeves on or he's got something on the bat, he can turn around and say, hang on a minute, you know, you can't be bowling like that because you're putting me off. You think the bowler can do the same? If the bowler coming in the bowl and you've got those pads on, the sun's sort of shining on them, the bowler could turn around and say, sorry, I can't bowl to those. I can't see where I'm supposed to be aiming at. I'm being blinded here.
Well, Vajra Vinod looks like he's batting with a pair of traffic cones on his legs at the moment.
Good call. That's a nice one. I like that one, Ryder.
You're going to face the final over from Arab's eye. Cones go outside, leg stump. Unfortunately, can't make contact. Got to get bat on ball at this stage.
Yeah, there's been more urgency for sure. And we've seen with some of the run out, some of the way the wickets have gone, there's not been so much sort of value plays on the wicket, but they still haven't been able to really crack on and accelerate. That's another good delivery. And well played, well bowled. I'm getting my shades. I need my shades. When the sun's out, I can't see with these pads. Eco shades have to come out.
Rico's getting the aviators out.
And getting them out. Aren't you struggling? Aren't you squinting? Why is it starting to water with these pads?
From the pads or from the sunlight that suddenly appeared as Arab's Eye beats Vinod for the third time this over. He's got to get his partner back onto strike. Malmöhus trying to stretch into the 80s again. Just 3 dot balls this time of the innings. It's not helpful. Just a comment from the man on the YouTube chat before we get to the end of this innings. He's suggesting we get Katrina into the commentary box for the next innings. Well, might have a word to her if she stretches out her vocal cords much more in this innings. She might not have any voice left to work with. As Arab's Eye gets a 4th consecutive dot ball. Well, poor old Vinod, he's gone out there at a tough time in the batting innings. Played and missed at 4 consecutive balls, and Arab's Eye doing exactly what he's skipper to be hoping at this stage of the innings.
Yeah, absolutely, Arab's Eye, he knows what he's aiming at. Can't miss those pads. He's thinking, okay, it's sort of, well, there you go. It's not putting him off, it's helping him.
Slow ball manages to get an outside edge. Fairly chunky bit of wood. It's remarkably gone for a 4. Well, for a man who hasn't laid bat on ball for the first 4 deliveries of the over, all of a sudden he's got the most dynamic outside edge we've seen all week.
Well, I tell you what, that's why they say when you knock in your bats, don't forget to knock in the edges, because that edge has been knocked in. That has gone a long, long way. Wow, he almost went for 6.
Incredible how far that has travelled for a ball that has got nowhere near the middle of his bat. And especially off Arab's Eye. Absa Khan, I could almost understand it, but Arab's Eye is bowling relatively solid medium pace. Anyway, much needed boundary from Malmöhus. Digs it into the chest of Vinod. He pushes it away. His partner's got the idea of going for the second. They fired into the keeper's end. Direct hit. I think that was the Sultan coming in from long on. Is there anything he cannot do? Nusratullah Sultan puts his stamp on this innings with a direct hit to stop them getting for the second. But nice work from the batters there, really pushing hard on the second. As you saw, his batting partner was sprinting, but obviously the player playing the shot's got a more difficult job in completing the 2. And poor Vinod, bright pads and all, hasn't been able to do it. But at least with that boundary off the second last ball, Rico, it's given them a little bit of momentum going in to the end of this innings. Malmöhus, they end up 76 for 6, and it was a little bit samey with their first game today, wasn't it?
Yeah, it really was. I mean, if it wasn't for that direct hit, they may have just equaled the same score as the first innings, 77. As it is, they finish on 76, but the Sultan there again, bang on the money. Lovely throw, but yeah, this is how it started. This was, well, it was a pair of ducks for the opener, Sambit Patanak, and you can see he was totally disappointed and gutted when he walked off. He couldn't believe the way that his day has started, and he shakes his head there, says, it's just not been my day. Well, it hasn't been their day with the bat. Malmöhus, things not happening, and one man that did manage to get something going for them in the first was Malhotra, but he went early to one that stayed low. And those wickets just kept falling, and then again, Anik Gupta gets an absolute beauty again as he has to go. No luck really for the batters there early on. Something had to give, but this was a beautiful shot. This went flying past me to the left of me. Nicely played. And we started to see some good ones. That was Tara, supported by Karina. Got him to produce a magnificent 6. Then MSP then said to Karina, you've got to move back from the boundary. And he moved her away, and instantly the wicket went caught behind. And MSP needs to say, wait. But I was there to give her a hug and say, look, don't worry about it. These things happen. And Katrina was certainly in good vocal cords, and this one happened straight after that. And she went back to being miserable again, because that was a miserable way to get out. But this cheered her up. It was a boundary there, courtesy of the fielder, not able to keep the ball in play. Then we saw some more bad running. I mean, this one, it was the unfortunate Bahira that had to be run out just when a little partnership was being put up there, really. So he went at a crucial time. Then there, right at the end, with Bahira getting out, the new batter, Varun Vinod. He swung and missed at a few, but when he did find the outside edge, he did get a boundary. Then right at the end, they take one, But in comes the Sultan. He picks it up and he fires it in and he says, thank you very much, that's out. And keeps the score to 76. So they did hustle, they did, but once again without a batter managing to contribute with big runs, though they did all sort of chip in a little bit. Apart from, of course, once again, tonight they just couldn't get past the 70s. They can't get themselves into the 80s. And this match is set up at the moment to be very similar to the first. As we have a look at that scorecard, look, Tara, he showed some good clean hitting from him. Played some nice boundaries for 16 and 14. Then I saw there that Sandeep Malidi, he was the not out batter in the first match and supported Malhotra pretty well. He's not out again in this one, so he does have the ability to keep things and stabilise things. But again, just no partners. Mahira there being run out at a crucial time. Maybe if he was still there towards the end, they could have gone into the 80s. But again, you can't take anything away from Ariana's bowling. It's been so good, it's been so tight, so disciplined as well. They've been good in the field too. Have a look at those figures there. So this time just the 5 bowlers used, all bowling themselves out. And nobody really expensive. Look, if you're a captain and you're looking at the bowling figures, you're going to be very, very happy. Baz Ayubi bowled really well. Absar Khan, I really like what he's doing with the ball, though. He was wicketless this time. And Nurullah Muhammad taking that wicket early on once again. And that was a wicket of Patan Ike. So it's very much the same again, isn't it, really? Malmöhus don't really get going with the bat. They don't get the big hitting happening, going their way. So they get into the 70s, just a run short of where they were last time. The only good thing about that for me, and it may sound odd, is that they lost more wickets trying to do it because they were trying. They didn't value the wickets too much. They threw the bat at the ball. They tried to turn the ones into twos. Just wasn't happening for them with the bat though here today. Ariana, they were spot on. So at the midway summary of this match, I think I'm going to say very much what I said about the first. Malmöhus, they have got the runs on the board, but they would feel and they would probably know that they're probably not enough, but they've got to go out there. And one thing they've got to do, they've got to bowl really well. They've got to get Nasrullah Sultan out early because he was the one who did the demolition job in the last match, 57 of just 20, and they got to the target of 78 with 29 balls to go. So he's the man that they've got to get out early. If they can get him out, anything is possible. Thank you very much for joining us in that first innings. Do come back in about 10 minutes' time. Rico Full and Andrew Ryan will take you through the conclusion of match number 22 here in Landskrona. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Hello and welcome back to you, our global cricket family, as we get ready for the start of the second match between Malmöhus and Ariana. I say the start, it's actually the conclusion. It's going to be the second innings. First time round, of course, it was Ariana that won comfortably, chasing a target of 78. And this time it's one less, 77. They need to try and get Malmöhus. They did try, but just couldn't get the acceleration in. And they're going to have to do it the hard way again. Well, what they are doing, they're making a bit of a change. And there's going to be Naz Madi. He's going to bowl the first. So I think this is worth a try. Looks like they're going to see how the big man, the Sultan, does against the spin. Oh, well, this is a full toss, and you know what he's going to do to that. Here's a Gundy ball, and it gets put away. Bolle, first up. Well, he absolutely clobbers this straight down the ground, and he says, well, you can't be bowling that at me, son, because I'm just going to put it away. So, Matty, he's got something to think about straight away. He's not afraid to give it some flight, but that went a long way up, and, well, the Sultan says, I'm not going to wait here for that. I'm just going to put it away. Second ball. It's very much the same, and he gets this one through. That's a better length, so no use of the feet there from the Sultan. So dot ball in. It gets cheered by Kachara and Katrina as the crowd builds up here. And back in the Ice Cube is Andrew Rhino.
Thank you very much, Rico Full. I actually like this move from the Malmöhus Cricket Club. They haven't got a big score to defend, so they need Nusratullah Sultan's wicket early and actually not giving him the pace to work with. I think it's a good call. Let's see if Naz can land a few more balls in the right spot. But so with that second delivery, that Nusratullah just probably trying to overhit it, create a bit of pace, which he normally doesn't have to think too much about. Flighted just outside leg stump. Nice bowling from Matty.
Yeah, he's disappointed with himself there. Is Nusratullah Sultan, when he misses it, you can see he's like, come on, how do I miss it? Just hits him sort of in his rib cage. He knows he's missed out on that. It was sort of there in the arc, but he had just taken the pace off. It's already asked a few questions. Well, now he does the reverse. He goes straight to the fielder. And this is going to maybe go upstairs. Yep, they're going to go upstairs. Does he get the bat down in time or not? Well, Sultan goes for the reverse. He hits it pretty well into the blue pitch, but the fielder stops it, gets the throw in, and keep an eye on that bat. And it's going to be a difficult one.
Might just be one of the simultaneous grounding at the bat with the stumps being taken off. Not a great angle with the bowler right in front. I think he's probably safely home. That bat looked a tickle over the crease, Rico. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think he just made it. I think just getting that stretch in at the right time there, you see. Bat just goes down, but well, good bit of work in the field, and well done to the bowler as well. Had a bit of work to do to try and take the bails off. The umpires, they're still consulting with the third umpire, and
well, we wait for that decision, Rico. Good cricket all round there. It's nicely bowled delivery. The Sultan having to draw into his kit bag and play the reverse sweep, but it was well fielded down there at backward point. Very, very close call here. Reviewed it a number of times. Said I suspect the benefit of doubt is probably going to go with the batsman. Basically, the frame in which the bails have come off, the bat was grounded.
Yeah, good work there from our production partner, Spring Productions, and Andis, getting those replays played back and forth for the tournament referee, Rob Cameron, and the third umpire, Ashish Raja, to have a good look at that. Not out is the decision.
Talked about losing you to IPL commentary at some stage, Rico. Maybe Anders one day will end up in the DRS review booth. International cricket, he's an absolute gun with those. That's been put up high. The Sultan's lofted it. It's going to be caught at cover. Ankit Gupta's taken the grab. And that is a huge wicket in the context of this game. Great bold call from the skipper to give Naz Madi the opening over. He's put it up in the block hole for the Sultan to swing. He takes the bait. Gupta scrambling back, fumbles the first time, but pouches it safely the second time. Huge wicket for Malmöhus, and Ariana 7 for 1.
Yeah, we quite often use the terminology that fortune favours the brave when the batter is swinging and getting the edge and it goes to the boundary. But I think in this case, it goes to the captain of Malmöhus, Aniket Gupta. He took a bold move here to go with the spin to open up against the Sultan. The first ball went for 6 and we thought, oh, this could go horribly wrong. But then there was a dot, and now the wicket is gone. On 4 deliveries for just 6. So with that wicket going, if they put themselves back in this match, well, they certainly have, because it was the Sultan who scored 57 of 20 deliveries to really get them to that target quite easily in the first match. This one, they're going to have to work a little bit harder.
Yeah, certainly will. Nazmati coming to try to finish his over. Another nicely flighted leg spinner on a good length. He finishes the over, 7 for 1. Ariana Cricket Club. And full credit to the bowler too, Rico. Not just the execution, but coming back after being annihilated for a 6 off a full toss first ball. You sometimes see leg spinners go into their shell, start trying to push the ball forward, just losing it psychologically, but he's done really well to recover from that first delivery.
He does, and you know what I liked about it as well? He wasn't deterred. He floated the first one up. He ends up being a full toss. The Sultan smashed it straight for 6, but he didn't stop him floating it up. He didn't go thinking after that first one, right, I'm going to bowl this one flatter. He just did the same thing again. What he did do is get the line better. He caused trouble. He caused problems, and he got the big wicket.
Yeah, certainly did. And we've got the other 2 teams here preparing for the next game, Hissingens and United. And I suggest they'll have put that in the memory bank to see how the Sultan reacted when he had spin come on for the first over. Aniket Gupta might have revolutionised the way that teams approach this Ariana Cricket Club, as it looks like Sambit Patanaik coming on to bowl the second over. So they're going with the all-spin attack to get things kicked off.
Yeah, well, this man, nothing's going right for him with the bat. He's got 0 and 0, a first bowler, and see that number on his back? Well, that's what happened the second time around, second bowler. So maybe it's going to be with the ball that he's going to have his day. Of course, it means that we've already seen a new batter out there, because they didn't lose any wickets getting the victory under the belt first time around. They won by 10 wickets. So Ayubi is the first time that we're seeing him. He's at the non-strikers end for the moment.
Patanaik taking his sweet time to get underway with the over. Coming around the wicket. Nicely floated onto off stump, just driven out to cover. And Dheeraj Malhotra fields. Rapturous round of applause for a dot ball. Great to see. It's almost like Rajiv Swain celebrating his dot balls for Evergreen during the first week. It's just speared in a little bit quicker. Trying to turn it around to square leg. No run.
See the difference that wicket has made. I mean, this little moment, just like that one, it's been tucked away with the man with the multicoloured pads. But they would have taken a single there before. And here, they're being a bit overcautious now, not taking it. And once again, you see, the fielders are on a high. They've taken a big wicket. They're feeling that they can get themselves in this match. And maybe if they apply enough pressure and pick up a few more wickets, even going to win it. So they are on top at the moment mentally. And with both these 2 batters yet to get off the mark, well, it's Malmöhus probably on top.
But no, it gives that a little bit more air. And then with the popsicle pads, Sadat swings it away to long on. They're just going to keep it to a single. Given the start that they've had, Malmöhus, they might be regretting not being able to have another 10 or 15 runs to play with. Yeah, it's still a very gettable total for Ariana. Only 70 runs required off 69 runs required off 50 balls now. Nice start from Patanaik, and just taking the pace off seems to have really worked a treat to date.
He's just checking where his fielders are, so he's bringing the man in. That was that square to the left-hander. To the right-hander, he's got long on and mid-wicket in play. Those 2 pretty close to each other. Ayubi looking to get off the mark.
Really gives that some air. Probably a little bit too much width to start with, and Baz Ayubi gets his account open with a nicely struck boundary over the cover fence.
Yeah, it's well played. Probably not the best field set, and if you know that that's where Patanak is going to be putting the ball in, then he needs to be given some protection there. I mean, maybe perhaps have long on in the circle to start off with and just go with the mid-wicket and cover on the offside. But no change in the field as yet.
Yeah, not a great ball from Patanak. Final delivery for him here. That's a better lane. Aubi swung it long and swung it hard. Straight down the ground. Well, 10 runs off the last 2 balls. Ariana Cricket Club rebounding from the early loss of the Sultan. That's a lovely strike from Aubi, and Ariana Cricket Club now 18 for 1 after 2.
Yeah, it was just in that slot, wasn't it? The batter, in this case, didn't have to do too much of Aubi. He just got the full swing in, and the ball was just there to find the middle of the bat, and over it went. Big 6. So 18 for 1, good finish to the end of the over. And I think they're going to stick with Maddie. I like that call, and just doing something different to see if they can maybe just get another wicket. I don't think he's going to do anything different to what he did before. He's going to float that up there. He's going to be bowling to the left-hander at first. Ariana in the start of Group B today. They won the first match, got 2 points, and looking to make it a clean sweep, 2 out of 2 against their opponents here today. They certainly haven't got too many to chase, but they have lost the big wicket of Sultan already for 6. So whoever's going to do it, it's going to have to be somebody new in this one. For the moment, though, Malmahus, they're still in this.
And brilliantly named Naz Maddy coming on for his second over. An excellent over of leg spin to start with. That's been swept across from middle stump, top edge from Sadat. Goes flying down to third man. The fielder makes good ground to keep it to a single. I don't know, Rico. They bowled a good over, first over Maddy, but while the left-hander's in there, he's done his job. He's gotten rid of the Sultan. I would have been tempted to actually bring one of the medium paces on and maybe leave Maddy to a point that he gets to bowl the 2 right-handers.
Yeah, that's a good call, I think. I think the captain, though, Kit is probably thinking, well, okay, he's picked up 1 wicket, maybe. This one's been wide down the ground.
Nice bit of flight from Maddy. He's certainly not afraid to give it some air.
He's not afraid at all. And just waits on this and plays it nicely away.
Just going for singles. Aside from that 6 off the first ball, he hasn't been struck for a boundary from that point. Kanat comes down the pitch, tries to use his feet, but a little bit of a wayward swing, squeezes out for a single. Malmahus crowd, they're still expectant here, getting behind their boys as the sun desperately tries to make a reappearance. This Landskrona ground. Those popsicle pads of Kadir Sadat just getting some attention. Actually, it might be his shoelace getting done up. And good time to turn to some of the better hair that we've got so far in Group B. It's had some magnificent players in that region. Fiz Khan probably leading the way, but Anantu Sandrasan as well from Yitabori Royals. But Naz Maddy, he's sporting some dreads tied back, and it's a good look. And something that's a good look also for the Ariana Cricket Club is Basil Ubi finding form with the bat. That's a Maximo over cover. Lovely strike.
Yeah, he plays this really well, doesn't it? Look, he keeps perfectly still, makes himself some room to adjust himself, and then dispatches it over the top of the inner fielders, and it stays hit. It goes all the way over for 6. So he seems to be playing Maddy pretty well. It's the left-hander, so that struggled with him really. The only runs he scored from him is a top edge and a bottom edge.
Oh, that's struck hard, and that's in between, long off, and covers another magnificent strike. Ariana race away to 31 on the board after the power play, and that's a couple of wonderful strikes.
Yeah, just a little bit too short with the last 2 deliveries was Maddy, which allowed the batter Ayubi to just make some room. You see, he just steps away down the leg side, waits for the ball to bounce, and just smashes it away. It's a bit like a tennis player playing that stroke, just getting the byline, goes all the way. And after picking up that wicket, it was a key wicket as well to pick up. The runs are now flowing pretty well. It ends up being a pretty good power play. That's been signalled there by the umpire. And here we go. It's our man, the El Presidente of Landskrona as well, Sagar Hanif. As we go back to the action. So, they're playing a bit cautiously. The new man coming onto bowl is Sharon Nord. Just having a look around at the field. It's for me, maybe just gone a little bit too defensive. You need wickets. Wickets is what you need to stay in this. And this is a nice shot. Goes down on one knee and puts it away. And well, somebody was looking to take a crowd catch and then he lost his leg because that wouldn't have been a good one. And there's a good strike here. So finally Sadat showing as he goes on the one knee and hits his over the top for 6 runs. Then he prefers the pace. Oh, that man there is doing a bit of hopscotch. And, lucky that avoids him because, Andrew, that could have been hurtful.
Yeah, certainly. Big strike. Nice to see Sadat finally get moving in this innings. Just a correction, it's actually been Omar Zadran who's at the batting crease doing all of the damage for Ariana Cricket Club. He's 21 off 6. Sadat, he's up to 9 off 9, and Ariana only needing 40 off 4. On for a bat change. Not sure I'd be desperate to change it after that stroke, but either way, Sadat making his way back to the batting crease. And after a slightly shaky start, they've managed to regroup Ariana, haven't they, Rico?
They certainly have, and well, you saw that last one. It was a fantastic hit, and the man there, well, he's lucky still to have his foot. He could smile about it there afterwards, but yeah, that was close. Back to the action, and this one could great bit of work there from the keeper, and Vinod does exceptionally well, and the left-hander Sadat there plays it into the ground, and it takes off. And look at this for a take, brilliant.
Yeah, you can understand why he ends up getting a few underneath edges. Sadat. Bat swing is very horizontal to the ground most of the time. He's made decent contact on a couple of occasions, but excellent work from the wicket-keeper, Vinod. Ball continues. Decent length outside off stump, just tailing away from the left-hander. Nice piece of bowling. Malmahus aren't out of this, Rico. They probably just need a couple of wickets, and a couple of wickets relatively soon.
Yeah, they do, but Omar Zadran, he has looked good though, doesn't he? I mean, he's 21 of just 6 deliveries. So he's already showing that he's just another dangerous player in this lineup.
That's a lovely ball from Nord. Drew the batsman to play forward, a little bit of tail away, beats him quintessentially. Good pace bowling.
Yeah, well bowled, and there's that late movement. Just as the sun shines, and shines certainly on that delivery.
I suspect that Nord would be a pretty useful bowler in a longer format, Rico. Actually seems capable of hitting a pretty good length consistently as he continues to try to finish off the over against the left-hander. He's been smoked out to the mid-wicket boundary. That is exactly the area that a man with a horizontal bat swing wants the ball. Smashes it for a boundary to finish the over.
Yeah, this is a good shot from him. Like the way he's swiveled on this and gets plenty of it. 4 more runs, and maybe, I think when you see the shots that he's playing, they may just be thinking about just adjusting this field slightly, having 1 more man out there to give that protection, because certainly Sadat is showing that anything that he gets that's slightly short, he's going to try and put it away in that area.
Yeah, especially when you see those players who have that bat swing that goes across like that, that's precisely the area that they wanted, because that's their hitting area, playing out to mid-wicket, playing out to square leg. They want to be able to take the ball square, and he essentially just fed it straight in Sadat's hitting zone. But good chance for us now, Rico, to remind everyone that we've actually got more action. It's not just us here at the Landskrona Cricket Ground next week, and I suggest that everyone does tune in for that every day from Monday through to Saturday of next week. But we've also got the T20 competition coming up from Malta, the famous Valletta Cup.
Yeah, that's going to be very interesting, and I know that there's 1 or 2 of our crew members that are going to make their way over there. That'll be exciting. I think you've got some teams that have got some key players that we've already seen some of them perform. I've mentioned Bulgaria and Romania as well. Malta we know really well. I think that's going to be quite an exciting and entertaining T20 series happening there. The Valletta Cup has got a long history, and I think this time there's probably more teams participating than normal.
Yeah, certainly a country that you know very well, Rico. There should be some good cricket on display, but certainly hope you keep on tuning in for us here at the T10 ECS event at Landskrona. Behera's taken the ball for his 4th over, and he started pretty well. A couple of nice outswingers outside off stump. Zadran is being put up to number 3 to swing hard, and he is going to keep on attacking this bowling. But nice start from Behera. Well, that's gone up. It hasn't gone far enough. Rizwan coming in off the boundary takes a nicely judged catch. That ball swung away a little bit at the last moment, but just as well, and good reward from Behera, who had 2 dot balls to start the over. Gets the wicket on the 3rd, and that's a much-needed wicket. Ariana Cricket Club now 42 for 2 in the 5th over.
Yeah, they needed one, didn't they? And Zadran, he hit the ball pretty well. And this time, it just goes more up in the air. That's a good catch taken by Taran. He's already shown that he's going to be one to watch, and there's Malmahu's side. So it gives us another opportunity to see what else that Ariana have, as we're going to see another batter that we've not seen before, and they're going for Zamin Zahi. He makes his way out to join the wicketkeeper batter. So that out there, the left-hander.
Yep, and Kadar that he's still undefeated as far as this innings go. Hasn't found a great deal of fluency, it's safe to say, but looking up his scoring rate, they're certainly in control of this game. Target's only 77 and they're up to 41 halfway through this 5th over. So certainly the run rate's under control, but two of the big hitters in the form of the Sultan and Zadran, they're back in the change rooms already. And Sadat and Zazai being left with the task of trying to guide them towards this target as Behera continues. Ball full in the block hole. Unlucky. It was a nice piece of bowling, but Zazai's just got enough willow on it and has managed to get that backward of square for a boundary. Nice bit of bowling from Behera, though.
Yeah, it's bowled well. It's maybe unlucky, but it's also a nice shot from the batter. Not bad first up. He just wants to clip this away. It certainly is not a swing that gets an edge or ball of the bat. He's actually played the shot. So showing some confidence to play that at the very first ball.
He's done remarkably well to get that ball to the boundary. Behera angles in on the stumps, plays it off the back foot, pushes out to cover, and good running from these two. Very sharp off the mark, taking a single. Yeah,
I'm liking that. Good communication as well. So he just plays this one down. Look how quickly he goes. They know exactly, and this is something that Vinny Sandhu always talks about. It's all about the batters making the eye contact. They made the eye contact. They knew straight away they were going, and they went. There was no hesitation. And if you run like that every time, you're going to, 99% of the time, you're going to get there.
Yeah, absolutely. Behera trying to finish off the over. Goes outside off stump, swings across the line, but it's an outside edge. And that man, Nazmati, fires in. Shown a good arm with his leg spin earlier today. Good arm out in the field. And Ariana Cricket Club there, 47 for 2 after 5 overs.
Yeah, 47 for 2. And they need to see if they can. I think it's all about how deep they take this. And they want to take it as deep as they can. Remember last time around, by this time, it was practically almost, it was over. And the very next delivery that was bowled was the end of the match because they did it with 29 balls to go. So they want to take it as deep as they can. They'll be hoping they can pick up 1 or 2 other wickets. It's a good opportunity maybe for them to go back to some of the main strike seamer bowlers to see if they can pick up a wicket or not. I mean, we've seen Nord. Maybe Sandeep Malidi can come on. He bowled pretty well as well. And it's about them getting some confidence as well. And as I speak, they're going to continue at the moment with, looks like with Nord. He bowled pretty tidily. Wickets is what they need, and I just think if their field probably here is perhaps just still a little bit more too defensive. You've got to attack to get wickets.
Nord continues nice line outside off stump. He's enjoying bowling to the left-hander. Looks like he gets a nice bit of natural away swing for the left-handed batsman. That's a good ball. That one just jagged away a little bit late, dragging Sadat to play outside off stump.
Yeah, Sadat, he has played 1 or 2 nice shots, but as we know, he just prefers to play in the onside. So you want to be trying to keep him keep the ball outside the off stump to him. That's the sort of territory you're looking to bowl. And once again, it's not a clean hit from Sadat. He does get through for a single.
Nice spell so far from Nord. Just dropped short and onto leg stump against Sadat once in the last over and was punished. And he seems to have got his line and his length right so far. Coming on to face Zazai. He's got 5 or 2 courtesy of that boundary off his first ball. And speaking of making appearances, Mr. Vinny Sandhu has been lurking today, but he's finally chimed in on the chat. Excellent to have you with us for today, Vinny, as Nord continues.
And he's played that shot once more. He likes to whip it away, doesn't he? And he gets the same result. Well, Zazai says, this is my shot. I'm just letting you know. So I wonder if Mama Host would do anything about this. Plays it really well, doesn't he? Look, he just gets back, and then the bat goes up, comes from quite a high point down, and he gets a wrist in play, and just whips it away. Lovely shot.
Rika, I was slightly sceptical when you called his first shot for 4 a deliberate whip of the wrist, but he has shown it is not a fluke. That's a cracking piece of batsmanship. And he tries to go the opposite direction this time, just drills it down to Rizwan for a single. Rizwan hits the stumps. I think the batsman comfortably in. You're going to push through for the second, and that's a bit unlucky after a nice bit of work from Rizwan. But going back to Zazai, that is a wonderful bit of wrist work to turn the ball to that sort of angle on the leg side to a ball that was outside off stump. Yeah,
he plays it away really well. And unfortunate there, and that's 2, wristy player. And he's one that can be competing with our Sir Rob, who's very wristy with when he does the old coin tosses. And another man. It's nice to see Mr. Maximo there on the chat. Hello, Maxi. Hope you're doing well. Getting plenty of family time in. Remember, you've only got another week, and it's the weekend. 1 more week, and you'll be making your way to Stockholm to join me there. So make the most of it. I'm sure you will.
Yeah. Great to have Vinny back on board in about a week's time up in the Swedish capital. Should be a great tournament up there in Stockholm. Some really, really good teams up there. Elby Zelmi, who did very well in ECL this year, representing Sweden with distinction. And that ball has been unceremoniously launched to the leg side boundary. The 2 times that Nord has slightly drifted on to the legs of Sadat. In fact, that one was heaved from outside off stump, but he has cannoned it over mid-wicket for a Maximo.
Yeah, बहुत अच्छा शॉट मारिया, बड़ा छक्का, कहना मैं छक्का भी मार देता और डायना किधर हुआ मेरी 2-3 फोटोआं भी खींच रहे. Small please. Well, he certainly did hold the pose for that one. That's a big hit. And look, come on. Malmö Host is not the start that they wanted. It looks like they're going to go down here again. They've got to tomorrow, like we have, to sort of unwind and think about the way things went here. What do they have to do better?
Well, I think they actually started well in this bowling innings, and frankly, they got the big gun out. They managed to send Sultan back to the pavilion pretty quickly, but they seemed to have hugely troubled the rest of the bowling line. I think one of the issues with them last year, they were really missing that one good quality pace bowler, someone a little bit more express who can ratchet it up, as you see Behera come in, start just outside of stump, and as he has a tendency to do, get a little bit of a way swing, but probably just missing that intimidating express bowler that when a batsman from the opposition starts to get on top, they can just bring in and try to blast out a wicket or 2. Certainly don't have anyone in the Absa Khan category that Haryana certainly benefit from, as Behera once again finds that nice spot just outside off stump. He's a consistent player. But apart from that, I mean, at the end of the day, it's bowling lineup. Hard for them to do their job when they've got totals under 80, 85 to defend. It's you're not going to win too many games against a batting lineup like this.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think the batting has to improve. They showed a bit more urgency. As Behera gets hit for, well, this one will be 4 runs. It was pretty wide. And the batter, what I liked here is Zazai got into position very quickly, didn't he? Look, gets into position. And even though that ball wasn't particularly slow, he gets into position so quickly and then just waits for it and executes it perfectly. 4 more runs, and well, they're steamrolling away here. But yeah, going back to that They need to score more runs. They need to find a way to score more runs. They really did hustle in that innings because without Malhotra scoring the big runs like he did in the first one, they all had to chip in. They did all chip in, but what they're missing is what we've seen here, I think, already from Ariana. They're missing guys that can go out there and hit boundaries and consistently.
Yeah, and almost every batsman of the Ariana team is very effective at finding the boundary. Oh, Behera had an opportunity for a run out at the top. Zazai had taken on the fielder at point. Just need to take it cleanly, and I think that would have been a run out.
Yeah, I think this would have been out. And the bowler does everything well, everything right. I was going to say he quickly gets behind the stumps, knows where he needs to be, but just not able to keep the ball in his hands there to take the bails off. And I think the batter there certainly was running into trouble there, Zazai.
Full ball from Behera, but left-hander Sadat gives himself some room and also advances down the track to get it on the full. Drives it out for a single.
After looking like a player that looked like he could only play shots across the line on the onside, certainly the last few shots that he's played, he's starting to show that he's actually quite competent to play shots to all parts of the ground.
Yeah, probably just trying to manufacture some opportunities out to mid-wicket earlier in his innings, but he's settled down so that he's 22 off 18. Behera gets one to grubber along, and somehow Zazai has once again managed to turn it for a boundary. That's outstanding batting. It was a difficult height to deal with.
Yeah, but watch this, and this is about the fielder saying, "Oh no, I think I'm at a boo-boo." Because he did, it went straight through him. You got to do better than that. And that's a man who's not had a good day. He's back-to-back ducks, and now that one goes through for 4 runs.
Yeah, I don't think you'll want to see the replay of that, Padanayake, but we actually get to turn our attentions to 2 new teams coming up. Rico, pretty exciting stuff, getting to welcome Hissingen's Cricket Club and United Cricket Club from Malmo to the ground here.
Yeah, it's always good, as I say, to see teams and players that we know, and Hissingen, we know them. We know all about them from the past, but United making the debut. So, yeah, I'm certainly looking forward to see what United bring. Hissingen as well, speaking to their captain, was already saying to me that they've got 1 or 2 players in to strengthen their side. So, all of a sudden, this group is with Hissingen's coming into it as well. It's looking pretty strong. It'd be interesting to see how United and the team that we'll see the next time round when we come back next week, Loma, how they fare. This one is, well, this is the way Sadat started, just swinging blindly across the line. I think he's a better player than that. He's just trying to finish it maybe in a hurry.
Yeah, certainly Malhotra's come to the bowling crease. He's one of the primary bowlers for them in most games, but they've held him back somewhat for this contest, probably giving the rest of their lineup a go. He's had the Sadat, a left-hander bat, reach for that. Almost pops it up to the point fielder, but Naz doesn't have the catching opportunity, tries to fire in the run out, and they scamper through for a single.
Yeah, one thing we know about them is they haven't had the best of European cricket series. Have their 2020, they finished 6th out of 7th, and last year here they went winless in the group. So that's why they've got a few extra players in, and they're looking to register a victory, which they weren't able to get last year. And this one is big. And talking about victories, well, this one will level the score. No, it won't. This one will mean that victory's their way. And there's the signal from the umpire. Well, he's getting a bit funky and puts his arms up in the air there. And that's our man, Sagar Hanif, gives the 6 signal. So this is it. The match is done. It's done in style again. Here we go. Watch the signal. He says, I'll do it a little bit of the Bhangra style. Well, I'm liking the look there. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Looking sexy, baby. Well, our men in black, they're looking the part. And that's, Sagar Hanif having a little fun. Well, a team that's had some fun out there is Ariana. Well, the name is Ariana, and it was Ariana Grande to finish off.
Yeah, they are looking like the A team of this Group B, Ariana. That's 2 very comprehensive wins for that. Zazai showing he's going to bring something to the table with the bat during this tournament. Played a couple of beautiful shots, and Sadat has ably supported him during the last few overs, and they have chased that total very, very comfortably in the end, Rico. 78 for 2 on the board halfway through the 8th over, and that's a pair of pretty comprehensive wins for Ariana.
Yeah, certainly is, and they're all celebrating each other well. And what they've done there, I think, is they've said to the other teams after the first match, when it was that man there, Sultan, that did all the damage. They've told the other teams we're not just all about one man, because though the Sultan started briskly hitting that big full toss, a juicy full toss for a big 6, he then couldn't contain the spin. There was that chance there of the run out, and that could have been Sadat gone early, but he only just got himself in. But this was the one, it popped out of Anik's hands, didn't it, the captains? But Gupta made sure it fell safely back in them. That was the dismissal of Sultan, the big man. He was smiling because he said, doesn't matter, because somebody else will do the job. And it was somebody else. To start off with, it was some really good shots there from Zadran. He really did look the part. He made room for himself, and he was clobbering this ball to all parts of the boundary.
Yeah, in the end, the loss of Sultan did not worry them one little bit, and certainly helped by Zadran coming in and pumping up the run rate for a lot of the opening overs. Bat changes galore so far today, and it certainly helps Sadat as he managed to smoke one to the mid-wicket boundary for a 4 to get his total going. He was mistiming a few early, but got much more comfortable as he went along. Eventually, Zadran held out to Rizwan coming in off the long off boundary, but that only brought Zamir Zazai to the crease, and from then on, it was somewhat of a procession with balls being launched all over the place, and including a couple of gorgeous little leg side flicks from Zazai.
Yeah, Zazai, I did like the look of him. He looks like quite a wristy player. He's certainly one that you're not going to be bowling to him on the leg stick too much, because he will punish you and put you away. Looks classy, and they look classy. They're happy. They've made easy work of this, winning the first match with 29 balls to go, and that one with 15 balls to go. But, well, I'm also looking forward to this, because Hisingen, they didn't have a good one here in 21. They're looking to get a victory on the board for them. They weren't able to do it last time. And also, we're going to see United as well. So, always good to see new teams in the European Cricket Series. And I suppose you'd say that Hisingen, based purely on the fact that they played the European Cricket Series before, would probably start the first match favourites?
Yeah, certainly a little bit more experience than United in this 10-over format, so the experience that they've gained over the last couple of events will certainly hold them in good stead. Both of these teams really, really led by their captains, Gokul Srinivasan on the Hisingen side and Rashid Mahmood on the United side. They're both very, very capable batsmen, and their fortunes with the Brat will probably dictate a lot of how these two teams will go. There is certainly a pair of good contests that we have to look forward to here at the Landskrona Cricket Club later this afternoon. So it'll be 2 matches between Hissingens and United Cricket Club. United Cricket Club been around since 2013. The big junior development club as well. Really like to push the youngsters to give them opportunities. So I'll be fascinated to see how they perform over the course of this tournament. But as we finalise things for this second match, Rico, Ariana Cricket Club, they look in brutal form at the moment.
They certainly do, and we have a look at this scorecard. Look, there was just that one failure, but it's from the Mal Sultan. But he won't mind, because he did his hard work in the first match. But look, that's apart from that 6 or 5 balls, after that, that's a very healthy looking scorecard.
Yeah, certainly is. Nice to see Kadir Sadat continue some good form at the top of the order. Mazadran, we haven't had too much look at him before, but he showed some power both sides of the wickets. He's eventually taken by Behera for 21 off 9, and Summons Nazai coming up and accelerating the innings towards the end. Well, those economy rates not looking too good for Malmahas. Interesting starting with the leg spinner Matty. He actually bowled well, particularly in his first over. Still went for 10 and over. Sambir Padanaki bowled a pretty good second over. Went for 11. Sharon Nord looked pretty capable at times. That is Behera. He took 1 for 16, and Malhotra getting pumped at the end to finish off this contest. So Ariana Cricket Club 78 for 2 in 7.5 overs. That's a pair of very strong wins for them against Malmahus, who were supposed to be some of their main competition for this Group B, which gives you some idea of just how strong Ariana are. 2 wins from 2 for them to start off their campaign here at the European Cricket Series Landskrona. We will be back in the not too distant future, about 20 minutes time, for Game 3 here today. It is Super Saturday at the Landskrona Cricket Club. Andrew Ryan and Rico Full for the European Cricket Network. Please join us for Match 3 coming up very, very soon.
European cricket fans, we're back here for Game 3 on Day 6 of ECS Landskrona, and it's time to welcome two new teams to the blue pitch here at the Landskrona Cricket Club. We get to see the first look at United Cricket Club and Hissingens Cricket Club, who are part of this Group B set of teams. We'll hand over to Sir Rob Kemming to take us away with the toss.
Heads. Heads is called. It is tails. You'll bat first.
Well, good flight on the toss from Rob Kemming. He's given it some air and it's come down in favour of Hissingens Cricket Club, and they have decided to bat first in Game 3. Hissingens were with us last year in ECS Malmo, but unfortunately they went winless across all of their 8 games, and they'll be determined to reverse those results this year. It basically starts and ends with skipper Gokul Srinivasa, and he is the skipper, the wicketkeeper, and also their premier batsman, and so much relies on him playing strongly throughout this week. They've also got Abhinav Kama, who took a number of wickets for them in ECS Malmo, and they'll probably be looking for him to make some early incisions if they're to keep the opposition teams under control. As for United Cricket Club, this is their first appearance in a European Cricket Series event, and they're looking forward to getting their campaign underway here at Landskrona. They've got Rashid Mahmood as their skipper, and he's also one of the best batsmen in their team. He'll likely come into the top order, probably at first drop to clean up after they lose an early wicket. Sagar Karir is also a really important contributor for them. He's their wicket keeper, he's a top quality gloveman, and he'll also be relied on to provide some runs at the top of the order for them. It's going to be a really interesting clash, and I suggest it'll give us a good view as to which of these teams is likely to be challenging for a quarter-final spot throughout the rest of the week. I'll hand back to Rico Full in the central commentary position.
Thank you very much to Andrew Ryan there, giving us some details and some in-depth into these two teams. Hissingen, a team that we have seen before, though they haven't had the best of series. We saw them finish 6th out of 7th in 2020, and then we also saw them, well, last time round they weren't able to win in 2021, so it'll be interesting to see how it goes. And they're up against United, a team that are making their debut, and of course we've just heard there from Andrew Ryan about some of those key players in the team. Players are making their way out there. Nice colourful kit again. The pink and the blues of the team. United that are taking the field of play, and the sky blue of the Hissingens, so they haven't changed their colours at all. And it's going to be their captain, who'll be hoping Gokul Srinivasa, that his experience in these European Cricket Series is going to be able to provide his team with the boost required to register some victories here. They certainly are going to be up against it, aren't they, with the likes of Ariana, who we saw very strong early on in the first 2 matches today, making light work of Malmöhus. Was expecting that to be probably a much closer affair. It was not to be. You see the bowler just marking up his mark. So that would be to the frustration of the groundsman, because here's Zaman, who does so well, keeping this ground looking really like he's probably saying, use the marker, buddy. And the bowler getting ready. We know that the openers is going to be Titiana Kilari and Nitin Rameshkrishna. And the umpires for this match is Ajish Raja and Ashish Sani. And it's going to be Latif Suliri to bowl the first ball. That still got a fair bit of cloud cover here. The sun will come and go as a result of that, though there are a few more patches of blue sky around. Speaking of blue, it's a lovely blue pitch that has played remarkably well. Seen good bounce and carry through from it for the bowlers, and certainly we've seen a number of batters get themselves in and score runs. Suliri comes in, gets good movement away, and we've seen that all day today, plenty of swing. Opting to have a slip, in, I would say, probably second slip territory, as that one has been well taken by the keeper, Saga Korea. Short and hit straight down the ground, but it's good pick up from the fielder. Comes across, that's Rashid Mahmood. To make sure that that one is not going to get past him. United Cricket Club, those shirts got a little feel of the old football giants Barcelona kid about them, as this one has been hit hard and firm, and it goes all the way to the boundary. That's the first, and that's one way to open your account. Hits it pretty hard, certainly accounting boundaries, and Nitin not messing around. Mama Krishna, that's 4 runs to him. It's well struck. Four of his very first delivery. This one sort of more angled into him, just getting this one maybe to swing in to the right-hander. Yeah, it's a bit of the old Barcelona feel to these jerseys, I think. And talking about jerseys, looks like the man that has slipped is keeping his team jacket on for the moment, as are one or two of the other fielders, because but don't be fooled by the sun as it comes and goes. It's still very cold out there. Goes for the big hit again, and he drags this in the square leg area. It's 4 more. A nice shot, showing that you're prepared to take on the bowling. Gets a good round of applause from the supporters that have started to come and take up positions around this ground. Plenty of benches to sit and enjoy. Nice to see 1 or 2 people have bought the old picnic baskets with them as well. That's not a bad idea as well. Maybe this a thermos there full of some lovely hot chocolate. If there is, I wouldn't mind a cup. Hot chocolate right now would be very, very nice indeed. And maybe that's where Andrew Ryan has disappeared to. It's probably a bit of hot chocolate somewhere. Maybe he's got it spiced up with a little bit of something. And I'm not talking about cinnamon either. Suluri short, and this has been pumped hard. It goes all the way up, and almost a sensational catch from the fielder, leaning back trying to take this. And then that's Muzmal Ali. Let's keep an eye on his feet. I think he may have already been probably on the wrong side of the field. But look, this should have gone a long way, and I can tell you why it doesn't. This wind, yeah, see, he's always going to be 6 runs there. This wind is blowing so strong, and it's whereas normally it's been blowing into the ice cube where we're located, known as the commentary cube. It's actually blowing the other way, so that ball was held up, and that's why the fielder almost gets the opportunity to pull off what would have been a sensational catch. Is not to be. 16 off the first, and it's the point that the batter decides that he doesn't need the helmet anymore, and he'd rather have his cap. 16 off the over. So we're going to miss, and the bowler that comes into the attack. Dot ball from Rashid Mahmood. And I think Mahmood is probably going to be the key, I think, for United, the captain. This one goes through. Well backed up. It's good to see the wicketkeeper, Saga Korea, there, making up good ground. There's must be a thing about wicketkeepers and having the old ponytail. There's another one there on display. He looks pretty cool, doesn't he, the keeper? Got the ponytail and Got the shades as well. This one goes all the way through. A big swing from Nitin. Could have gone anywhere. Swings wild. Ramakrishna, he does remove his helmet to take the cap. So maybe he needs the helmet on to give you some stability. Making a change in the field now, that intent from Nitin. And the bowler wants some more protection. This is hit hard and he maybe makes the right call, and the fielder does make the stop. The ball has to bang into his shin, and that's the Latif Suleri. Bowled the first over. Yeah, he's bobbling away there. He was moved back onto the line, probably just as well, but that's not the way to stop it. This one is played out on the end. Oh, if he could only have picked this up cleanly straight away. And his accuracy in getting the ball under the stumps was fine. He just couldn't pick it up. So did the target bit right, hitting the target, but not able to collect the ball clean in his hands. If he was able to, Mahmood, I think he certainly would have got the wicket. Well bowled into good areas. Gets that bit of swing away. That's the end of the second. It's 19 on the board. No wickets down at the moment. So Kilari and Ramakrishna made a good start, which just gives us an opportunity to look at the tables, and we'll see that a team that's made a very good start here at the start of Group B was Haryana. They're sitting pretty at the top, and one of these two teams will certainly, after the first match, be sitting right behind them. And if they can make it 2 from 2, we'll be joining Haryana. But look at that net run rate, plus 4.7. And that is huge. Well, that is courtesy of victories by 10 wickets and 8 wickets, but with plenty of balls to go. It's a good delivery. It cuts the batter in half, but nothing on the bat. As probably the coolest wicketkeeper that we've seen in the series so far. Sagar Karir takes a good catch. Certainly got some personalities, haven't we, in this series? And this one again into the pads, and that's good backing up from Ramakrishna. And, to get the leg byes. Afzal just wants a change in the field. I think he's not happy where his third man is at the moment. And well, this is up in the air. There's no fielder anywhere near this. It goes all the way over. Balle, Kinnasona, Shakalagyan. That's the first Maximo of the innings, and it was quite a effortless strike, you have to say, from Ramakrishna. He's got into position early and smacks it away. This is another one that goes up in the air, but this is taken, and that's the first wicket. So United, the team making their debut, have taken their first European Cricket Series wicket, and it's courtesy of Ifzan Afzal. Well, he was the first bowler to be smashed for a big 6, and then he comes back and gets a wicket. Nicely held catch. One thing that I will say is holding on to the catches out there will not be easy because of this wind. It's blowing around all over the place, so he's done really well there. And as we see the back of one batter, and remember Krishna, I think he's done well. A quick 21 of 10. He didn't hang around, didn't play cautiously, went to play his shots, and certainly got a good start for his team in this the power play. But now he's been replaced by the captain of his engine, a man who's got a wealth of experience, Gokal Sinvasan. Gets this out into the offside. No run there. He's very quick to get that call in to the non-striker, Kilari. Yeah, nice catch there from the captain, Mahmood. Away, and it's been stopped well. Batters are just together there, having a little chat. Well, I always like a little chat, and I want to say thank you to everybody that's involved in the chat. I'm going to say thank you to the man who I have a lot of chat with as well, and that's Andrew Ryan. Welcome back, and hope you enjoyed the lunch. Once again, thanks to the Federation for providing us with a nice bit of chicken today for lunch. Very nice.
Great to be back with you, Rico, and haven't they looked after us well here, the Swedish Cricket Federation, adding it all the team. Done a great job, and certainly my belt notch has been expanded by one after having a few too many chicken legs during the luncheon interval. Nice into game 3 here though, Rico. He's against 27 for 1.
Wants a single, and the bowler, that's good work. It's good pick up, good throw. It's good backing up again though. These two do bat well. And well, if you know where we are, X marks the spot. Landskrona, that's a nice shot there from our production crew and the man with the camera there. Well, and also, I'm going to say the lady with the camera as well. That's Karina. She's up in the tower. And Andrew and Karina have been doing a fantastic job. Yeah, X marks the spot in Landskrona. This one will be a wide.
Not Krumar's greatest ball, I'm sure, in his career. A little bit wide of off stump. Some creative work in the skies over Landskrona Cricket Club. Not sure if the Swedish Cricket Federation have organised that, but certainly wouldn't put it beyond them.
Rohit Kumar is the bowler. In the air, and is he going to carry? Well, I think you gotta have a go here. And the fielder, he backs away. We know he took one in the shin earlier, Latif Saluri. He doesn't take this. You got to try and make this catch, and he just lets the ball fall. And you can see there, the last moment, he's actually going backwards rather than forwards. Oh, well, Kumar will not be happy to see that again, the bowler. Wants to pick up his first European Cricket Series wicket. This has been hit pretty hard. Gets it over the fielder, and it will go to the boundary, 4 runs. And one thing that Rohit Kumar is going to find out pretty quickly is this T10 format of the game. It's a very tough one for the bowler.
Certainly an unforgiving format. Maybe needed a little bit more support from his fielder, Latif Salhiri. Long off in the last ball, but he'll also find out very quickly that Srinivasan is a very, very good batter. He's the bedrock of this Hisingen team with the bat. And they'll be looking for him to score a big bulk of runs throughout the course of this 1-week tournament for Group B.
He's in up pitch again. That's a good stop. Doesn't back away too much, holds his ground, realises the catch isn't on, make sure it doesn't get past him. They have got some cover sweeping on the offside, sort of in between that man at point and cover. Would have cut it off, but it certainly would have been 2. Kilari, he's just been sort of nudging along at the moment, and he says he's not nudging anymore as he gets this one hit hard and straight. 6 runs, boom, shakalagya.
Yeah, lovely shot from Kilari. The ball's just pitched into his strike zone. Hasn't tried to overdo it, just goes straight back over the bowler's head. Lovely cricket shot.
Nicely played. So both his batters, we know, can be dangerous, and Kilari just showing what he can do. Kumar wants to finish well, 14 off the over so far. Short, and gets this one through, so finishes with a dot as we get to the end of that over. The score stays on 41. It's a nice positive start from from Hissingen. Hello to everybody. And nice start. The sky is clearing up. We have a bit of sunshine, though it is pretty cold out there.
Yeah, still a little bit of a chilly breeze coming in, and certainly both through the ice commentary cube here as well, but also out in the field. The upside for the players is that at least they're bathed in sunshine now, Rico, which is ultimately going to help them feel a little bit warmer. It's turned into quite a nice day here at the Landskrona Cricket Club, and if it wasn't for the fact that we're very, very close to the coastline here, aren't we? So certainly that sea breeze when it comes in picks up a bit of chill off the top of the water and makes things a little bit colder than it would otherwise be, but certainly aside from that, it is a glorious day for cricket here on a Saturday in Landskrona.
Usman Mughal comes in and almost finds who we get of it first, and it should have been 1. It ends up 4. Well, look at the bounce on this. This is definitely a Tortuga, and the fielder, he can't believe it. Look, I don't think you can blame the fielder here. This one turned so much. Well, this is a definite Tortuga bounce. Have a look at this.
Yeah, lovely off spinner off the deck. That has spun a long, long way. And Paul Mortaza Shazad, he didn't have a clue what to do in that moment. Ball goes for 4, handy boundary.
Oh, this one's hit pretty firmly as well, and smashes into the...
Was that your shin that made that clanking noise?
No, I think this was some of the cables here. Don't worry, Andis, everything is fine. And here we go, there's that bounce, and just sort of bounces and hits some of the cables there below our table. See, there's me looking for it. Where did it go? And no worry, everything's okay. Nice shot though, wasn't it?
Oh, it's lucky to have two such athletes in the commentary box able to take evasive action when necessary.
Full toss, but this one to the fielder, but good backing up once again from Kilari. He's playing his role pretty well here, Kilari. So just backing up well, getting the singles, and he'll be looking to keep getting his captain on strike.
Mughal just a little bit over pitching at times in this over. Nice bit of fielding there from Rohit Kumar. They got the body right behind it. It's heaved down the ground. Well, that might have taken a quick skip of this hard Landskrona Cricket Club turf, but as it is, it holds up. And so down there, Muzammil Ali fielding it long on. Looking resplendent in their pink and blue shirts, aren't they, United Cricket Club?
Yeah, I do like them, and before you'd come back, I was making reference to them, especially when you look at the front of the shirts. Have a look at that. Isn't there a bit of Barcelona there? You know, a bit for the old Barcelona colours. I'm not sure if it's resembles the new kit, but certainly 1 or 2 Barcelona Football Club jerseys, that colour. Up in the air, opportunity, and it's been taken for the man that we were saying was probably guilty of not going for a catch. Latif Soleri, well, he couldn't get out of the way of this one. It was hit straight to him, and he holds on to it.
Yeah, big wicket there. Kalari goes, trying to find a Maximo to finish off the over. The goal pitched a little bit short, didn't give him a huge amount of pace to work with. Hasn't quite found the middle of the bat, and very comfortably taken by Sohari out there, and he even decides to increase his degree of difficulty by flicking the ball up in celebration straight away. But safe pair of hands, and Kalari finishes off the first half of the innings by heading back to the sheds. Hissingen's there, 52 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, they'll be reasonably happy, I think, the way they are at the moment. They're on course to go on to the 100, so that'll please them. They have lost 2 wickets in the process. But what I've liked about that, and certainly especially from Ramakrishna, he went out there and played his shots. He wasn't too cagey. He wasn't worried about getting out. And he got into the 20s before he went. Kalari there gets to 12 off 11. So he's played his role. The key thing is that as long as they keep playing their role and Sina Vasant stays out there, anything is possible. This one is pretty wide, and it goes straight to that fielder once more in cover. And he just needs to try and get the ball, try to hit the ball a little bit later so he can find the gap.
Yeah, bringing Isra Khan into the bowling lineup. Completely sure what he's bowling, to be honest, but what I do know is that this is the 6th bowler that they've used, so no one has bowled a second over today. I don't know if United have a plan of working through their entire lineup, sans the keeper, but something to keep an eye on for future overs.
He's coming from so wide, isn't he? I mean, the first 2 that he bowls just sort of follow that pattern. Well, the wicket-keeper, oh, he's a brave man, the wicket-keeper. If he's going to put the lid on here, Sagar Carrera, he's probably thinking, okay, I'm going to stand up. And, well, Isra Khan is bowling. Look at the angle he's coming in from.
I actually thought he was bowling quick wrist spinners to start with. Looks like it's been slowed off the pitch touch. Swung away for a much-needed 4, Srinivasan. He's going along nicely, actually. 21 off 13, pacing this Hissingen's innings at the moment.
Yeah, this is just a little bit too short. It sort of holds up for him quite nicely to put away, and he does put it away. It's 4 more runs. You know that's going to be his role. The captain, Srinivasan, anything that's there, he's going to take it on. He's been joined out there by Srikanth. Rakesh Srikanth is at the non-strikers end with the red helmet on. And this is a big swing. This is called a no ball. So at a guess, I'm saying this is the foot fault. Let's have a look, see if we can see anything here. And I think it might be for the back foot.
Back foot.
Yeah.
Return crease. Absolutely, Rico. Just eagle-eyed Rico full.
So free hit coming up.
Good umpiring too.
Very good. Yeah, very good. And it's always going to be a danger, this angle that he comes in at. And he goes up in the air. It is a free hit. It won't be out, whatever happens here. The take one should be looking for 2. Oh, that is poor running. Really is. I mean, they could have turned and gone before the ball had even got into the fielder's hand. Look how slow that running is. Ball watching all the way. It's a free hit. It doesn't matter. You got to go. And the new batter, Srikanth, now has to take strike. And he does take strike. That's a jumping jack flash sort of stop from that man. He's a busy player out there. He's certainly full of energy. And he's full of springs as well, as he has to jump to get this. Gets it off the bat. The wicket-keeper taking evasive action. This that bounce again. And he says, not this time, you don't. You're not getting past me this time. And that's Mortaza Shazad, who's having an interesting time out there.
Yeah, going back to that free hit, Rico, wasn't great running on multiple fronts. You've just had Gokul Srinivasan come away with a much-needed boundary. He's starting to get some rhythm. He's 22 off 15, but also it would have meant that he would have faced the last ball, maybe just gotten a single so he could be on strike for the start of this 7th over. Got to be alert to those opportunities to take the extra runs when they're on offer, as it seems that Mughal is going to break the trend and come on for his 2nd over. A wicket in his 1st.
Yeah, well, there you go. That's how it works. You get a wicket, you get rewarded. Didn't quite work with Afzal though, and this one has been hit pretty hard, and well, nothing.
You're suggesting double standards from the skipper, Rico. One bowler getting rewarded for a wicket taking over, the other just left high and dry.
Yeah, free hit because of the height there. Early call from the men in black. Firmly struck, and it's our man out there. Saluri does the fielding.
Probably pretty disappointed Srinivasan. He's had 2 free hits in the last 2 overs. Only managed to take a single off both of them.
Srikanth hits this pretty well, and he's going to get a boundary. 4 runs as this one goes into the banner there, just to the left of the Hissingen players. It's a nice shot, and certainly getting a lot of support from 1 or 2 of the supporters here. Sat on the benches to the left of us, and we've said goodbye to Katrina and Kachara. They've gone. The women's cricketers from Malmahus would have been a bit disappointed with their team's performance, and they've been replaced by some Hissingen supporters I should say. And in the air, and the catch is dropped. Well, he tries to take this. Was this a crocodile-style catch here, Rhino?
Well, it certainly won't be coming in any fielding textbooks. Zamal Ali coming in there from long on, and it's just come straight out of his grasp and shelled. Srikanth goes 4, and then the next ball sends a catch straight down the fielder's throat. He's not punished, as Mughal disappointed not to have his 2nd wicket.
And this has been well hit. As soon as this goes over the lunging fielder in the inner circle, it goes away to the boundary. 4 runs, well struck, and just goes to show you can't be dropping good players because you'll get punished.
Yeah, he certainly will, Rico. That's not, you don't want to be giving second chances to batsmen of this level of talent. Srinivasan, he's going along nicely, finding the boundary regularly enough to keep his strike rate up. And Essendon's are just scratching their way towards a pretty reasonable total here.
Bowler composes itself as Usman Mughal gets ready to come in again. No real change in the field. Up in the air. Now this one could be an opportunity. And, well, I think that's just dropped inside the rope. We'll have to check this. The umpire is signalling the 6 here. I must admit, I'm not 100% convinced. I'd like to see this again. Where does this drop? Just wondering if we've got it on the camera here. And, oh, just on the other side of the rope. There you go.
Great call from the umpire. Imagine Sulheri, if he sees that on replay after the game today, will be probably a bit disappointed that he's crept in a metre. If he had have stayed on the extremity of the boundary rope, might have had a catching opportunity.
Yeah, it certainly was. You see there, he's a long way away from the rope. He needed to be running, sort of patrolling, what we say, patrolling the rope. And then he would have had a much better chance. And we do know that when he gets the opportunity, he does take the catch. He's taken a good one here already.
Good opportunity for both of these teams though, Rico, to just get into the stride in the tournament. Probably, I think they're two pretty closely matched sides actually. I think this is going to be a good contest. Batting well at the moment, another opportunity for Sulheri. Comes in, does his Patenton move of the catch, followed by the little celebratory pop up of the ball. And that's another wicket, 2 catches for him today. And Hissigans have lost their 3rd.
Yeah, Sulheri taking a good catch, doesn't he? He's pretty confident there. He always takes it and does that little saying, yep, gotcha. And, well, we were saying that if he does get to them, he does catch them. And that's another one that he's taken. So a new batter makes his way out there to join his captain. And this is going to be Jadahan Kakala.
Do you think that's maybe why Sulheri didn't try to go for that running catch earlier on in the innings, Rico, that he was worried he couldn't unleash his patented ball pop celebration?
It could be, yeah. It would have been a difficult one to do, wouldn't it, to take that one? Firmly struck. Well, here he is now. He's going to do some groundwork. Ball does slow up for him.
Does it well too.
He's enjoying himself out there. Why shouldn't it be? I mean, he's quite lucky. The sun has come out for them. It's certainly a lot warmer for them out there than it is for us here in the cover of the cube. It's quite chilly. Big swing. It's a LBW appeal. For a minute I got a bit worried there. I saw the umpire's hand moving, but it was just a pre-signal. And he signals the leg buys because this one, well, it's way going down the leg. You see the movement of the umpire. I don't know if he just catch it here. There he goes, you see, and I'm thinking, oh no, surely not. But just a pre-signal to say, hang on, something further coming. This is the big swing from the new batter. Doesn't get anything on this at all. It's a dot ball. Isn't that the coolest wicketkeeper we've seen so far?
Extremely.
What a look that is.
As he borrowed Rob Kemming's aviator sunglasses to go out there in the field, he looks extremely sharp. Almost like should be sitting on a beach in Kokomo.
Absal. And it's more of swinging and missing from the new batter, Kakala.
Do a quick test, going back to the topic we were talking about off air earlier today about songs from the 80s being forgotten by this generation. Tell us on the chat, do you remember the Beach Boys classic Kokomo? We're making Top Gun references. Do you have any idea what we're talking about? Let us know. Someone swung out to long on. Batsman will just take a single, and it's the end of the over, and Hissigans, they reached 80 for 3. Pretty good position at the moment, Rico.
Yeah, they are. I mean, but once again, there's these little things that singles been taken there by Kakala, and that means he's probably going to go back on strike, which is not what his captain Srinivasan wants at the moment. He's 33 of 20. He wants as much to strike as possible, and I think that's a conversation that the two batters are having there. I think Srinivasan is just saying to Kakala, look, okay, no swinging and missing, get bat on ball, because try and get me on strike. We know we only got just 12 deliveries to come. But yeah, they'd be pretty happy at the moment. They're on course to get onto the 100, and I think if in their very first match they post 100, they'll fancy themselves to bowl well. Remember, they're a team we saw last year in 21, but they were unable to win a single match. So if they can win a match at the first attempt of trying, they'll go home very, very happy.
Yeah, certainly will. It'd be great to see them get up with a win today. Having a look at the chat. So Graham Holmes remembers Top Gun, not so much the Beach Boys. Ricky Adams, he definitely knows Kokomo. It's good to see. Good to see. Apparently Lily Panda, huge call. She's suggesting Kokomo is the Beach Boys' worst track ever. That's a huge statement.
Well, this is played out firmly and well watched. Good bit of work there from the fielder. Out there, does well. And that's the Musmamal Ali.
Maybe Lily's more a fan of some of their earlier work from the late 60s or slightly substance abuse period of the mid 70s. We'll see. Ball's been squeezed out down to third man, and they'll just roll through for a single. Kissingen's just chiming in quite nicely. Sinav Hassan, if he can get the majority of the strike in these final couple of overs, should be pushing up towards the 100 range. Got plenty of wickets back in the hatch, so they can swing freely, knowing that they've got wickets in hand. The ball, top edge. Oh, it was a good effort from man coming around there at third man, Mortaza Shazad. Fortunately, can't get enough hand on it to stop it going to the boundary. And that's another 4 on the scoreboard of Hissingen's. Big swipe out to deep square leg. Didn't quite go where he wanted, but it's the same result in the scorebook.
4 more. And once again, more evasive action from the keeper. He's going to be a busy man out there, isn't he, that fielder? He's already been in the wars a bit.
James Stewart, he starts talking about Berlin's take my breath away. Apparently nothing to do with my handsomeness. Well, thank you for that, James. It's always good to have those clarifications in the chat as the batsmen sprint away through for a single.
Good hustle from the Hissingen batters. And, well, I'm glad that their kit is just a slightly lighter shade of blue. Otherwise, a bit like you yesterday, we'll be losing them when they're running in between the wickets here.
They don't go and lay on the pitch anytime soon. They'll be fully camouflaged. Let's just strike down to long on for an easy single.
Take another one there. So that's not a bad over. I mean, they get sort of don't get the 10 that they want. And getting about, got 8 of that one, 88 for 3. So 12 short of the 100, which would be I think a good achievement from Hissingen. And certainly if you go by the way that the day's gone, and we know that Mamahus on 2 occasions struggled to get past the 70s, 77 in the first match, batting first against Ariana, and then batting first again, 76, and winning the toss and batting first, I'd have to say. So it's the highest score scored today so far. It's a lower scoring day than what we had yesterday.
We did say that yesterday, though, didn't we, Rico? That on track, particularly over these first days of a new group at the Landskrona Cricket Club, it seems that there's always a little bit of a struggle for the batting teams. Perhaps the pitch just a little bit bouncer, a little bit quicker than some they might play on in this part of southern Sweden. It just takes them a moment to adjust, maybe to get back into T10 mode as well. There's inherent conservatism in the way they approach the game, just trying to get into the flow of things.
Rashid coming back to bowl. He's won a nice tidy one. This goes up in the air and he's going to go all the way. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Kidna, Sona, Shaka. Yeah, to the delight of the Hissingen supporters to our left. They're on their feet applauding this one. 6 more from their captain.
Yeah, the skipper Gokul Srinivasan, he's pretty keen for Hissingens to experience a victory in the 2022 version of this tournament. Remember, they went through without a win last year. He's a good quality cricketer and he's batting very nicely at the moment. 41 off 23.
And this should be an opportunity. Ball gay upper chance. Farlia, Shaba, Shaba. And he has to go. Well, he hits a big 6 and then trying to get another one trying to get the acceleration going here. He gets his team to 94 before he departs. 4 more balls to go in the innings though.
Yeah, good bit of bowling from Mahmood. It was skipper on skipper. Could be a battle that defines the winner of this match, and it's a good bit of bowling from Mahmood. Nicely taken catch. Zifsan Afzal there in the cover position, but that's a really good innings from Gokul Srinivasan. I'm sure we'll see plenty more of him. The batting crease as we continue on through Group B. And Hissingham's within reach of 3 figures. Be a good psychological boost for them if they can get there in these final few balls.
Well, Nizam Shahul is the man that comes in. It'll be interesting to see what he can bring to the party. He hasn't got too much time, but if you can give it a big crunch, well, he can try and get them close at 100, but he can't give it a big crunch. In fact, it is an absolute beautiful delivery to the new batter from the captain, Rashid Mahmood. This is a sensational Yorker, and well, he takes the guard outside leg stump. He doesn't make too much effort to cover his stumps, and down they go. Junk in the Hutte style, boom! The stumps have been shattered.
That's a fair nut to get first ball, Rico. It's not a very hospitable welcome to the crease from the opposition skipper, Mahmood. 2 wickets and 2 balls. He's now in a hat-trick. I don't think we've seen a hat-trick opportunity since maybe Basit Abdul was on. Was he on consecutive hat-tricks in one of the games earlier this week for Evergreen?
Yeah, I think he was. I think Kadir may have been on a hat-trick as well. But here we go, hat-trick opportunity, and well, it's been played down. Could be a team hat-trick. It's not the best of throws from the captain, and I think he's been given out. The umpire makes the decision. So it's not a hat-trick in terms of for the bowler, Mahmood, but he does play a part in getting the assist here because it's a team hat-trick, and that's good work eventually by the keeper. He keeps his cool. Let's have a look as the bat slides in here. Well, I'd like to see that again. Does he have the ball in his hand?
Gee, we've had a lot of these close run-outs this week, Rico.
Here we
it's
go.
Hard to tell from that angle. It looks like he...
Yeah, he hits the ball onto the stumps as it comes out. So close one, but I think that's one that the umpire standing can see clearly. We can only see the back of the club. So it stays on 94. We've had 3 wickets and 3 balls. And it could be another. Here comes the throw. It's not a good one from the man behind the stumps.
To be fair, he was on his knees having taken a ball that deflected off the batsman's pad. We'll give him some sympathy.
I was worried for the bowler there. I thought he was going to get done by the running batter. And there's another. So there is the 4th wicket in this over. The batter not very happy with the shot that he's played. And that also, I think, concludes this inning. So it's all happened pretty quickly. And Mahmood, he does pick up 3 wickets. There was also the run out there in that over as well. It's another good delivery. It's a big old swing across the line. And look at the reaction from the batter. He's not happy at all with missing that one. He says, give me another. I'll get it next time, he says. But he's not going to get another chance here. 95 for 6. So they were on course to get the 100. Don't forget the big hit, the 6 that came in this over. But then after that, it was all dots and wickets.
Yeah, plenty happening in that last over, Rico. It went 6 wicket. The 4th ball was a run out. Then the 1 leg by, and then a wicket off the 6th ball as well. Cracking finish from Mahmood. 3 wickets added to his personnel tally, but it was a nice bright start from Hissingham's. They showed some enterprise with the bat and showed some undoubted power as well as the opening bowlers from United Cricket Club just struggled to create great level of penetration. Hit them with a couple of lovely strokes to get their total rolling.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's some of the hitting here to start off, which was really good. But, well, it always had to come to an end at some point. He lived dangerously. And Ramakrishna, after making 21, he went off his 10th delivery. But that brought this man into the crease, the captain. We know that he can be pretty dangerous. And, well, the spin on that was very dangerous as well. As the fielder out there finds. Well, this man here, he had a good time, didn't he? He took the catches, Suleri, and took 2 very good catches in fact. And he likes his little celebration as well. And that was a bad ball. which the captain put away really well. It was the tale of the two captains, really. The batting captain, Gokul Srinivasan, he batted really well as he played the ball to various parts of the ground. Put the short ball away well. Was prepared to hit down the ground and also cut. But wickets falling at the other end didn't help matters. That was the one for Srikarth. He went, caught of course by Soleri once more. And this one is another one that gets away from that man, Mortaza Shahzad, who had an interesting afternoon. Well, this was a big hit, and that's what we needed at the end of the innings. But though after he got one hit, 1-6 from his opposing captain, Rashid Mahmood, he then also fell to him. So then Mahmood, well, he wanted to finish things with a bang himself, getting that one right in the block hole to get a first ball dismissal, and another in a pond nearby somewhere in Landskrona. And that was one that was later on, but before then there was the run out as well. And, some nice shots were played at some point. This is the run out coming up here. It was a good throw, good work from the keeper there. And that all resulted in many wickets falling in that last over. 4 in total, 3 to the bowler. And the captain, Rashid Mahmood, he finishes with 3 for 9. And the captain, Srinivasan, he was the pick of the batters for Hisingen. He scored 41, but that's not before we saw a very good knock also from Ramakrishna, 21 of his 10 deliveries. Then after that, the other batters, well, courtesy of some fine wicket-to-wicket bowling from Mahmood, Shahzad and Apro couldn't do anything about it. And it ends up being a score just below the 100 mark, 95 for 7. It is still the highest score that we've had here in the day. So United will be requiring 96 if they are to register a win in their very first match, making a debut in the European Cricket Series here in Landskrona, Sweden. As we have a look at the bowling, well, a lot of bowlers were used. As we said, the first 6 bowlers were all new before the captain decided to go back to one or another. Afzal bowled really well, 2 for 10. There was a wicket also from Mughal, though he was a little bit expensive, but it's all about the captain, Rashid Mahmood, coming to bowl the last over, the 10th, and he picked up 3 wickets in that one in his spell, only conceding 9 runs. And also there was a run out that he was involved with as well. So Rashid Mahmood certainly showing that he's the man for his team. As we saw, it's also Gokul Srinivasan is the man for Hisingen. Well, this could not be any closer, could it? The win probability is, well, 50-50. We haven't seen that from the win probability in a while. That's probably got to do with the fact that they haven't got too much data on United, and that Hisingen, they haven't had the best of times in 2021, but they have got the runs on the board. Rico Full here with Andrew Ryan, and we're just going to leave you with that mid-innings summary. 95 for 7, 96 required for victory. One thing I can tell you is both these teams are really searching for this victory. Hisingen did not have one in the whole of the European Cricket Series last year, and United making their debut, they would love to start with one. Join me and Andrew back in about 10 minutes time to see who is going to win match number 23. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Hello, good afternoon, and welcome back to the Landskrona Cricket Ground and the magnificent blue pitch. Blue is cool. I'm certainly liking it. It's, I think it's very refreshing. I really do. And one thing that I can say from our position here is that certainly when you're playing this white ball cricket, you see it very, very well indeed. Sun is out as well, which makes it look even more spectacular. And you're going to see the innings now of United. The first time they're going to be batting, we're going to see them making their debut. They did pretty well with the ball against Hisingen, a team that we've seen on 2 occasions before, but haven't been, certainly last year, haven't been able to register a win the last time, and also in 2020 when they were able to do a bit better. They also finished 6th out of 7, so they've not had the happiest of times in a European cricket series, and they're certainly trying to change that as we get ready for the start of the match. And it's always nice, you know what I like to say, it's always nice when you're at a ground and there's plenty of spectators that are around. And it's always good to see these kids. Hello, give a wave to everybody. And these are 5 of the magnificent 7 of the kids from the tournament manager here at Nangil. That's your father. Come on, give your dad a wave. Say hello, Dad. Here we are. Come on, everybody. Let's see you. And I know that they really do enjoy the cricket, but it's lovely to see them here. Lovely to see plenty of supporters here at the ground enjoying the cricket. But the youth. Oh, there's a wicket. The very first ball. Well, what a disastrous start it is for United making their debut. What a catch this is. Well, this was spicy. What's up, Wasabi? That's what. This is spicy. What a catch this is. This is incredible. And it's the captain, Captain Marvel. What a good catch that is. Oh, Rhino, talk to me about that.
We mentioned earlier before the preview how crucial the captains were to this particular game. Just glad to see the kids have not been terrified by Rico Full absolutely losing it in the commentary box after that wonderful catch by the skipper Gokul. He batted so well before and he's come up with an absolute ripper of a grab first ball. Amazing stuff from Gokul.
Well, this was great. Look, when this catch is taken, well, look at us in here. We're all jumping up and down because we're saying, no way, no way. Has that been caught? That is out, and that was spicy. Well, what a great bit of work that was from the captain, Gokul. That was an amazing, amazing catch. I mean, that's about, well, lightning quick reflexes.
Yeah, he's a superb cricketer, Gokul. Really, really like him. And he's helped out Joshua, who managed to land a rank full toss first ball. Second ball has popped up. 2 wickets in 2 balls, Rico. It's all happening at the Landskrona Cricket Club. What an incredible start from Hisingen. They went through the entire 2021 tournament without a win, and they have started in incredible fashion with the ball. Joshy, he's on a hat trick.
Oh, this is just sensational. This really is. Well, blue is the colour, isn't it, out here in Landskrona? Up it goes. Catch taken. No mistakes there this time from Ramakrishna. Well, well, well. What an amazing start. Spear of thought for United, playing their first European Cricket Series match. And they haven't got a run on the board and they've lost 2 wickets. It's hat-trick time. And the unfortunate batter that has to take guard for this one, well, he's going to be very nervy. Isra Khan. Ooh, my word. Isra, I feel for you as we see the second wicket again. Joshy.
I feel sorry for Muzamal Ali, who's been standing at the non-strikers end the first 2 balls of this innings. Thought he was just going to have a relaxing time, but as it is, hat-trick ball.
Here we go, Joshy, and he's right up there, sort of a leg stump Yorker is played away, and Isra Khan breathes a sigh of relief as he gets a single. Not only does he get off the mark, but he gives the first run to his team in the European Cricket Series, but it comes with 2 wickets down.
Well, the Silver Fox, Joshy, Isn't he working miracles in this first over? Unlucky not to get a hat-trick. He's charging in now.
This is respectfully being played back to him by Ali, the man who stood at the other end and seen it all happen. What an amazing start that is. Incredible.
Absolutely incredible stuff. And Joshy, his wildest dreams come true. Wouldn't have thought he'd have 2 wickets in his first 2 balls in ECS Cricket 2022.
Once again, it's right up there. It's another one that's been blocked out. And it was Rashid Mahmood that came in at number 3. He went for a golden.
Well, in fact, actually, the 2 gun batsmen from the United Cricket Club, Sagar and Mahmood, are both the 2 victims who have gone in those initial 2 deliveries. So they are up against it, United Cricket Club.
Just slightly short at Wood. And the offside, no run. So how about that? Not a bad start from Joshy. Just has picked up 2 wickets and conceding just the 1 run. Amazing.
Oh, it's incredible stuff, Rico. Well, barely had time to settle down. We had the kids in here. It was supposed to be just a nice opportunity for them to get to wave to the family on camera. And what do you know? Joshy comes out and rips out 2 wickets in the first 2 balls. United Cricket Club 1 for 2 after the first over. And those further 95 runs must seem a long way away at the moment.
They certainly do. Look, I'm worried already. I think Adnan Gill, who's been amazing here around the ground, and he does excellent work here at Landskrona. I think he's going to have a word with me when he sees me on Monday. He's going to say, Rico, what did you do to me kids? They've got nightmares now. They can hear you screaming in their ear. Well, I do apologise, but they seemed okay. They were jumping up and down when that wicket went, so I think they saw and understood the excitement. As that United, they have really got a battle on their hands here now. So another bowler comes in. This is into the legs of the left hand. They work this away. We'll get a single.
It's Abhinav Kumar who's come on to bowl second over. He takes a slightly zigzag direction with his run up, doesn't he, Rico? You wouldn't say he's got 1 foot in front of the other, steaming towards the bowling crease. Just keep an eye on this as he
sort of
comes in for his second ball.
Sort of goes from left to right before he goes forward, doesn't it? Here we go, look. There we go. Yep. The zigzag bowler, that's a nice shot, 4 runs and 2 short outside the off, and that's nicely played by Khan. So that certainly will give a little bit of confidence, and that one's been sent into the car park.
Yeah, it's Ali who, as we said in the first over, had to watch some of the carnage from the first stages of the Joshy over. But he's shown he's a clean striker of the ball himself. That wasn't actually that bad a ball from the bowler. Just pitched just on outside off stump and nice length, but he stepped back and cracked it back with a point.
Yeah, good shot. So now, no change still from Gokul. I think the bowler was requesting some more protection out there, and Gokul said no, just get it closer to him.
Does as the captain asks. Nice comeback after being hit for 4. Ali looking pretty composed at the crease. Tall man. Looks like he's got some power about him as well. Nice high back lift.
And this one goes all the way. Balle. Ginna Sona. Well, Musman Ali deciding, well, you know what, we may be up against it, but I'm certainly going to have a go. Well, we've seen him play a lovely shot on the offside for 4. Now he goes straight down the ground and hammers this for a big 6.
Well, after your appalling effort with Siva Venapusa yesterday afternoon, we seem to have solved the commentator's curse today, Rico. We've been absolutely on fire.
We're on fire today. I mean, Saturday, you know what it is? It's Saturday. It's party time as well. We're going to have a party here at the ground, and we're probably going to have a party later as well. But we're on form. We're on fire.
Well, Abe, with his run-up, looks like he's been having a bit of a party this morning, going all over the place, and his deliveries are getting smoked all over the place at the moment as well.
Oh, and he comes back with a good one, doesn't he? That's a nice one. And he holds his head. Does come out and says, oh, that was close. It was. It's a good delivery. Good comeback from him.
Yeah, very close indeed. This was a superb delivery. Just pitching outside off stump and straightening a touch, and Ali was nowhere near it. Good bowling.
This one's short, and it's been hammered on the onside. The chase is on, but they're not going to get there. It's another one, and the only thing that was close to was that crow there that was minding its own business. Maybe having a little bit of supper. And then the kookaburra decides to attack it. Get out of here. It says, this is my territory. You do not belong.
Yeah, can't have been too far off of Maximo. That's a sweetly struck shot from Ali, and he ends up 16 off 8 at the end of that over. The United Cricket Club 18 for 2, and after the dramas of the first 2 balls, they've got themselves somewhat back on track. So it's going to have to be Ali who's going to get the majority of the strike from here on in if they're to successfully chase this down. The run rate's certainly not out of control whatsoever, but still plenty of runs to go, and 2 wickets back in the hatch already.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about, as we always say, it doesn't matter if you lost those wickets, you lost them early. It's about how the other batters that are out there go about things. And these 2, well, certainly that man, Ali, is going about it the right way in a positive approach. And this is pretty positive as well. It bubbles away. They'll get the single. He hits that quite well, actually. He's unlucky only just to get the one from it. Well fielded there in the deep.
Yeah, got a good arm. Abhinav Kama, fast bowler who bowled that second over. Very comfortable out there on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Throwing against the wind too. It's actually turned into a reasonably blustery breeze, helping the outswing into the right-hander.
Well, I just took my jacket off because I was starting to just warm up a little. I thought, well, I'll take the jacket off now. I'm finding it's the warmth that's coming in. But as you say, that wind sometimes really does pick up. It's played into the ground, and that big loud shout of no from Ali saying, no, we're not taking this on. We're not going to. The last thing we need here is a crazy run out. Just keep an eye on that rate. It's around 10. They won't mind that so much. I think if you're 10, around about 10 and below, you're with wickets in hand, you still fancy yourself to knock these off.
Yeah, certainly. Went crossbat on that last ball. It skidded through as that one's up in the block hole and managed to take the single. They've run pretty well between the wickets so far, this pair.
Yeah, run quickly, and I like that. You see there from Ali, gets to the other end and he turns straight away and saying, okay, are we going, are we not? They're certainly looking to put the pressure on United. And like you said, Andrew, they've lost 2 of the big wickets early, but still showing that they're prepared to have a go here, showing plenty of fight on their debut.
Some running repairs to the shoes. Maybe the batsman just taking a moment or 2 to compose himself. They've come back nicely here, United. They need to keep the scoreboard ticking over. They're running between the wicket well and just getting enough boundaries to make sure that they don't dig themselves into a hole. I'd love to get another one before the power play is complete.
This one's a bit high. It is dipping. It's a slow delivery. But the slowness of it doesn't matter. It's the height. But you find that it probably does just dip. Keep an eye on that sort of the waist area of the batter. And yeah, that's perfectly okay. Well judged by the umpires.
Joshy coming in to try to finish off his 2-over spell strongly. It's been impressive in these opening 2 overs, bowling in the power play. Hasn't given the batsman too much room to swing his arms. Certainly a good contest here against the power of Ali. Shown himself to be a clean striker of the ball. We've got the 2 defensive fielders out at mid-wicket and long on now.
Short. Places going backwards and upwards. Angles the bat high, but it drops before it gets anywhere near those inner fielders. So looking to finish his spell well. 2 for 4 so far. Gave them that sensational start picking up those 2 wickets, his very first 2 balls, Joshy. Up in the air, could be another, should be another, it is another, yes it is, and Kama takes the catch, and it's the big wicket of Ali that goes. And look at those bowling figures, 3 for 4. Very, very well bowled there from Joshy.
Yeah, he's been excellent, Joshy. Kept a really nice line and length, bowled consistently throughout. certainly don't blame Muzammar Ali having a swing there. That ball was probably a little bit short of a length, just turned his body a little bit too quickly, get it off the bottom of the bat, and Gemma takes a nice catch there. And United Cricket Club now 19 for 3. The run rate is there or thereabouts, but the fact there's 3 wickets down already, Rico, it's not good news for them.
No, it's not good news for them. And the man that comes out to where all the action is happening is Latif Sulhuri. And he'll certainly be one not to be shy to have a go. Certainly looks well built to give the ball a big thrashing. And he's, I'm sure he's going to have a go. And it's going to be, I think, a lot down to Israel Khan now. And Latif to see just how close they can get in this match. But Hissingen, remember, to remind you, 2021, they could not get a win. They went winless in the whole of that series in their group stages. Now, well, they're looking to put an end to that rot. The man who's got the ball here in his hand now is going to be Titian Kaliri. Comes Kaliri. Angles this quite wide off the left-hander and signalled wide.
Yeah, they've been pretty disciplined, the bowling attack from Hissingen so far. Disappointed for Camera. I like the approach from the skipper, though. He's getting through some of his best bowlers in the early stages. It's Chaitanya Kalari, who's coming on and bowling this 4th over. Spears it in. That one swung pretty late. And actually, the batsman's done well to dig it out.
Yeah, good ball. But also, I mean, I'm looking at the ball. I'm looking at the... I mean, certainly here in Landskrona, I think we've seen the best sort of hair styles and looks from the players. I mean, that's another one. Not seen that one before.
Yeah, it's good. I like it. I like it, Rico. It's like it's tidy at the front. There's a bit of a party at the back. Hopefully we'll see some celebrations from him later on the bowling crease.
Has he got one of those gadgets in that sort of holds it all together? It looks like he does, you know.
Oh, it's defying gravity, whatever's happening.
Oh, good delivery. Well played. Good bit of cricket all round, actually. Kilari gets a good ball up there, and Saliri just digging that one out.
Yeah, the last couple of balls he speared in and swung late. Pretty useful deliveries, to be honest. Got one of those almost Mornay Morkel-like actions where the front foot ends up a little bit splayed across the body at the delivery point, but enables the arm to come through to create a little bit of natural in-swing. It's been useful so far.
And then that's the slower delivery, so he's got the variation there as well, not just in the length but also in the pace. I'm liking this. This is a good start from Kilari, looking already dangerous, looking like a bowler that thinks about what he's doing, and it likes the way he's looking as well as he goes back to his mark there and just sorts out he's here, because he probably can hear us talking about it. It looks nice. Don't let us put you off. It looks okay. This one, he's got plenty of bat on. This will be 4 runs. Just over pitched. I think maybe he goes for that slow delivery one more time. And plenty of bat onto it. And that's 4 runs.
Yeah, lovely shot from Nays. Just striking it late. Eyes right over the top of it and puts it backward of point. And times it very nicely. The boundary. This Landskrona Cricket Club ground. It's very firm underneath. Very, very flat on top. It's a lovely surface. So that's been really getting full value for their shots both in the air and along the ground.
Definitely are. It's that loopy sort of delivery again. He doesn't give up. He's got one through. One went to the boundary. He goes for the same again here. Getting the applause of his teammates and also the supporters here that are supporting Hissingen. Well, they know they needed something to try and fire them up and try and get them to winning ways. They weren't able to do it last year. Hope to start with a win this year, and they certainly brought the fan club with them. It's that loopy Yorker again. I think this is where I think the batters have to be just a little bit more committed to try and get those runs.
Yeah, certainly are, Rico. Nice over from Kalari, but take an alert for the fans. I've got an update from the newswires coming from Brisbane Cricket. This is pretty big, actually. So there was the draft of the Brisbane Premier League T20 competition overnight. It's both a junior and a senior competition. The under-12s division, the #1 draft pick, Kai Ryan from South Brisbane Cricket Club, selected #1.
Really?
My nephew, the leg-spinning superstar of South Brisbane Juniors Cricket, Kai Ryan. A big call. Well done, young man.
Big time. Fantastic. Oh, that's super news.
Yeah, I mean...
Proud man. There's a proud man here.
He's the son of my twin brother, so I'd like to say my 50% genes have been passed on to Kai, which I'm sure will put him in good stead, both physically and mentally, for the treacherous road ahead of elite cricket. But that's fantastic news. And congratulations to the Bayside Pirates, who have got themselves the best young leg spinner in the state.
What's the name?
Kai.
No, the team.
Oh, sorry, the Bayside Pirates.
Oh, that's a lovely name.
To make it even better, so this is a privately run franchise competition being established to give some opportunities for both senior and junior cricketers, as we see that skipper Gokul just send down a leg side wide for his first ball. Just see what he does with the second, and then I'll take you through it. It's swung away, man, at short mid-wicket. It's a nice fielding position to have, cutting off the single there. So established to give some opportunities for both senior and junior cricketers. And all the franchises are owned by either prominent businessmen or prominent ex-cricketers. So Kai's team is actually owned by none other than Darren Buff Lehman and Jimmy Marbo Marr. So the former Australian superstar Jimmy Marr, an absolute hero in Queensland cricket, who was part of the first ever Sheffield Shield winning team. So great for both of them. They get to meet a Ryan superstar and have him leading their team.
Isn't that wonderful? Well, that's a wonderful story. Thank you for sharing that with us. And a great bit of news. And you see, I told you, you've got the genes. You have got the genes.
Well, I'm sure Kai will be calling up for some advice from Uncle Andrew in the coming weeks as he prepares to go out to battle in the T10, T20 commentary, T10 classic competition. He might be giving me some advice as I go into the upcoming Swiss cricket season as well. But he's a very good young leg spinner. He's got nice control and he works at his craft really hard. So good to see him getting the result. And apparently a few of his South Brisbane teammates have also been drafted into that competition. So good that he gets to take the alpha position and lord over the fact that he was the #1 pick when it comes to training, as that one's been remarkably kept in. Not only has the fielder, I think that's Abhinav Kama, swinging around from a wide mid-wicket position. Not only has he stopped it flying with a karate kick stop, not sure that he wasn't outside the field of play when he launched, but anyway, we'll surely have that checked. He's done hand actions midway through his jump to say, yes, I've kept that in play. And then he's fired in a throw, and they've got an overthrow. Yeah,
that's 4 runs. I'll tell you why that's 4 runs, because he does actually step outside the field of play before he stops it. Surely this is going to be called a 4. This has got to be 4 runs for me, because he comes from outside, he steps outside the field of play, then comes back in. Well, I'm not so sure what's been given there. Maybe I've missed the signal already. But look, as this one is played out, I just want to say congratulations to Kai, and I'm certainly gonna be watching with anticipation to see just how you perform, and I'm sure that you'll keep us updated as well.
Absolutely, certainly will, Rico. You never know. They might even reach out to you for a bit of commentary on the Brisbane T20 Premier League, and they certainly couldn't do any better than getting Mr. Rico full in.
You're too kind. You are too kind.
Call that game, and what a treat that would be for the youngsters.
Hit firmly, and the catch has been well taken. That's a really good catch, because he's got to make a bit of ground, Skilari, and then is dipping on him. He dives forward, takes the catch, and he gets a congratulations. There's another wicket that goes down, and they're struggling here. 36 now for 4.
Yeah, that was probably a wicket they could really ill afford to lose at that time. It was a nice piece of bowling from the skipper, Gokul Srinivasan. Been hit a couple of times already in that over, but Chaitanya is a good athlete. He's got great hair, and he steps forward and takes a very smart catch and gets rewarded with another stint at the bowling crease. And Rico, 36 for 4, certainly not out of it in terms of runs required. But 4 wickets down, they are going to need some big hitting from their middle and lower order.
Yeah, I mean, something has to go. Isra Khan, he was started just to play some nice shots, actually, the left-hander. Got himself to 14. before once again he departs. So it's another batter, a bit like Masmamul Ali gets into the double figures and then gets out of his, in this case, Khan, his 10th delivery. And yeah, they've got a bit of work to do. So that's 4 overs down, 36 for 4. 5 overs down, pardon me.
Chaitanya Kalari coming on for his second. Got some good athletes in this Hissingen side, don't they? Rico, very ably led by Srinivasan, the captain. He's a great cricketer.
Yeah, he is a good cricketer. And when you think back to that 2021, he was the one sort of who was, yeah, you know, he tried everything. He was the one who was performing. Nobody else could really give him the kind of support that he needed that could have helped them get to a kind of victory here. But you're seeing something different here this time from them. I think those, I was talking to him briefly when I met him this morning as he turned up to the ground, and he did say that he's got some good inclusions into the side. He said that he's got batting support and got some bowling support as well, and that seems to be what we're seeing here. And this one certainly moves an awful lot off the pitch, doesn't catch anything off the bat. But look at the movement. It's that late movement that we're seeing today.
Oh, how on earth he's bowling an outswinger with that action, Rico? I will never know. I can't believe he's actually gotten that to go the other way. That's a cracking bit of medium pace bowling from Chaitanya.
Slower delivery, not the best of deliveries. Asking the question, I think this has come off the pad. And diving. And well, look at that. He has to sort out his look. No shade stay on though. See this again. He's trying to whip it away. Takes the top part of the pad. Good hands from the keeper, but not out.
Keeper's done well on a couple of occasions. It's been a pretty good over. A few dots in a row here from Kalani.
Well, this time there is an edge. It races away to third man. That's been perfectly placed. Almost a backstop, but not. Keeps it to 1.
Yeah, I like that third man being pretty fine, Rico. It's mainly there for those outside edges and to stop the ball flashing for 4 off the pace bowler. Just having a look at the YouTube chat. Very much thank you to all the followers there. Lily Panda, Helix, Ninja and Maiden Waters for the well wishes to young Kai Ryan. I'll certainly pass those on to you. I'm sure he'll be absolutely flabbergasted that he's now a personality and a hero of the ECN channel team, so very much thank you for all your supporters. Delaney comes up with another good Yorker. It's just drilled away there to the leg side. I just want to, now that we're coming towards the end of this over, just examine Kalani's hair just a little bit longer. I'm going to posit to you, Rico, that it is the subcontinental version of the Australian mullet.
Yes.
So the Australian mullet has the shaved part on top and very much the long flowing party locks out the back. This is not quite that, but I do question, is it the subcontinental version?
The pads again. Yeah, but I'm still convinced there's some sort of device there that's keeping it all as it is. It's like, I don't know what they're called. It's a bit like, I know there was a phase where some of the footballers were using them. And maybe the likes in a few years ago, maybe the likes of the Beckhams, etc. You just can't see it there because of the glow in the sun. But I think he's got some device that keeps that all in there. It's like a comb that's embedded in his hair. He comes in again.
I have to do an interview with him for the social media channel afterwards. It's a lovely final delivery. He's got a well-disguised slower ball, and that spread eagle front and back foot action means that he's got the capacity to bring over that wrist to bowl a really effective slower ball. Nice over for him, Kalari, and he started his tournament pretty well. United Cricket Club, 40 for 4 after 6. It feels like it's slowly getting out of their reach now, Rico.
Yeah, it does. I mean, that rate now is going to creep up to around the 14 mark. And the last time we saw this, it was 50-50. Well, it's anything but now. And Hissingen, 93% to the 7 of United. So Hissingen's there on their way to a victory. And I think they'll celebrate that pretty well. And their supporters that have come along here as well have supported them good. They've given them plenty of voice when they were batting as well as when they're here in the field. So I think there's certainly a celebration looming as the captain, Kokosina Vasan, Comes on to bowl his second. Kilari bowled really well, wicketless, but only conceding just 9 runs in his 2 overs.
Yeah, nice spell from him, and I think it's a good call for the skipper to bring himself on, try to really finish off this middle order. Swung just straight down the ground. It's going to be an easy single. Amazing on the YouTube chat, Rico. I've got a lot of men who are showing expertise, obviously, in addition to ourselves, to matters of our follically wonderful players out there. So I think it was Helix who was suggesting to you that he's wearing a headband. Some chat from Ricky Adams about man buns. There's a lot of thoughts about what they're doing on that front, which is good to see, and it's good to see the chat providing their own interpretation of what's happening there.
Yeah, I do like it. With this one, it goes all the way through, and doesn't catch anything. Goes through. It's a nutmeg, and will be byes. And it's valuable runs. There hasn't been too many that the umpire has to put his hands up in the air or left and right to. Well, that's one of them. Doesn't matter how they get him, they need to get him, and they need him now. You just get the feeling that if something can happen here, a magical over coming up, and they get that rate to around 10 again, anything can happen. It's a funny game.
Yeah, I think that's why the skipper's brought himself on. He could have saved himself for maybe the 9th or the 10th. But I'd suggest that Srinivasan thinks that if they get through this over, maybe only going for 5 or 6, then it's going to be an incredibly difficult task in those final 18 balls. Can he get leadership from Gokul?
Yeah, Gokul, here he comes again. And that's not a good delivery. It's called a wide. But it's one of those, isn't it? Okay, yeah, you'll take the single and the extra ball, but this one, it needs to be pelted to the boundary. Totally misses it. Misses it by a long way.
It's one of the few really bad balls they've bowled, and there's not a lot of protection backward of square on the boundary. Needed to put it away.
This time gets the bottom part of the bat. The fielder gets his foot to it. Doesn't get it past him.
Didn't get it past him. And Rico, it's interesting to note, field positioning-wise, how attacking Hissingians have been. They've got 2 men in close, both at mid-wicket and cover. I like it. It's stopping the single, not allowing the release of pressure, although Gokul has done that with another full toss on leg stump and has finally been put away. Nicely struck.
Well, it's nicely struck indeed. This goes all the way, so he's a little bit of shaka, lugya. Well, he did miss out on one, and I was saying, yeah, okay, it's fair enough to take the wide and the extra ball, but look, if you can get a 6 from it and a boundary, you take that. That brings up the 50 as well, a ball to go in the over, and you never know, send this one to the boundary, and they could start, this could be the start of the turnaround in this match.
Yeah, 46 off 19 needed. The boundaries will have to be regular from this point in.
It's down the leg side again, and unfortunate, not a good over from the captain, Srinivasan, but he does get away with it. And look, against another sort of more aggressive and informed batter, that could have been the magical over that they needed. As we have a look at the fantasy dashboard, these 2 teams will be doing it all over again. Well, I know that Rashid Mahmood will be one to watch again with the ball, and with Hissingen, well, their captain Srinivasan certainly with the bat, but maybe in this match we're going to see a little bit more from some of the other players there as well.
Well, speaking of other players, been a bit of chat from both Ricky Adams and Ninj on the YouTube chat to get Chaitanya Kalari in for an interview to clear up the burning questions that we have about his hair. I can guarantee that whether or not it's in between this game or certainly before the end of today's play, we'll attempt to get Diana Orris and one of us over there. Maybe not even to interview him, maybe just to interview his subcontinental mullet to get the secrets of that style.
Okay, we're on it. We're on it. We're definitely, you know, if he was fielding here in the bat, maybe you can get him to come and field here in front of us, and we'll go out there. We can examine.
Times like this, you really do need a player mic'd up to give you some immediate feedback. That one swung around to the leg side. It's actually well fielded out there. Great grab on the boundary. It's like player number 171, Nithim Ramakrishna, who got the Hissingen side off to a pretty good start. Bat earlier today. A couple of lusty blows. Santosh Nage taking the ball. Right arm medium pace coming around the wicket. Kurup on strike. Gets his back foot across. Unfortunately, can't time it particularly well. Tough job coming in at this late stage. Only 3 overs to go. Need to be getting a boundary probably every second ball at this stage, and even that might not be enough. Kurup short, gets a bit of pop off the pitch. Kurup tries to swing it down to backward square leg. You've got a fair bit of defensive fielding over on the leg side. It's only Abhinav Kama who's here on long off. The rest of the 4 fielders on the boundary are on that leg. That's gone high, very high into Landskrona sky. Oh, the keeper moved well for it, but unfortunately fumbled at the last moment. And Kurup survives, only a single.
Yeah, and Padamanaban is the man who's looking the part out there. Look, he gets himself set. He goes a long way up in the air. And then just when he thinks he's got it where he wants to, his shades move. He's there on the edge of his nostrils. He loses the ball. Down it goes. That's the opportunity needed. And, well, how about this? Well, this is the kangaroo-style man-can attempt. Well, let's have a look at this. This is just absolutely crazy. Here he comes. He's, look at this. Well, what I like here is, well done to the non-striker. He stays in his crease, and there is a wicket. When he tries to do the man-can, he doesn't get it, but he gets the LBW decision from the umpire, and Nalgit gets the wicket here. Well, he's all smiles. I don't think the batters were too impressed with his attempted man-can. It certainly didn't look good on camera, but he won't mind. He's picked up a wicket here, and it's coming round the wicket. So this, for me, has to do an awful lot. I mean, it's right up there, and to be fair, you can't see that missing anything. That's just going to go straight on to the middle stick, and the umpire thinks about it, and then eventually, reluctantly maybe, because of the man-can attempt before, gives him out.
Yeah, I don't think Santi Nage is going to care less what the batsmen think about his unsuccessful man-can attempt. That's a nice piece of bowling to finish us over. United Cricket Net Club now 54 for 6 with 2 overs to go. That was well bowled, and as you say, Rico, it's sometimes difficult for umpires to give LBWs for right armers coming around the wicket, but that was actually an excellent call. That ball was very, very full. Hit him on the back pad, straighten up a little bit. Fielder comes in from long on, stops it, albeit there being a slight fumble, and Nage gets through his over without any extra runs, despite the best efforts of both the fielder and the wicketkeeper, who stumbled as that ball came in, and that is now the end of the over. They are 55 for 5, chasing a target of 96.
Yeah, 55 for 5. Remember, these two teams do it again, and the way it's looking here at the moment, unless anything incredible happens this over, it is going to be the 9th. I mean, they are in all sorts of trouble, and you can see that the chart there, the first worm, when you see the batting of the Hissingen, well, there was all those wickets right at the end there. We can't even get them all in. You can only see 2 of them. Look, quick question. I mean, it's only recently that I've learned that you're a twin. Only I heard you talking about it yesterday. So your brother and you, how similar are you?
Well, identical in technical terms.
No, not in that way. Come on, I meant in terms of, you're both cricketers?
Both cricketers. I'd suggest that he probably considers himself the better cricketer. I would like to think my longevity on the cricket field has taken me past in recent years, but anyway, we'll have plenty of debates about that.
So what's his name?
It's Mark Ashley Ryan, so he's the now famously known as the father of Kai Ryan.
Yeah, exactly. And then the big question, of course, on everybody's mind is who's the better singer? Because I know you like the old karaoke. You're sort of like, it's me. Of course it is.
I don't even think the term better has to be brought into it. One of us is a professional at the mic, Rico.
Here we go. The professional.
To be fair, actually, he did used to be a reporter for the Sports News up in North Queensland. So he suggests that he still has a little bit of talent on the old microphone.
This one is...
I'll tell you an interesting story. One of his good friends, Aaron Kelly, who's also in the sports media production business, working over on the west coast of the States now. He actually gave Mark the nickname Mans. So apparently back in his early days on Townsville television, he struggled to say the word men's properly. So if he'd be out there reporting on the men's golf tournament in Townsville, he'd be on the sports news saying, we're here at the men's golf tournament. And so Aaron found that so completely amusing that a fairly intelligent human being couldn't pronounce the word men's, that he gave him the nickname Mans. And that stuck. It was probably more complimentary than the nickname he carried through high school, which I won't repeat on the live coverage.
Up in the air, it's an opportunity. And this time, oh, I like this. This is the bowler comer. Sees the wicket keeper coming, and he says, you can stay where you are. I've seen your catching ability already. And, well, Padaman Barn, he's sent packing as the bowler says, it may be your catch. It probably should be your catch. And I don't care how cool you look. I'm going to take this. I want this wicket.
Yeah, well taken, actually. It's not easy in the afternoon sky. You've got the ball, the white ball. I'm not sure how he's caught that. I think it's ended up in one hand, despite the effort of a two-handed grab. But either way, it's going to go down as a caught and bowled in the scorebook. Nice bit of work from Abhinav Kama, who's had a pretty good day with the ball so far. And United Cricket Club, unfortunately, lose another wicket.
Yeah, wicket's falling steadily now. That's not the best of deliveries. But you know what? It's good to see your batter do this. There's been too many deliveries that were going to be wide balls where the batters have just got their pads in the way. He steps inside of it, and Shazad that is, and he says, yeah, that's a wide, I'll have another. It's coming around the wicket. He has been bowling really into the legs all the time. And there's that little zigzag, and there you go. See what I mean? It's there all the time, and this is what he's been getting away with. Not just him, but one or two of the other bowlers. I think you've got to you either put this away, stepping outside the off and flicking it away, or you let it go by and take the wide and the extra.
Well, maybe he's just flummoxed by Abhinav's run-up. The fact that he repeats this Z shape when he's bowling around the wicket, it's a sight to behold. That one's swung wildly, but it's an inside edge that goes down to third man. You wouldn't say it's the most deserved boundary we've seen today, but it's all the same in the scorebook, and Shazad gets himself underway with a 4.
Yeah, swing hard. And in that case, it's a case of swing hard, the ball stays slow and goes to the boundary. 4 runs. That's what they've got to do. The bowler wants to make a field change. The captain is probably saying, nah, come on, just get on with it. To come up. Cummer's had a good day, actually. Remember, he took those catches as well in the field. He's making the most of his time out there in the middle in the sunshine. And this one is in the same zone again. And it's been missed out again as well. That will be the end of the over, as the score has sort of pulled it along to 61 for 6.
Yeah, United, they fought bravely here in this chase, but unfortunately those early wickets, remember they were 2 wickets down without a single run on the board in the first over. Excellent bowling from Vaibhav Joshi, who started the innings in scintillating fashion for Hisingins, and that has put them right on the road to victory. It's like Santi Age will take the final over. Get the glory of, hopefully for the Hisingins club, bowling them to victory in the first contest, and they will be cock-a-hoop with their start to the tournament.
He's been hit out to square leg. There's the throw, and they look to make 2. They will. Ball is still travelling. This should be stopped by the keeper. It isn't, but here he's backing up. There's well, probably the bowler saying, hey, what's going on here? He's got to be the shortest man that we've seen in the series so far. And well, that one he says hurts, and then when the other one comes, he said, don't throw it at me. I've already had my fingers busted.
Cricket was definitely not the winner on that ball, as second delivery just driven down to mid-on, and they will take a comfortable single. United Cricket Club up to 64 for 6 with 4 balls left in this contest. It's seemingly out of range without an array of extras now.
This is another one that he swung and missed that. The keeper's done well this time. Padaman Barn makes the stop.
Shazad just repeats the shot, this time one-handed. See what he creatively does to the third ball from the Nalji over. Got nice figures of 1 for 6 at the moment.
That's a very clever, slower delivery. And the batter waits for it and sort of plays a one-handed shot almost in the end onto the onside. As he gets the single.
Well, he did practice the one-handed shot the ball before, so good to see him execute it in live play as that has cleaned up his off stump. Ifzal goes for a mighty heave across the line, and Sentinels gets his second wicket of the game. Nicely bowled. United Cricket Club 65 for 7 with 1 ball to go.
Yeah, well bowled. He's a crafty little bowler. I like the way he bowls, and as soon as he delivers, he's jumping up in the air. He's sort of got this, certainly a springy character. He comes in and bowls, and then you see here, leaps up and gets the wicket and says, yep, that'll do. That's another for me. So Hissingens, they've done it. They've broken this bad spell that they've had where they're not able to get a victory. They were winless last year. Well, this time he's going to get the man cat. Yes, he does. Well, he's happy about it. David Geordie, he had a go in the very first. And actually, they see there the captain there, Gokal, saying, yeah, he's out, but look, I'm going to call you back. I like to see that. That's okay.
Do you, Rico? I like to see the man-cat rule enforced. And frankly, the non-striker is 3 steps out of his ground before young Senti has even got to the stumps. He deserves to be dispatched to the pavilion. And I cannot believe Gokul has called him back.
No, look, it pays no dividends on the match. It's the last ball to go, and I think Gokul is just saying, it's okay. I want to show the nice side of our team as well. And there you go. You see, that's the just reward. That's why it's nice to be nice. That's good karma. He calls him back. It's got nothing to do with the bowler. Nalgir wanted to get the run out. And Gokul, the captain, says, don't run him out. Bowl him out. And that's exactly what he does. He picks up another wicket. That's his third, 3 for 7. And it finishes 66 for 8. So victory for Hisingen. They weren't able to do it in 2021. Maybe 2022 is going to be their year. They're all smiles. And the captain, he's just calling all of his players here, Gokul Srinivasan, because he wants them all together in a huddle, because this is a big moment for them.
Yeah, it's a huge moment for the Sky Blues from Hisingen. As you say, they went through 8 matches without victory at ECS Momo in 2021. This is a wonderful display from them, and it is a victory with a lot of merit. They have batted strongly. They have bowled very, very well. They've set their hair to excellent standards. It's an all-round fantastic performance and a much-deserved first-up victory for the boys from Hisingen.
Yeah, it certainly is, and well done to Hisingen. Congratulations. They've got a win, and, well, it's bad luck also for United. They were united coming into the match with one man that was breaking them apart was the bowling of Joshi. He picked up 2 wickets straight away and 2 good catches. That was the first one from the captains. And, well, Gokul, what a catch it was. Well, the kids certainly enjoyed it. Well, if they enjoyed that one, they enjoyed the second one even better because there was 2 in 2. And that time the catch was Ramakrishna. There you go. 2 wickets in 2 balls. The kids were having fun. And despite the noise levels here, then there was a bit of recovery, wasn't there, with the batting of Mahmood. The batting of Ali and Khan. They put a bit of a partnership together, but really the thing was they needed to up the tempo. They needed to get some big shots in. But the catching and fielding was really good.
Yeah, it was exquisite. The outfielders, and particularly Kilani and Kama, they were patrolling that offside with aplomb throughout the whole game. And obviously the skipper, he was excellent in that short cover position early. It was just a really, really good all-round performance from Hisingen. And I suggest they'll take a lot of confidence away from this first-up victory.
Yeah, they will. Look, I was talking about the fielding was good. That's another good catch that's taken there. And that was Kilari. He had a good day as well. The captain, well, he was a little bit down the leg side. But I think he's led his team very well. It was always going to be a difficult comeback for them. And that's not a good look. They have looked pretty good out there. But that one, well, this was the first attempt from that cheeky little man there trying to get the man cat. Because when he bowls really well. That was coming around the wicket has to do an awful lot. but that's going on to hit middle stump. The umpire had no reason not to give it out. And this one was, well, called and bowled. Well, he's saying, well, I saw what you did last time, buddy. I'm not going to let you catch this. I want it. This is my wicket. And talking of wickets, there were plenty more wickets to come. And there it is. That was his second. And he didn't want a third. He thought he'd do it with this cheeky mad cat. But that would have been it, because that would have been the last ball. But it wasn't to be. And then Gokal, the captain, said, nah, we don't want to finish it that way. We want to finish it in Chakadev way. And he does. And well bowled to another bowler who picks up 3 wickets here today. And the exciting thing is they do it all over again. Well, this time the batter's saying, I don't need you. You're not my friend anymore. If you can't hit the ball, I don't want you. Well, maybe the bat and the player will be reunited as we get ready for this second match.
Yeah, this should be a good contest. I suggest we'll see a much better effort from United Cricket Club. They'll be better off for that first run, but Hissingen will be very, very confident after such a strong display in their first contest earlier today. Certainly still plenty of value around that team. Gokul Srinivasan, he'll be a consistent run scorer throughout this tournament. He'll also get plenty of overs at the bowling crease. For United, I suggest that Sagar Korea is probably one to look to put in the side. He's a talented cricket. Latif Sulheri, we probably haven't seen the best of him in this first game as well. There's some good players in that lineup. So plenty to look at when you're constructing your fantasy teams for both the final game of today and also next week, because Rico, we are back here all next week at the Landskrona Cricket Club, but still plenty of action to come this afternoon.
Plenty of action to come as we have a look at the scorecard. And I think one thing you can say about United is that there were 1 or 2 batters there that did get themselves started. I think particularly Mazmun Ali, he got himself to double figures, as did Isra Khan. But the partnerships that they needed to try and then turn those runs into something substantial, something that was going to really compete with the score that they were chasing, 96. That just didn't happen. They lost wickets consistently, but take nothing away from Hissingen. They did everything right. They bowled well, bowled a tidy line, but most importantly, they held their catches when they had the opportunities.
Yeah, held their catches, and they got started with an excellent catch from Srinivasan off the bowling of Joshi, taking out Sagar Korea, who's an excellent batsman at the top of the order for United, and then knocking over the captain, Rashid Mahmood, next ball. So it all went the right way for Hissingen, and they have taken a much-deserved victory here today. United ending up 65 for 8 after their 10 overs. Quick look at the bowling card. Joshi was excellent, but again with 3 wickets for 4 is a tremendous start to his tournament. Abhinav Kumar was actually pretty good, despite only taking 1 for 20, and then the rest of the bowlers were pretty serviceable as well, punctuated by Santosh Naj, who ended up with 3 for 7 at the bottom, despite being denied a man-cad by his skipper calling back the dismissed batsman.
Yeah, he was denied, but he did get the wicket, didn't he? I mean, he gets a 3-for instead of a 2-for. But yeah, look, good bowling there. I liked him from the little man, Nulgit. And also, like you said, the start from Joshi, well, that just blew them away. When you get a start like that, and it's very difficult, makes it very difficult for United to get back into the game. But they do have a chance in this second match that will be coming up. So join me, Rico Full and Andrew Ryan, as we come back in probably about 10 minutes time for the final match of this day. And it's going to be match number 24, Hissingen against United. So join us in about 10 minutes time.
Sadly, we've come to the end of the week here at Landskrona Cricket Club. It is Game 4 here on Super Saturday. It's the rematch between United Cricket Club and their opponents today, the Hissingens Cricket Club. It's been a fascinating first game between these two. We'll hand over to guest tosser today, Adnan, to take us through.
Your call. It is tail. Who won the toss? We bat first.
And so the final coin toss of the day, and United Cricket Club are successful. We'll have a switch of positions. United will get to bat first in this second game. They did a pretty good job bowling in that first game, but also the Hissingens batting lineup showed their undoubted power. We'll see another matchup of the skippers, I think, it's Mahmood and Srinivasan. They were two very prominent players in the first game between these two players today. We'll see how they roll out in the second matchup. And to take us through the early stages, I'll hand back to Rico Full in the commentary box.
Thank you very much to Andrew Ryan, and welcome back everybody to the final match of the day and also of this week. We shall have a day of rest tomorrow as we return on Monday bright and early, as we leave you with this, or we start off with, I should say, this beautiful aerial shot of where we are. And always love seeing this. You can see the blue pitch there, and in the background some of the coast that surrounds us, the Baltic Sea, as we look at this lovely beautiful blue pitch. Story behind this, a lot of people have been asking. I can tell you, as leave you to look through the names, and especially focuses on the fantasy points of the two teams and the dashboard. The pitch, well, when the old pitch needed replacing, and the pitch was actually moved as well from one part of the ground to another. It was all prepared, and the local council said, yeah, they will help with getting this this new artificial. And that was that. But when the artificial came, it came blue. When they opened up the wrapping, it all was unrolled and it was blue. And they went back to the council, and the council said, well, you just said you needed an artificial. Nobody remembered to say that it had to be green. But you know what? I think that's a lovely story, and I think that's a lovely surface there as well. You see, the old pitch was the green one. The new one is blue. And blue is the colour here in Landskrona. And at the moment, blue certainly was the colour, because Hisingen, they got off to a winning start, breaking a run of defeats, 8 defeats on the spin. It was in 2021. And their captain was absolutely delighted with that win. And maybe you'll just see some of the players celebrating after that victory on social media, as I had a few minutes to have a chat with Gokul, the captain, about that victory. And we're getting ready for this match. And the umpires are ready. And well, we saw a man who's been doing a wonderful job around the ground here, and Adnan Gill at the coin toss. And Adnan is also going to be the umpire for this final match. It's going to be one of our men in black out there. So he's going to be in the action straight away. And there he is there. And the first ball is on the way. And it's a very wide one. The wicketkeeper diving to his right to try and stop this. He can't do anything about it. And it's a wide, and it's going to be 2 of them. Only just stays on the pitch. Not for the first time today. We've seen the first ball very, very wide. Look at that. And despite the efforts of the keeper. And it's going to be Abaro. Sudhir Abaro doing the diving. He couldn't stop it. Slightly different to the start Joshi made in the first match, the first 2 balls. Ball about wickets. Here, the first one doesn't really count because it's a wide. It's a run from nothing. The second one just been tamely played down, and I think this is all about knowing the dangers of what Joshi can do. And, this one strikes the batter high up on the pad, but always going down the leg side. Joshi is just starting perhaps a little bit short, but look at the way that cuts in. You know that he got the ball to move away, so just demonstrating that he's able to move it both ways. And this one is so close to dropping back onto the stumps. Sagar Karir just living slightly dangerously. Trying to be maybe a little bit overcautious. Musman Ali is the batter at the non-striker's end. Joshi once more. Oh, that's well bowled. I think it's just going down the leg. Shake of the head there from Adnan Gill, saying that one's not going to go on to hit. But, nice to see him out there, Adnan. He's once again, just want to thank him and everybody here at Landskrona. The president, who's also been doing some umpiring, Saga Hanif, and Adnan Gill, being the tournament manager, has looked after us really well. This one is a bit shorter and beats Ali outside that off. And, gets good carry through, and the wicket keeper needing all sorts of his body to stop that one. And Adnan, go on Adnan, you can do it. First time, and yeah, he gets there. It's a bit of debris that's blown across the ground, and Adnan says, hang on a minute, let's sort this out first. Coming to the end of the over, 3 on the board, ball to go. Will Joshi finish well? It's banged into the ground. The batters will take the single. In comes the throw, and it should and will be backed up well. 4 on the board of the first, and it's a good start from United in the sense that they haven't lost any wickets this time round. Remember, in the first match they had already lost 2 wickets by this point. Rico Full here, and it's always a pleasure to be joined by a man that I've certainly enjoyed the company of this week. We first came together last year when we did the 9th series in Portugal, and then met up again in Cardiff. And I'm absolutely thrilled and delighted to have spent another week in the company of Andrew Ryan. Welcome back, sir.
Thank you, Rico. You're making me a little bit emotional now, reflecting on our time together this week and in yesteryear as well, but very pleased to still be with you here this week through Landskrona, and next week as well for the conclusion of this very, very intriguing series, and in particular this Group B looks nicely poised. We saw the power of the Ariana Cricket Club this morning. Malmahus a little bit disappointing. Expected a little bit more from them, but the boys from Hissingens, who had a torrid tournament last year, have come out all guns blazing here, and their bowling attack in particular looks very, very tasty. A couple of good pacemen up the top. Nels coming in with the medium paces towards the end. It's a nice bit of variety. They're looking good. The ball's drifted up onto the leg side, tucked around the mid-wicket area, pushing back for a second. Sagar, he'll be happy to get off the mark and get his tournament underway. He's a good quality batsman. And United Cricket Club certainly missed not getting any runs from him in game 1. Good footwork. It uses his wrist nicely. He's a very talented all-round cricketer. Chaitanya Kalani bowled well in the first game. Ball's drifting down the leg side. He's got a fielder there at fine leg, smartly positioned. The man who's predominantly bowling in swingers. It's a smart move from the skipper. As far as the other defensive fielders go, got one out here at a fairly wide long on. That's Abhinav Kama, who's out there. Also looks like a deep extra cover. Apart from that, good to see the pressure on the infield as well. A bit more defensive on the leg side, but those fielders on the offside are fairly close in, looking to not give away any easy singles. There is going to be a single down there to mid-off. Just played wide of him coming in, so he can't prevent the one. It's a slow but steady start here for their innings, Rico.
Yeah, it certainly is. They've been a little bit unfortunate here. And, well, there's plenty of different types of headgear being used. And this man here, he's using some Kilari. And we saw also another player. And a lot of questions about what's being used. Well, maybe we might have some answers for you in a bit. Well, this one, strange sort of delivery, wasn't it? And, sometimes he looks really awkward, and it quite amazes you that he gets the ball to go where he wants it to, Kilari. Have a look at how awkward this looks. It's almost like you think he's going to pop his shoulder out.
Yeah, certainly nice delivery though. Just sort of held up in the pitch. Didn't get quite as high as expected. Just as an update, I think we've been in touch with the agent for Kalari's hair, and seeing if we can get permission to interview it during the course this afternoon. We'll keep you updated with how that goes. It's almost a similar sort of ball, but just pops up a touch. It's escaped past the clutches of the fielder there at square leg. Fortunately for him, he probably got a fingernail on it, and they'll manage to stop it before it gets to the boundary, and they'll take 2. That's the end of the over. United Cricket Club sitting at 11 for 9 after 2 wickets. A huge amount of runs on the board, but at least they haven't lost any wickets. And good to have in the chat. Still plenty of our fans there today. Lily Panda, Luke Belgium there, Ricky Adams. Thank you for the charming welcome for both myself and Rico. Great to have your company. Graham Holmes in there as well. Excellent to have you all on board. And interesting start, as we said, to Group B, Ariana. They were wonderful in the first 2 games today. Looked very powerful, showed some great depth in their batting lineup, but their bowling lineup is pretty impressive as well. And they might be a little bit more fearful of this Hissingens team than they assumed at the start of this tournament. Hissingens have looked good in the first contest. Good ball, takes the top of leg stump. Ali tries to give himself room to heave over the leg side before the power play is over, but excellent length for Joshy, and he continues his wicket-taking ways. United are 11 for 1.
Yeah, Joshy breakthrough. We were just saying that at least they managed to go 2 overs without losing a wicket, but Joshy comes back and he says, He says, I'm back where I need to be, right up there, and knocks the stumps over to the delight of his teammates. And disappointing there once again for Ali. He does look like quite a capable batter, but at the moment he seems to be a little bit short on match practice, and he has to depart as the new batter makes his way out. And it's going to be Rashid Mohammed. Now we know Mohammed went for a first bowler in the first match. He's looking to do a lot better here.
Yeah, Mahmood, the skipper, we didn't get to see anything from him in the first innings. He was out first ball, the second of Joshy's victims. A nice rising ball outside off stump, which could only fend out to backward point. Just to face that same man again. Completely dissimilar delivery, a little bit short of a length this time, outside of off stump. Top ball.
Yeah, Mahmood, isn't he wanting to perform in this match? To try and get his team up and running, get some valuable runs on the board. Just got to put a partnership together with the career.
Oh, geez, that's a good ball from Joshy. Good length, a little bit of pop off the pitch, just went over the top of off stump, and in a fairly uncharitable welcome to the batting crease. It was a little bit wider of off stump, but either way, Mahmood having to deal with a pretty fired up Joshy spell here.
Yeah, that's a really good delivery. I mean, Joshy, the first over was just probably a little bit drifting down the leg, but he's got himself sorted pretty well.
And goes down the leg side. It's probably just taking the pad, and they'll scamper through for 1. Bit of a discussion on the YouTube chat, Rico, between Ninj and Ricky Adams as to whether or not the Mancad incident with the ball remaining in the last game might fire up this United Cricket Club team.
Well, yeah, it's let's have a view on it. Let's just see this one first. And this is being lofted up in the air. It should be taken, and well, that is a blunder. That's a dolly that goes down, and well, he gets a little pat on the back. Does the fielder there to say, look, don't worry about it. But that's a Nizam Shahul, and that's a glaring error. That's a dolly that goes down.
Yeah, probably the first time he's got his hands on the ball this game. Might have just been a few nerves as what it was a pretty easy catch. Went up. I get the feeling being very generous there, Rico. I'm sure Joshy might have 1 or 2 words with him before this game's over. Has just been taken over the top. Not brilliantly timed, but it'll skip off this hard surface. Go for a much needed boundary. Probably a little bit of frustration from Joshy as he ends up occurring at the boundary to finish off the power play. United, they are 17 for 1 after 3.
Yeah, 17 for 1, and in comparison to where they were before, they're, well, in terms of runs, they're below, but at least they've only lost the 1 wicket as opposed to the 3 they had at this point in that first match. It was 19 for 3 there, it's 17 for 1 in this one.
Win probability sitting in favour of Hissingens, unsurprisingly. Not even getting to 6 and over at the moment, but only 1 wicket down, so not the end of the world. Still got 7 overs to work with. I suspect it's probably these two who will have to do the majority of the work with the bat. Maybe they just need to aim for a total of 90, 95. Don't need to worry about thrashing about too much, but they need to find the boundary with a bit more regularity than they are at the moment. Larry, nice ball, getting it to jag appreciably across the front of the batsman. He's producing some absolute grenades, Kalari.
Well, the movement on this one is just incredible. It really does move big, and, well, when the bowlers bowl this to you and you're the batter, you're just thinking, well, what's the next one going to do? How about that?
See that one just sort of, the fingers rolling over the top of it with a leg cutter. So he's gone for the slower ball. Somehow the batsman's got virtually nothing of it to just pop it up to the wicket keeper. That's an ordinary dismissal, and he'll be incredibly disappointed. I'll have a look just to double check that there's no concerns with the no ball off the top of a leg spin. Ooh, pretty close. The batsman was in a bit of a crouch stance as he went down to deal with it. It's either leg spinner that came out high out of the hand. Either way, he's made such poor contact. The ball just loops to the wicketkeeper. That's a disappointing dismissal.
Yeah, it's very disappointing. And that one there, the height of it, I think the ball is dipping. Also, you got to take into consideration, as you said, Andrew, the batter also does sort of go down really low. So you see here, you can see it clearly dipping from that angle. You do see the batter having a look at the square leg umpire and the sort of saying, wasn't that too high? And the square leg saying, nah, not on this game. The ball was dipping, so the wicket stands, and Carrera, it's a disappointing departure for him. He goes for 6 of just of his 11 deliveries.
Chaitanya continuing what is a pretty effective bowling spell for him so far. He's got 1 for 6. Khan's the new man at the crease, joining Mahmood. Just as we say, he's bowling effectively. Spears a very wide ball. There should have been a run-out chance at the bowler's end. Unfortunately, it was a poor throw coming in. The fielder sweeping around from fine leg. There's no ultimate dramas. Mahmood, quite rightly, was pushing down for the single. His partner's calling him, giving a little bit of a come hither with his open glove. As it is, he just decides to turn around at the last moment, and Mahmood's forced to backtrack.
Yeah, that's a terrible mix-up, and how they don't run him out. It's quite amazing, really. Gilari to continue.
Big swing from Khan. Cannons into his pads, and there's no run.
Yeah, I think here maybe that the way I'm seeing is United are trying to force the issue. And I think I like to backtrack to what you said earlier. Maybe they should just be focusing on just playing some normal shots, stroking the ball around, taking the singles, and maybe getting the ball through the gaps and finding the ball go to the boundary on this fast outfield. Don't try and force it, but just try and get yourself in. You see, every shot, they're going for the power shot.
Well, they have gone for another power shot. He's gotten away with it, though. Enough bat to take it over the top of the fielder, who's a wide third man, and the spin on the ball has made it kick over the boundary. That is a much-needed 4. I'm not sure Khan knew too much about it. Was trying to heave it to the mid-wicket boundary.
Yeah, he doesn't know much about it. You see there's an outstretched hand there from the fielder. That's Srikanth, but just couldn't get the ball in hand. It's 4 runs. But yeah, it's I think they're far better off before the top order batters disappear and get bowled out, and you leave it to the tail. The batter just trying to bat themselves into form. So get in line with the ball, take the singles.
Kalani gets into the block hole again. That's a cracking shot from Khan. He's almost been dismissed the previous ball, but somehow he's got the bottom hand to drag this across to wide at mid-wicket. It's a beefy swing, but he's gotten a good piece of that ball.
Yeah, that's well played, and I just wonder here if the bowling style and what Kilari is getting the ball to do is not going to trouble the left-hander too much, because it ends up coming sort of into the pads of the left-hander. And you see, if he plays straight and he plays with his head down and sensible, he should be able to score some good runs here freely. Just doesn't want to get carried away, doesn't want to get the big swing in for nothing.
I think he goes wide of off stump. Can't, as he seems to have a bit of favouritism to that mid-wicket area. Swings it across the line. I think it makes decent contact, and United, they are 27 for 2 after 4 overs, Rico. Not a bad start for them. They're happy there's only 1 wicket down at this stage.
Not a bad start. I mean, they had a bit of luck as well, didn't they? A few slides that have gone in the air that catch it, not take it. Sometimes that's all you need. And we've seen there with the left-hander there's played some nice shots. So Kilari, they've seen him out. They've also seen out Joshi. So this is maybe an opportunity for them to sort of eye up that score between 80 and 90. And maybe if one of the batters gets lucky, gets a bit more slice of the luck, they can probably go on to score better and bigger runs. We see a bowling change here coming up here. Looks like it's going to be this man Kama coming on to bowl. He's another one they've been talking about his hair style as well. And maybe we can have an update for you. Well, there you go. A lot of you were asking, well, I was certainly asking, what's keeping that hair up? Well, Kama, as well as his partner there, Kilari, that's what they got in their hair. So that's what's keeping it all together. You see, he took it off and it's all over the place. But when he puts it back, it goes back into place. It's quite an interesting device. And he did offer to get me one. So maybe you'll see Rico Full supporting that as well. There were a few people asking about how I keep my hair together sometimes in these windy conditions. What do you reckon? You think that'd be quite useful on one of those?
I can look fabulous, Rico, and I'm going to insist that you do that for Monday's play. Maybe he's got a spare one sitting in his kit bag along with a pair of gloves. That's a great bit of work from the production team to bring up an inspiring photo from one of the Hare twins. And he started this over pretty well. Coming around the wicket to the right-hander. Just gets the ball searing past the outside edge. Goes down to the third man. Brings left-hander Khan back on to strike. Very tidy so far. Camo, I've liked his bowling. In fact, I've liked this Hissingen's bowling attack, full stop.
And just getting his third man to the lefty, a bit finer. Just thought he was too wide.
It's a decent piece of it. Almost forehands it across to mid-wicket. He'll keep it to the one. There's just not enough boundaries in this innings at the moment. They're turning off over the strike with reasonable regularity, but they need to punctuate those with 4 and a 6 occasionally, and it's just not happening. One steps away, manipulates the one. It might have been hoping to beat that fielder coming around from point, but unfortunately the opportunity for 2 doesn't arise.
Yeah, it strokes it away quite nicely. You're right, the singles are there, but not the boundaries. And I mean, that hair device, whatever it's called, maybe people on the chat know what it's called, but Karma seems to follow the same pattern with his run, doesn't he? Sort of zigzag, zigzag before he releases the delivery.
Never a truer word said, Rico Full. Love this man's run up. It keeps the fans interested throughout the entire process as he's just manipulating his field a touch, putting Burkle back onto the 30. Maybe just trying to get a bit more defensive with Khan taking some big swings. Good ball right in the block hole. It's a nice place to bowl to a batsman like Khan, who's taking big swings and trying to heave to mid-wicket. It just takes it into that spot. There's almost like a little V that comes between the bat on the downswing and their pads, and he's found that gap wonderfully. It's a good bit of bowling.
Yeah, I mean, it is, but I don't think this one is in the zone, but he's not been able to put it away at all, has he? But the one thing that it goes back to what I was saying in there with the first innings, that United can be guilty of sometimes just moving around in the crease too much. And as a result of that, balls which probably could be called and probably would be called wides, they're managing to get something on them. They've got to stop doing that. take those extras, take those extra deliveries, and hopefully that can help to boost your score here at the end of 5. So the halfway point is 32 for 2.
Yeah, we'll have a look at the United batting card at the moment. These two both going. Rashid Mahmood is 6 off 6. He probably needs to get moving. He hasn't really timed too many since he's been at the crease. Khan swinging hard, so he's got 12 off 8. Not necessarily always coming off the middle of the bat, but he's at least giving the ball a chance to race to the boundary. Skipper Gokul Srinivasan, who was inspirational for them in that win earlier today, he's coming up to the bowling crease. Slap straight back at him. May have been a caught and bowled opportunity. Just couldn't move quickly enough to his left. Looks fairly innocent as he strolls into the bowling crease, Rico, but he's got good location control.
Yeah, he does, and it's a crafty campaigner. Almost snaps a caught and bowled chance. And remember, he was the one who started it all off in the first match with that brilliant catch off the very first ball of the innings. And this one is hit away pretty well. You see, that's a good example of where the batters need to know which ball to play or not. I mean, he's played that, he's got a single from it. But if he leaves that alone, that's a wide. So he would have got the same result, but an extra ball to come his way.
Interesting field setting here for Khan. They've got player just where he's hit that first ball, although unfortunately the fielder may as well have been a piece of wet paper, how that ball has gone straight through him. It's gone for a boundary. I was about to say they've got a good defensive field for his swing style. Fielder probably even wider of cow corner than would normal, straighter of cow corner than would normally be the case, as well as long on. But that's a dreadful bit of outfielding.
Yeah, that's not good work. And yeah, he stays down there, and he shows us all the big gap that he left between sort of the leg and the foot as it goes under the bridge, if you like.
It's a better ball from the skipper. Gets it outside off stump. Well struck from Khan. Looks like he's getting in his groove a touch. He's 18 off 11 now. He can get his captain to just start playing in slightly more aggressive fashion. They could be looking at a score around 85, but need to continue this upward trend. Cracked around to the leg side. It's just going to be yet another single from Mahmood. Moves to 8 off 8.
Srinivasan just bowled that one to his opposite number captain. Still plenty of support for Hissingen. They've certainly brought the Coach Triple supporters out here with them. That's a nice looking shot, and that's not going to be stopped by anybody. It's nice to see a different shot attempted there from Khan. We see him play the same shot several times in the direction of the same fielder there at mid-wicket. But this time he gets more on it, doesn't he? Really stretches across, gets that sort of, it's a sweep type slog, isn't it? But gets it right and gets 4 runs.
Yeah, it's a good observation, Rico. He's just held it for a moment and played it far squarer. And given the field they'd set him, that was intelligent batting. You know, and kick along. They're 44 for 2 after 6 now. And they've got a platform to work with here, Rico. There's only 2 wickets down. Obviously, the 2 men at the crease at the moment are pretty important for them. And in particular, Khan is moving his strike rate along nicely. He's 22 off 12. If these 2 can stay in there for the next 2 overs, then they might be in a half-decent position.
Yeah, you're right. I'm just looking back at the last match. This is the first time, like for like, in terms of score, that they've actually gone above where they were in the first match. So they're on 44. It was 40 first time round, but they had lost 4 wickets. So that makes a big difference. And of course, the captain is still out there, Rashid Mahmood. And he's going to run the ball at the moment, but I'm pretty sure that he's looking to get some acceleration in. And they've got a batter who is set as well in terms of Israel Khan. So maybe you can see a good flurry, a good finish here in the remaining 4 overs from United, and try and get a score sort of between that 80 and 90. That would certainly give them a little bit more to bowl at when Hissingen are out there.
Yeah, certainly will. New bowler, Jonathan Kakala, coming on. Opportunity for the fielder at fine leg. Unfortunately, it's just evaded him. Kakala going for the short one, first ball, and maybe that's enough to get Mahmood moving. He swept nicely onto the back foot to play that. A little bit top edgy. Just need a boundary though.
Yeah, it's a nice hook shot. He gets it in the right area, gets it fine from the man there on the 45, goes to the boundary. That's certainly going to make Mahmood feel a lot better.
A little bit of pressure back on Kikala. It's the first time he's been at the bowling crease this tournament so far. Another short ball, and Mahmood says thank you very much. Goes for his second course down to the leg side boundary. Nicely struck. Falls off consecutive balls for him, and Kikala, he's loosening the pressure.
Yeah, that's been dispatched, hasn't it? And Kikala goes for more pace than getting the line right, and all he's able to do there is just drag that down again. And that's a lovely shot from Rashid Mahmood. Like the way he's onto that really quickly. It looks like already that he prefers the shorter delivery.
Skipper Gokul just giving some calmness to his pace bowler, just telling him to settle it down, don't rush. It's good advice. Well, a short ball, but a little bit more on off stump. Good change of line. And it'll just be a single.
Yeah, so that's not bad, isn't it? I mean, Mahmood, he's hit 2 boundaries, gets a single, and now he's going to the other batter who's set, also in his 20s. It's a card to say, okay, over to Q. I like this as well because you've got a bowler under a bit of pressure. He's been hit for a couple of boundaries by a right-hander. Now he's got to contend with the left-hand bowler, so he's got pressure on getting the line right straight away. He's opting to go around the wicket, and if he bowls short, you certainly know that Isra Khan is going to latch onto it.
Certainly know which direction Isra Khan's going to be putting this. Well, he goes wide of off stump. It wasn't a bad plan considering where Khan likes to hit the ball, but he's just got enough bat on it, and it flies away to find third man. Third boundary in this over.
Yeah, look, he's sort of carved something out of that. I thought that was a good ball when it left the hand. I thought he's got it absolutely right. He doesn't want to go short to him. He goes full and tries to just squeeze it in on that that guideline for the umpires. But he's played that pretty well. 4 more. This is what they needed, a good over. The 50 has come up, and now they're eyeing up 60.
Yeah, 57 for 2. 2 balls to go here for Kikala to get out of this over. He's been unlucky that last delivery. Smart piece of bowling. And it's another decent ball. It's gone flying up. Third man's in with a chance. Can't complete the catch. Khan could have taken the second, but he's a little bit sluggish on the first. Kikala's got to be frustrated when you get hit for a few boundaries and then you create a wicket opportunity. You need your fielding partners to back you up.
Yeah, ball gayi uppar Chansiga and Ramakrishna aaya the ball gayi. Kinda main aaya ball gayi kidhar gayi, and put it down, and once again getting an opportunity.
Kikala drifts onto the leg stump. That's nicely timed. Just enough air to get it over the infield, and it's going to dribble along to the boundary for yet another 4. That's an expensive over for Kikala. He goes for 18, and that could be the over that really gets the United innings kicking.
Yeah, look, this is good. We were just saying, weren't we, Andrew, that while the captain is there, if he can get into the act as well with supporting Khan, anything can happen. And at the moment, they're doing pretty well. As we have a look at what we've got coming up on Monday.
Yeah, new team, Loma, who, well, let's see if they turn up on Monday morning after seeing what Ariana Cricket Club did to Malmahus earlier today. They have got to bring their A game because Ariana Cricket Club are looking invincible after taking down Malmahus earlier. Speaking of Malmahus, they will feature in the second pair of games against the winner from Game 3 here earlier today. The boys in blue from Hisingen Cricket Club. A couple of good contests coming up there. Please join us on Monday as Gokul comes on. Try to repair some of the momentum that was given away by Kikala.
Well, the batter's gone down here. He's okay. He's getting up. I think he's just... does he twist his ankle as he goes down here? But look, look at the reaction from the captain here. And, well, he's very lucky not to lose his own ankles. As we see the corner of your screen, the batter go down in spectacular fashion. Well,
there's a lot happening on that ball for what should have just been a casual single. I don't blame the skipper for holding his hands out.
See the sign, and he comes in again.
Skipper on skipper again too. Mahmood swung it out and he's found the mid-wicket boundary. It's unprotected because the skipper. Gokul has got 3 fielders on the offside. Picked out that spot wide of wide of long on, and strikes it nicely. It's good batting from Mahmood.
Yeah, I'm liking this acceleration from both the batters. I think they've done exactly what we were calling for when those 2 wickets had gone down. We said, look, get yourself in. Stop just throwing the bat at everything. Play a few singles. You know you're going to get some extras. You know you're going to get the bad balls. Then make it count. And now they're in a position where they're accelerating right on cue. And, well, we were saying they do well to get between 80 and 90. This one's played out. And, well, they take it on. They're chancing their arm a little bit as well. There's another bat that comes out of the hand of the batter. But, yeah, now they're chancing the hand. This is the right time to do exactly what they're doing because they've still got wickets in hand.
It's all action stations when Khan's running between the wickets, isn't he? Bat getting plugged on multiple occasions. He's been on his backside once or twice. He's having to fix the gloves now. Just can't turn your head away from this ECS action, Rico.
It's a frenzy of action. We know it.
Hassan drops on the leg stump a little bit. Creative cricket from Khan. Beautifully timed. He's shown he's got a lot more in the kit bag than just the mid-wicket heave. That's a lovely shot. And all of a sudden, Hassan, who's bowled pretty well to date, under pressure, the right-left combination, just getting his radar scrambled.
Yeah, this is a lovely sweep shot, isn't it? He just gets into position nicely, plays it away, executes it brilliantly. He knows there's a fielder there, but it's all about placement.
Ball wide of off stump. That's a good realignment from Hassan. Love another dot ball to get out of this over without too much more damage. And talked to him a few times this week, Rico, about how just one over can turn momentum. And you have to look at that one from Kakala that went for 18 after the rest of the bowling attack had been pretty tight. And all of a sudden, Khan's just finding the boundary with ease. Steps away to the offside. Good adjustment from the batter. Swings it for a boundary over mid-wicket, and United are now 76 for 2.
Yeah, what a turnaround this is, and well done to Khan. He's batting really well here. He's making things happen, and he made a 14 in the previous innings, coming in at number 4. And he's done the same here, comes in at the same number. But I like his way, I like his approach. He's suited to this format. He goes out there, he swings the bat. Sometimes he's going to get out cheaply, but other times like here, he's going to go on to make valuable contributions for his side. And this partnership has certainly been a fruitful one. Both these batters are well set here now at the moment. They came together when the score was on 17. So you can see just how well they've done.
Yeah, Mahmood's starting to find his range too. He's found the boundary with ease a couple of times in the last overs as well. Remember, he was scrapping along at a runner ball not that long ago. 76 for 2 with 2 overs to go. Should be eyeing off triple figures now. They can continue at this sort of strike rate. Looks like Ravikumar Nanjundaswamy. How's that pronunciation, Rico?
Nanjundaswamy is up in the air. Oh, let's have a look at it again. As it just drops before the man at third. Yeah, I think you've done pretty well there, Nanjundaswamy.
Maybe Ravi would be easier, but Nanjundaswamy is such a good surname that
you've got to use it.
Got to use it, absolutely. Right arm coming around the wicket. The wind's just picking up a touch here. He's swinging back into the pads of the left-hander Khan, which I think he'll be quite happy about. Crowd swelling here at Landskrona Cricket Club. Big Saturday afternoon contingent, watching some T10 cricket action. One started wide of off stump. Khan's had a big swing, and the catch is not completed down there at fine leg. Another disappointing effort after their fielding was pretty good in their first game today.
Yeah, I mean, it's one catch after another that keeps going down here. And this one again, look, you just mentioned the wind. So any of these going up in the air, I think the wind is going to get it. The bowler's pretty excited, thinks it's going to be a catch. And the fielder shells it. It's another one that goes down. They haven't been at their best here. Certainly, and that's one thing we did say about them in the last match. They bowled well, and they took all their chances. They haven't in this one. You can see the difference it makes.
Taking their chances in the field, and the odd extra as well. Leg side wide. Cricket Club make their way up to 79 for two legitimate balls in this 9th over so far. I guess at least Anjunaswamy is not going for boundaries at the moment. And he's beaten Mahmood. It's the first time we've seen one of these batsmen beaten for quite some time. Nice piece of bowling.
Yeah, nice work there from Puddle as well, just making sure he doesn't get past him.
Nice little out swinger from Ravi. Another one that beats the outside edge. Good piece of bowling, gutsy stuff. Pitching up against Mahmood. I like the strategy.
Couple of drop balls to the set Rashid. It's not what Rashid would be looking for.
Another decent length ball. Mahmood has to get moving. Ravi charges at it. Somehow it falls in between both he and I think that was Gokul coming in from the point position. Things just going the way of United at the moment, although this over has been a tight one in the overall scheme of things. Only 4 coming from it so far. There's only 1 ball to go, so perhaps those dreams of reaching 3 figures have to be somewhat.
This one has to be sent to the boundary, doesn't it? And certainly Israel Khan is going to have a go.
Ball drifting on the leg stump. Khan's taking a couple of steps down. Ravi thrashes in to ensure that he doesn't manage to scamper through for a single. That's a pretty good over from Ravi and Jundaswamy. That was the 9th, and United only just creep up to 80 for 2. Disappointing one after they'd gone for 12, 18 and 14 off the previous 3 overs. So an important one for Anjunaswamy just to get that run rate under control.
Yeah, only 4 runs that come off it. That shows you how big an over that was. It's a poor one really though for United. You know, you got 8 wickets in hand. And at this point of the match, there's no way that only 4 should come off an over. I mean, the minimum, if the over is that good, the minimum is you take 6 at least, and that's when the bowling has been super duper. I don't think, no disrespect to Najundaswamy, it wasn't super duper, they just didn't capitalise on it.
Right, solid over for him though. This one has started off with a Maximo though. That is a big strike from Mahmood, and all of a sudden Abhinav Kama, he's under a bit of pressure, bowled in the 10th.
Well, I think this was caught there by one of his own teammates. He's been absolutely crunched. Now keep an eye on this. I think this is a, yeah, that looks like it's been well caught there. And smashing it. And the catch taken by Mughal, I think.
Bowls the next ball in almost exactly the same zone. Mahmood slightly off with his timing. Gets lucky, Kama, but that one could have easily been launched for a 2nd consecutive maximum.
Where are they? That's 87. 4 balls to come in the... Yeah, but they're already... Look, we set a score between 80 and 90. They're there. So the way I see it, that all the runs that are coming off these next 4 deliveries are all like bonus runs.
No wickets since the 2nd ball of the 4th over. Khan swings hard straight down the ground. Finally, they have a dismissal. Chaitanya takes a good catch. Kama, after being smoked for a 6 first ball, has come back pretty well. It's a nicely taken catch, and after an enterprising innings, Isra Khan is gone for 37 off only 21 balls.
Yeah, look, he's batted well. He's when he was first out there, he was swinging and missing a lot. He needed to change his approach. He did. He took a bit of time just to get himself set. Probably helped by some advice from the captain, Rashid Mahmood. And he's made a valuable contribution. 37 he's put on the board. And he's done well. It's been a good knock from him, just what was required. Nice catch from Kilari. Doesn't make any mistakes, but that's where Hissingen, if they go on to lose this match, they've lost it in the field. Without doubt. I think they've dropped about 4 catches.
Kama comes up with a slightly short of length ball on the leg side. A bad time to do it to a new batsman. As Mahmood gets himself back on strike. That's Ifzan Afzal. He's come out to join Mahmood for the final stages of this innings. Mahmood sitting really deep in his crease, just hoping to be able to get underneath even the Yorker. And he does just that. Swings hard. It hasn't quite made it for a Maximo, but it's a valuable 4. United, they reached 92 for 3. Still 1 ball to go in the innings.
This one there's been hit pretty well, and he doesn't really want to run for it. He says, surely it's going. And you see the fielder coming across here, and it's out of his reach. Cautious to Chungi Kittia, Chunga Doria, but Joka Lagya. So in the 90s here now, a ball to go.
Kama, he's under a bit of pressure. Final ball. Mahmood steps away off stump, swings hard to the leg side. Fielder comes in from deep mid, drops the catch. Mahmood, a little bit sluggish, trying to push through for the single, but the keeper fumbles the throw. It was a nice throw coming in from the fielder out there, a deep square. But as it is, they'll scamper through for the second, and United end up 94 for 3. Rico, there should have been a run out on the last ball.
Should have been a run out. I mean, that's been the story of this innings from Hissingen, hasn't it? I mean, the first time round we were complimenting them on how well they bowled and how well the bowlers were backed up by the fielders. All the catches being taken, they did everything right. They got the run-outs completed. This time round, well, my calculation is there's probably been 5 chances at least that have gone down. And as a result of that, United, searching their first victory in the European Cricket Series, has ended up on 94.
Yeah, Vaibhav Joshi, he was impressive again at the top of the innings. Bowled a pair of excellent overs, and he's a real weapon with the new ball for this Hissingen side. United continuing their struggles at the top of the order. This time it was Ali who swung wildly across after a fair bit of defensive pressure from the bowlers. As you said, Rico, their catching has let them down a lot. This one was an easy one for the wicketkeeper, though, made no mistake after a fortunate slower ball full toss from Kialari. He didn't really deserve a wicket from that one, but he got one. And that's when things just started to turn the way of United a little bit. Sloppy fielding allowed a boundary, few outside edges that went down third man, and then all of a sudden Khan and his big left-handed swing started finding the boundary.
Yeah, they did, didn't they? He started to play some clean shots, starting to find the middle of the bat. He started to use his feet better, and well, it also was the start, especially with that boundary there from Rashid Mahmood. Up until then, he wasn't really flowing, and then he got flying, and both these batters then contributed, and they got a good partnership going. Both of them were up there, got a 50 partnership, and they continued to keep going. And they tried the same sort of bowling attack as before. It didn't work, and even the captain, Gokal, went for a few boundaries as well. This was a huge one, and it was well caught there as well. It's a nice catch by Usman Mughal, but not before the ball had already gone for 6 runs.
Yeah, and they batted for almost 6 overs together, this pair. It's a pretty long partnership in the context of a T10 innings. Ultimately, Khan was eventually dismissed. A nice catch by Kalani down there long on, but Mahmood kept on hustling. They scampered through for a 2 on that last ball, and United have ended up with a score of 94 for 3 off their 10 overs. Certainly better than it looked at one stage, Rico, and those wickets in hand they had towards the end made sure they had plenty of opportunity to swing the bat.
Yeah, certainly did. Much, much better from United. I think obviously we've seen there the importance of their captain with the bat. He's somebody that can carry his bat all the way through. As we have a look at his innings, he was the highest scorer there with 41 and not out. But that partnership and between him and Israel Khan, that was what was important there. And you just get the feeling that if they're able to recapture that several times when they play with the other batters, the middle order batting coming in and just finding the odd boundary here and there, that they're a team that certainly 110, 120 is always there. The question is, how well are we going to see them go out there and bowl?
Yeah, well, their bowling performance was pretty good in the first game. Hissingen's probably not so bad this time around, but the fielding let them down. I think United will feel they've got a great opportunity to defend this, and they've got a pretty useful bowling attack themselves. We'll have a look at the card for the Hissingen's bowlers. Vaibhav Joshi, very impressive once again at the top, and he was ably supported by Kilari, who took 1 for 16. Probably just when they brought on Kakala in the middle stages, he went for 18, and then all of a sudden the skipper Srinivasan also went for a few in the next over. But it was Ravikumar and Jundaswamy with that 9th over, only went for 4 runs. If Hissingen's go on to win this game, they'll probably look back at that as a decisive moment, at least in this fielding innings.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, somehow that over, when we always say it all happened in the 9th, well, hardly anything happened in the 9th. And but they did at least get some valuable runs off the last one. But yeah, I mean, looking at that, they'll be very disappointed that they weren't able to get to the 100. But at the same time, bearing in mind where they finished in the first one when they were chasing 95, they got to 65, and that's the other thing they'll be looking at. That 95 is the score that they gave away last time. If they could have gone beyond that, I think mentally they'll be saying to themselves, look, they only got 95 last time, and that was thanks to a couple of good knocks, especially from Gokar. So if we bowl and field well, who knows? Look, they didn't field particularly well, and one team that did in the first match were, of course, Hessingen. So maybe this is going to be the other way around. They batted well, but they've got the runs on the board as well, Andrew, and I think sometimes that also creates a little bit of pressure. Hessingen, they've won their first match in a long time in the European Cricket Series, so they are on a high, but they're probably going to be up against this, but a lot, again, will be down to their captain, Gokar.
Yeah, I think you're right, Rico, but I suspect this is going to be a close one to finish day 6 of week 1 here at the Landskrona Cricket Club. This is ECS Landskrona on the European Cricket Network. I'm Andrew Ryan, gleefully joined by the wonderful Mr. Rico Full here in commentary. We're here for the rest of the afternoon, take you through the second innings of this final game, and then obviously all next week on the European Cricket Network. We'll be back with the second innings in a couple of minutes, so look forward to you joining us then. European cricket fans, welcome back to the European Cricket Network. We're in the concluding stages here of Day 6 here at ECS Landskrona, brought to you by FanCode. And a big welcome to everyone who's joining us in India and the subcontinent on the FanCode service, and also all of our fans here on YouTube, and particularly everyone who is in the YouTube chat room. Excellent to see all of you joining us for a feast of cricket here on a Saturday, and it's been some excellent action for us so far today. Still 10 overs of it to go. We've got the chase of this total of 94 for 3, so a total target of 95 for Hastings to take their second win today, but United will be pulling out all stops to try to stop them and to carry us through this final game today. It is an absolute pleasure to welcome the man with the best vest in the business. It is Mr. Rico Full.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, I think we're dressed up today. I mean, we know that we sometimes have funky Fridays, but it's been certainly a colourful Saturday. And,
salacious Saturdays, maybe, or salubrious Saturdays.
I like that. And the teams as well. I'm liking the colours of the teams. We got the purple and the blue, the sky blue here. I love the orange that we had earlier in the matches between Ariana and Malmöhus. I like the colours. It's been a colourful day. And I certainly like the colour of what's up there in the sky at the moment, because the sun is shining, and it certainly is helping everybody that's watching this match with interest enjoy it. As we see the first ball, that's well bowled, good bit of swing away. A nice start there from Latif Sulhuri.
Spoke to the skipper Mahmood before they went on to take battle in the first game earlier today, and he had big raps on Latif Sulhuri. I think he's a very good cricketer and play an important part as United try to make their way through to the quarterfinal stage. Top 4 qualifiers from Group B will make it through to the latter stages of this tournament. A little outswinger pops just in front of the fielder at backward point. Probably needed to take a step in, perhaps just a little bit on his back foot. Waleed Al Hassan. That could have been a big opportunity to send one of the prime batsmen back to the pavilion very quickly.
Well, you know what I thought about it? I thought that maybe, Andis, you got me there. I thought that has to be a chance you've got to take. And United, they're certainly looking for that one. You've got to make that count. You've got to make it count, says Rico. That one pops up as well. Good bit of movement away. Anyway, listen, we're never safe here, are we? Andis is always watching us, isn't he? Always got his eye on us. This camera, maybe we should cover it up with a towel. Do you think you got a towel?
Well, at least he's selective of when he uses that video. Every now and then I unleash dance moves to keep my feet moving, especially when it's a bit colder today. So kudos to Anders for not exposing the ECN crowd to that. So here he continues. Wide of off stump, and it's been cracked with great effect. That's a Maximo. Umpire probably just waiting for confirmation from the dugout, but it's definitely a Maximo by a couple of inches. Nithin had to use the full extension of his arms to reach it. It was a wide ball from Zahiri. It swung even wider, and the arms finally go up. It's a nice start from Hissingens.
Yeah, Sanders again. They're just trying to help the umpires out there. Put them up in the air like you just don't care. I'm not playing musical statues there, I promise.
Just a decisive call from Rico Falls, showing his many years of umpiring experience.
Good shot that, wasn't it?
Lovely shot. Then just has that one hold on the pitch. Nice change of pace from Sulhiri. Just looks like he's rolled his fingers over the ball.
Yeah, you can see he's just trying to give himself room, moving very early. Ramakrishna. I like Ramakrishna. I like what he did in the first match. I like the way that he, from the very first ball, he was aggressive. He was attacking. Gets his team, well, that's his plan, gets his team to a good start in the power play.
Leary trying to finish off this over. Just missed time to fielder at mid-off. They'll make it through for a single. It's good aggressive running. And Nithin starts off with a pretty good over. Ramakrishna, he ends up 7 off 4. Jalari, he's 1 off 2. And Hissingens, they are 8 for none after the first.
Yeah, it's a reasonable start. You know that the rate that they need to be at just over 9. So Yeah, I mean, 8 of the first, it's not the worst. What the worst case scenario would be is that losing those wickets. That's what they need to do, keep them intact. But certainly one good over in the power play that will get them up to the rate and get that rate or keep that rate sort of around about 8. They certainly wouldn't want it to go any higher than where it is at the moment. Don't want to be going at 10. Keep it at 8, and that just keeps things easy for them. That means you get a boundary and over, then keep the singles going.
Skipper Rashid moves. Not a bad ball first up, probably a little bit short of the length, but Nithan has given himself a little bit of room and cuts it backward of point for 4. Excellent shot.
This is such a good shot. He plays it with so much time, doesn't he? Just rocks back and keeps his body shape beautifully, gets it between those two fielders. Nice shot for 4.
Bowled well in the first game, Mahmood, particularly in the later stages. Picked up, was it 3 wickets in his final over?
He did, yeah. 3 wickets he got, and there was the run out as well. 4 wickets in total.
Well, Nithan's taken him to the boundary for the second successive ball. That wasn't as well placed as the first, but they've got plenty of fielders around there at point and just backward of. Unfortunately, it's been almost left by the pair of them.
Yeah.
Put the hands up expecting a sweeper to take it, but there's no one out in the boundary.
Well, one puts his hands up, and the other one is throwing his legs at it. This is not good. The captain don't like it. It's a really good shot. He gives himself a lot of room, shows all his stumps. Look at this. Plays it away, and look at the fielding. Look, hands up, baby, hands up. Well, a bit of footwork there as well, but it totally goes wrong. Then the single's been taken there.
Mood just pushing that one through a little bit quicker and a little bit straighter. Cramping Nithan up, but he manages to push it away. Good running from Hisingen. They've shown an appetite for the quick singles today. It's wide. It's going to be the 3rd boundary in 4 balls this over. And they are having a happy time of it in the opening stages of this chase. Kalari finally gets his innings going with his first boundary.
Well, he may have picked up wickets in the first, but now he's been taken apart. It's another. That was not a good ball, though. It's over pitch, and he's trying to set a field for that. You can't set a field for a bad ball.
Struggling to find his length of it. He's either been too full or too short. That one is definitely too short, and Kalari doesn't need a second invitation. He pulls it for a maximum. Great start here from Hisingen.
Yeah, and this is far too short. It's a Gandhi ball. It's a half tracker, and Kalari just says thank you very much.
Almost a bit of Suhas Shetty in that pull shot.
Yeah, it certainly is. And we know that he was on the chat earlier on. If you're still watching, well, let us know what you thought of that shot. Was that out of your book of cricket? Oh, that's a good one. That certainly moved late again. We've seen quite a few of these, and that is the end of the over. What a good delivery this one is. And watch the movement once it pitches. Wow.
Beautiful ball from Mahmood and good comeback after he'd been spanked for 19 off the rest of the over. Hissingen's there, 27 for none after 2. It's only needing 68 and 48, Rico. In the first 2 overs of the power play, they've got the run rate under control.
Yeah, this is what's happening in the group. This is the start of Group B today. Ariana 2 from 2 early on against Malmahus there at the top. Hissingen's, they've got themselves started. They've got to win in the European Cricket Series after going winless last time round in 2021, and they're looking to join Ariana there at top spot. But can the team who are up against United do anything about it? Well, this one, it's been well stopped. Good job he does stop it, because otherwise he could have been in a little bit of agony, the fielder there. Makes a good stop though, as this one is getting up to corrupt pretty quickly.
Interesting. I don't know whether or not the loose over from the skipper has forced him to bowl a second from Silheri. May have liked to hold him back a touch, but bringing him on for the 3rd over the power play, wants to try to keep this run rate under control. That's an excellent ball. He's beaten him all ends up, and they can't have missed the stumps by far.
This is absolute beauty. It is. I mean, this is quality, top notch, and once again, sometimes the ball is just so good that not even the batter can get a touch on it, and that's what that was.
It's been good form to get an outside edge on that delivery. Silheri comes up with an absolute peach. Drifts on the leg stump, gets away with it. Murray tries to heave him over to the square leg boundary. As it is, they just push through for one. This ends up to 29 for the loss of no wicket halfway through this third over.
Yeah, both these batters showing good aggressive play in the power play. Ramakrishna, we saw him do very well in the first match. He got to 21 before he went. And Gilari, he's just playing a good supporting role here.
Krishna, he's nice and balanced at the crease. Gives himself room. Oh, he's going to try to thrash that through the offside as it is. He's driven it nice and straight and for a boundary, and he continues on his way. He's up to 21 already, and they are knocking off this total pretty quickly, Rico.
Yeah, it's plays with a lot of time, doesn't he? I mean, he doesn't seem to get flustered or bothered, just stands up straight and just delivers. It's certainly a pleasure to watch Ramakrishna when he's out there.
Gives himself some room, loves to thrash through that offside. He's found the gap, 3 fielders pursuing it. Fortunately, one of them catches up with it before it goes over the boundary. Push through for the 2.
This is like being at the races, isn't it? Here we go. On your marks. Gets that and go. And the 3 fielders chasing after that one. One that we'll see again later on in the highlights.
You're really hoping for a replay there,
I
Rico?
wanted a replay then, but probably not enough time to see that 9.9 second dash between the fielders. And well, there's certainly going to be a replay of this one as this crashes into the banner. Kinna Bada Shaka Lagya. That's what we're talking about. Here we go. Waits for it and boom! Shaka Lagya.
Yeah, Shaka Lagya indeed. This is a great start from Hissingens. These 2 opening batsmen have looked completely untroubled across the first 3 overs. They are now 39 for none, going at a run rate of 13 per over. The first 3, great start from Hissingens.
Yeah, it's a really good start, and it's a good power play. And then they needed to start well, didn't they? The first over wasn't so great, only 8 from it, so they were a little behind. But how quickly they came back into it. And the 2 umpires just getting together for a moment. I think just having a look at the ball and say, no, that's okay.
See that Hissingens are actually up to 41 for none after 3. A lot of those coming off the bat of Ramakrishna. It's a good run rate for this early stage. So coming on to bowl the 4th, just outside off stump. It's been swung away, but it's the end of the power play, so they've now got 5 fielders on the boundary. Got 3 over on this offside. One of the extra cover boundary, one of the relatively wideish long off, the other one at deep point on the leg side. Wide, long on, and another out of deep square. So, well, he gives an opportunity for that man coming in from long on. Well, Salheri's bowled pretty well. Needed to take that catch, though. Ramakrishna has been doing all the damage so far. Nice ball from Afzal. Drew the mistimed shot. Salheri just can't complete the catch.
Yeah, that's the opportunity. That's actually come at him at a nice height as well. He spills it. And now, well, the runs are just going to keep coming off the bat of these 2 batters. Ramakrishna gets dropped on 29, has moved on to 30. Kaleri just keeping rotating this strike. They need to get this wicket, and they need to get it pretty quick. You've seen that win prediction there. That, well, it's all looking good at the moment for Hissingen to make it 2 out of 2.
Pretty good over here, though, so far. Afzal, leaving aside the dropped catch. He's got the ball up in the block hole, kept it to singles, so he's at least stemmed some of the bleeding.
Yeah, lovely arm there from the fielder in the deep, right over the stumps. Rohit Kumar out there.
Bowled early for United in the last game. They've decided to leave Kumar out of the early bowling attack. That's another one where Salheri is a little bit sluggish. Didn't make great ground despite being in a fairly wide, long off position, and the ball just hit a little bit inside out. Has started to tail away from him. He's managed to penetrate the gap between those 2 fielders on the offside, and yet another boundary. Hissingens on a roll.
Yeah, and you know, when sometimes it's funny how the game changes. Salheri in that last match, he took everything that came his way, catching-wise. And then in this one, just when they need to break this partnership, he puts that one down, so heads will go down because he's probably one of your best fielders out in the deep.
Ismail Magal being moved out of that deep cover position. So once again in the block hole, nice bit of pace, beats him outside off stump and shoots through to the keeper. That's pretty good over from him all round. He ends up leaking only 8 runs, and Michigan's 49 for none after 4.
Yeah, I mean, it's disappointed there because look, there was also the opportunity, and you gotta, I mean, one thing that we'll learn and that the teams will learn, well, we know, but the teams will learn is that in matches like this, when you've got somebody like Ramakrishnan there batting so well, he's the danger man. If you get given a chance, you've got to take it. You don't take the chance, then somebody like Ramakrishnan is going to go on, probably complete his 50, and it's going to be the end of the match. So it's tough, it's hard, but when they come, you've got to take them.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see these teams are all suffering a little bit from the fact that this is very early in the Swedish season.
Yeah, of course.
As much as the batting and the bowling's been pretty good so far, you can see the fielding's been a little bit lacking, and it just seems to be the area of skill that the teams need the most time to work on. And certainly early season, cold conditions, it's not conducive to great fielding, but getting full tosses on leg stump like Ramakrishna has just received is certainly conducive to keeping the run rate up. That's another 4.
Yeah, this has been just helped on its way. It's not a good delivery. And, well, it is Kumar that comes into the attack. Well, he gets the ball. Well, the man that was doing the bowling before, Afzal, goes onto the boundary to replace him, but not a good start.
Kumar, he's a good bowler, actually. I've seen him DCS Malmo before. And struggling a little bit so far, and he's just dropped a half tracker at his medium pace. You cannot afford to do that, especially not against batsmen of the quality of Nithin.
Yeah, this is a Gandhi ball, isn't it? And it's Gandhi, and it gets put away. And the umpire, he waits and gets confirmation that he's got to put him up in the air. So it's the case of Manos Arriba, because that's 6 runs, and this game is quickly getting away from United as the score just keeps rattling up. Rohit Kumar finds his first 2 deliveries, dispatched to the boundary, 4, 6, 10 off 2 balls. And you can see on the screens there the comparison where United were 29 for 2, and the Hissingens, they've already up 30 and haven't lost a single wicket yet.
What to like about this Hissingen side, Rico? Ramakrishna at the top of the order looks to have a touch of class about the way he bats. Still got Gokul, the captain, who's been relied upon as their main run scorer for a number of years in Swedish League cricket. Throw it comes up, that's a decent length ball, but Ramakrishna's got a great piece of that. That's a superb stroke over long off, and it's yet another maximum on the books. He's up to 47.
Yeah, well, he's going to town now. He's on the party bus. He's already hit the 4. Now he backs it up with 2 6s. And that bowler, Rohit Kumar, is under attack. He's been taken to the sword here. 16 off the first 3 deliveries.
That's an excellent shot from Ramakrishna. Oh, it goes full and it's swung straight down. He's just all over the place now, unfortunately. Ramakrishna has found his way to 50. He's on 51 off only 17 balls. And Rico, this has turned into one of the best innings we've seen here this week.
Yeah, I mean, Ramakrishna is making the most of being dropped in 29. And it was Solari that put him down. And pretty soon, before you know it, he's on 50. And this time, are they going to take the catch? Ball go upper. Catch a palya. Shaba, shaba. So it's 51 and out from Ramakrishna. But both Pataya batter अपनी 50 बना ली, 50 भी बना ली, नाले इधर लग रहा है जितना अपनी टीम ने गेम भी जिताती.
Yeah, that's actually a good catch from Isra Khan. The ball's come off an inside-out stroke from Ramakrishna. That would have been swaying around in what's turned into pretty blustery conditions, and he's taken a much harder catch than some of his teammates have dropped earlier in this innings. That's an excellent grab, and the conclusion of a very, very good innings from Nithin Ramakrishna. He goes for 51 off 19 balls, and Hissingen's 69 for 1 with a ball left in the 5th.
Yeah, I mean, it sort of makes Kumar's spell looks a little better. We saw that 20 come off the first 4 balls, and he's picked up a wicket. And, well, if he can get a surprise scalp here, first ball of the captain of Hissingen, who comes out to take his guard. And that is, of course, Gokul Siva, who's been one of the top-class batters for his side. Srinivasan.
Decent length ball. Well, a pretty good conclusion to the over from Kumar, the wicket, and then the dot on the final, but he ends up with figures of 1 for 20 off his first over. Hissingen's 69 for 1. Halfway through this T10 inning, still a little bit of work for them to do. 26 required to reach, 26 required to reach the target of 95. Certainly in terms of run rate required, they will do this fairly comfortably. Chaitanya Kalari hasn't had a huge amount of the strike the last few overs, but he's going nicely along on 17 off 11, and he's been joined at the crease by Gokul Srinivasan, the skipper. Certainly Gokul would have been pretty happy if you told him that his team was going to come along with 2 wins from 2 games on this first day.
He'd be over the moon, wouldn't he? He'd be over the moon. He's a lovely chap. We know him from the past. He's always nice to talk to. And when things weren't going his way last year, you know, he was always positive, and he always said, well, look, it's just the way it is. And he always said, well, hopefully we'll come back, and we'll come back stronger. It looks as though that's what they've done. This one's been hit firmly down the ground. It's well fielded. Just will be the single. Musman Ali doing the job there. But it's been a fantastic week. And I don't know if people want to share on the chat what their highlights have been from the cricket that we've seen. We've seen high-scoring matches, low-scoring matches, and, of course, we've seen a centurion in Umar Nawaz. Remember his century, 102 not out. It was a great innings. As this one's been hit over the top of the infielder. It's 4 more runs. And it's time now for the El Capitan to get going as well. And he starts with a boundary. Srinivasan is now up and running as well. And the amazing thing about the century from Nawaz was that he was dropped on 89 in the very last over of the second ball, which then he turned into 2. And the very next day, this one is fired in, just making sure the batters get it. Then the very next day, he looked odds on to repeat it again. Another century. He was on 89, and then he gave away his wicket on 89. So this time they held on to it. This one's up in the air. Nobody's holding on to this. And Diana Oro's there in the action. And Mars Baiji as well, the European Cricket Network crew. And certainly Diana is doing an amazing job here. Not only is she taking some excellent photographs, and also involved in some of those videos that you're seeing on the social media.
Just too cool for school, Mars, isn't he? Just collected it with ease. Well, it's giving Kalani another opportunity to swing hard. I'm not sure that's quite gone where he wanted, but it's yet another 4, and Mughal is copping some punishment in this over. Rico, I broke some news earlier today from Brisbane Premier T20 cricket. I'll break some critical news from Swiss League friendly cricket from today. Kosnay Cricket Club coming up with a win in their friendly game, but my boy Uday Kusapati has hit his maiden 50 for Kosnay Cricket Club. It's been improving a lot over the last year or so with a lot of hard work at training. He's cracked his maiden half-ton, so big congratulations to Uday for that achievement. Well done, young man.
Yeah, well done. Congratulations. And, well, what the temperature's like there then in this this friendly fixture? What would it have been like in Switzerland at the moment?
Well, we'll have a chat about that after we have a look at the coming schedule of games on Monday. Welcome back, the boys from Ariana Cricket Club after their demolition job on Malmahus earlier today. They will face Lomma, who we'll be seeing for the first time today. Looking forward to greeting them on what I suspect will be a relatively chilly morning next Monday, certain by the weather forecast that we've got for next week. And Ariana has shown their ability to function in cold weather. And then we've got Hissingen's returning, and they'll take on Malmahus, who have started the tournament in a challenging fashion with no wins from their first 2 games. Sorry, Rico, your question was about Swiss cricket before.
Yeah, I mean, we've I wouldn't say we've struggled, but we've certainly had some cold temperatures here in Sweden. So the first match or friendly match is in Switzerland. What temperatures this time of year?
Generally, we sort of start the friendly season, I guess, early May because of the addition of the T10 competition this year. We actually ended up starting the competitive season in early April. Relatively chilly there, but we had some nice early spring season weather in Switzerland, so it was probably around 12 to 15 degrees most of the time.
Okay. So
Never forget a T20 opener that we had a few years ago out in Geneva, as that's been pulverised. Good 20 metres over the long off boundary. What a shot from Sina Vasan, and a great way to get his inner innings motoring along.
Oh, this is a big hit, and they're just a matter of runs away. Well, United, they would be thinking that getting to the 90s, 94, they got to, that they would make a game of this. Is not to be. They've been taken apart here by Hisingen. Hisingens weren't at their best in the field, it has to be said. They've dropped too many chances, missed too many opportunities, but with the bat, they've been on fire.
Oh, 1 run required, and somehow the skipper has contrived to get himself castled. Ivzal pitches that one up, and well, Sina Vasan was trying to finish it off with another maximum. He lifts the head, checks out the beautiful skies above Landskrona cricket ground, and he hears the death rattle behind him. He's got to walk back to the pavilion, but with scores tied, Hisingen is in absolutely no danger of losing this game, but disappointing for him to have to walk back, not be able to carry his side to victory. But it is Rakesh Srikanth who is striding to the crease, and hopefully for Rakesh, he'll get the glory of hitting the winning runs for Hisingen.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think it would have been fitting, wouldn't it, if the captain could have been out there to get the winning runs. And anyone would have done it, and anyone will do it from now. But well done to the bowlers for keeping with it. And this is played out. They'll get the single, and that's the victory. And already you can see the Hisingen players and their supporters ready to celebrate. It's been a good day for Hisingen. They've come back strong. They had a disappointing European Cricket Series Malmo here last year in 2021 when they lost all of their matches. But here in 2022 in this FanCode European Cricket Series, Landskrona, they have won both their matches against the Team United, who are making their debut, and United will quickly learn that this T10 format can be very cruel.
Yeah, they'll certainly be better for their run in these two games, United. And they certainly had some good sparks throughout, a good partnership by Afzal Mahmood in the latter stage, Kana Mahmood in the latter stages of the second game. They batted well together. Unfortunately, their bowling lineup has just been ripped to shreds here by a powerful display by the Hisingen batsmen, primarily Nithin Ramakrishna at the top, but he was ably supported by Chaitanya Kalari, and then the skipper Gokul Srinivasan coming in at number 3, playing some very, very good shots. But there were plenty of highlights all along from the bats of the Hisingen's Cricket Club. Could have been a wicket first ball. Unfortunately, Waleed Al Hassan was a little bit on the back foot, couldn't complete the catch. Rico Full showing exactly what he should have been doing. And, well, he made to pay for it with a bunch of big strikes in the opening overs. In particular, Nithin Ramakrishna giving himself room to strike through point, and he played a couple of blazing cut shots early.
Yeah, played some great shots. But, yeah, it goes back to that moment that was captured there on the screen where we were thinking, you got to go for that catch. You got to take that catch, and things could be different. It wasn't to be, and the two openers, they went big, didn't they? I mean, Kalari, he went early, but, well, Ramakrishna, I think his innings was fantastic. That was an opportunity that went down. That's when Ramakrishna was on 29. But how quickly he went from 29 to his 50, and a lot of it was the attack that he gave to Kumar when Kumar came on to bowl. His first deliveries were dispatched with 20 runs before he finally did get his man, but by then the 50 was already on the board for him.
Yeah, Ramakrishna played some excellent cricket shots throughout his innings. He's a very well-balanced batsman. I look forward to see him take on some of the better bowling attacks in this tournament. That was a great catch from Isra Khan. He had a pretty good game, batted really well with his left-hand pugilistic striking in the first innings. But pats on the back all round for Nithin Ramakrishna, who ended up with a 50. He ended up 51 off 18 before he was dismissed, and his skipper Gokul Srinivasan came in to try to finish things off. He was ultimately clean bowled before the total was reached, but there were no issues for the rest of his side as Rakesh Srikant strode to the wicket very confidently, and he ended up hitting the winning runs with a delightful swipe across to mid-wicket for a cheeky single. And that was all she wrote for day 4 here at Landskrona Cricket Club. Sorry, day 6, I should say. 4 games down in the book and a pair of wins for each of Hissingen's Cricket Club and Ariana Cricket Club. So they have made their way to the top of the table. And Rico, we have action coming up on Monday.
Yeah, we certainly do. Looking forward to introducing another new team making their debut, Loma. They're up against Ariana CC. As you said earlier, it's going to be a tough introduction for them. But at least we get a chance to see how they fare against probably one of the top sides. Then Malmahus, they're looking to come back strong. They were beaten easily by Ariana today. But they're up against Hissingens. And Hissingens, well, they are on a high. It's going to be interesting. And depending on how those matches go, we'll certainly get a good understanding how Group B could end up finishing.
Yeah, this FanCode European Cricket Series is delicately poised. We've seen some good play today from both Ariana and Hissingens, and I suspect that the teams who have qualified from Group A no doubt be keeping a close eye on the action here today. In fact, we've had the Shetty brothers already chiming in on the chat, which has been great to see. But I'm sure they'd probably be a little bit concerned at the quality that they've seen from both Ariana and Hissingens across the day.
Yeah, look, they were too. Look, I'm not going to take anything away from the teams in Group A. They were very good as well, and I'm sure that the likes of Ariana and also Malmahus, Hissingens, and the rest here in Group B would probably be watching what they did with intent. So they will know that how the pitch is played, how they will know how quick the outfield is. It's all about learning from each other, and that's the other important thing, is which team is prepared to put the effort in to watch the other matches, to watch some of the players, to watch the bowlers, watch the batters, where to bowl, where not to bowl. All of those things, I think, is going to come into play here.
Yep, certainly, Rico. Tactics in T10, it's so important, and it's all about matchups. It's all about executing your strategy at the right time. It's all about bowling to your field. There are so many components about it that I think everyone, as we play more and more of this format, is learning very quickly. Take us through the Hissingens batting card.
Well, Hissingens, look, they let themselves down in the field, and I think it was the case of the captain, Gokul Srinivasan, saying to them, right, okay, you let yourself down in the field. The only way to make up for that is to go out there and win this in style, bat out your skins, and that's exactly what they did. And Kikari, unlike what he did, he was 30, not out there, batted all the way through. And, Ramakrishna, I think his batting was just superb. Hit the ball really well, timed it beautifully, and I like the way he plays. I think he's watching him bat is the perfect batter in a power play. He just doesn't value his wicket, and I know that sounds bad, but basically he knows what his role is. His role is to see how many runs and how many boundaries he can hit in those first 18 deliveries, and he done that really well there. And then when he had the opportunity to go big, he went big.
Yeah, certainly a touch of class at the top of the order. Ramakrishna, looking forward to seeing him more as we get into week 2 of the competition. The United bowling attack, Salheri tried his hardest at the top of the order. In fact, actually came up with quite a few good deliveries throughout his spell, but he was still taken for 21. Rashid Mahmood got pumped after a pretty good display in the first game, 19 off his over, and that was probably all she wrote for United in being able to defend this total. Ifzan Afzal, a couple of nice overs for him, 1 for 17. Kumar took a wicket after being dispatched for most of his over. He went for 20, and Mughal for 17, and ultimately getting their total chase down in only 6.4 overs. It's a little bit of a disappointing performance in the bowl, with the ball and in the field for United. They would have had hopes of defending that target.
Yeah, they certainly would have done. If you just have a look at that match summary, there were some good highlights there as well for United. Look, Rashid Mahmood, I think his performance, 41 not out of 22, would be good. I think he'll be happy with the batting of Isra Khan as well. He got 37 there on the board as well. But there's things that they can work on. I think they can do better with the batting. But the bowling, that'll be a worry, because, I mean, Hissingen, we saw good batting from Ramakrishna and also from Srinivasan in the first match. But they're going to be up against better and more aggressive batters as they play in this series, and we didn't really see too much variation from those bowlers in that one. Have they got a spinner in there? We already saw, didn't we, this morning with that match against Ariana and Malmahus, how just changing it, just bringing a spinner in can make all the difference. And they got the big man out, didn't they? The Sultan out by just changing tactics, because sometimes that's what you got to do. You got to be brave, you got to be bold. And I'm just wondering, looking at United side from those first 2 matches, whether they have the variations that are needed at this level.
No, we talked about the fact a few of the bowling attacks have been a little bit samey, and the same thing with Yonsha being, and we encouraged them to bring Sami Ibrahim Kill into the attack. That worked to a certain extent for them, just the left arm around the wicket. Gives the batsman a different view, doesn't allow them to get into the same settled routine. But I'm sure all the teams will learn a lot from the 6 days of cricket we've had here at Landskrona this week. It's been some really, really good action, quite a few close games, plenty of big hitting. There's some power hitters in this part of the world. And it's set up nicely for week 2, Rico. And I think Ariana CC, they've laid down a marker today, but Hissingens, they could be the surprise packet coming from this group.
They're certainly good. And you know me, I always like the underdogs, and Hisingen, the team, they couldn't win here in 21, have started with 2 wins. But Ariana, they are a solid team, solid attack. We saw the bowling from them, and a lot of people around the ground, including ourselves, were saying it's probably one of the best bowling performances that we've seen. They were clinical also in the field, taking the catches, and then they've got the firepower in the batting. And when Sultan didn't perform, we said, okay, let's see what else they've got, and they got plenty there. So it's been some great cricket. We have seen some good bowling as well. We've seen batting, and I always said that we're going to see the batting. We're going to see runs get higher and higher. We're going to see some big scores. We did see some big scores, and what we saw is something that you don't see too often, and we were here to see it and really take a lot of joy and pleasure in seeing that innings, and that was that century from the Wires. Wasn't that something special?
Oh, it was incredible. Just some of the best ball striking you will see in not just European cricket series, but anywhere around the cricketing world. He's a tremendous batsman. The fact that he almost doubled up with tons in consecutive games, wouldn't that have been a treat? Remarkably dismissed about 10 runs short in his second go, but I'm sure he's going to be a huge factor when it comes to the quarterfinals next week. And if teams can't dismiss him early, then Evergreen have to be one of the favourites for this title.
Yeah, look, it's been a special week. It's been great to come back here. I know you're back here for the second time. I'm back here for the second time. Great to mingle with some of the federation and the people that work here at the Landskrona ground. Great to see players that we met last time again, and also great to see new players. And it's been absolutely wonderful, that community or spirit, the friendship that all these players and all the federations do have together has been great. It's great to be part of that again. We've had a good week. I'm already looking forward to the coming week, starting on Monday, where we're going to see the conclusion of Group B and the start of the quarterfinals next Friday. And of course, then it's going to be finals Saturday. But it just leaves us to say thank you very much to you, our viewers. I mean, you are our family, and you are the best in the world. We've had some wonderful times with everybody on the chat as well. Thank you on the YouTube chat for all the great comments that you put our way. It's been absolutely fantastic, and we've got plenty to look back on. There's a couple of matches that I certainly want to go back and watch, and certainly that century is going to be one of them. There's always been a frenzy of action here. The entertainment has been good. The company with yourself and also with the guys on the chat has been absolutely fantastic. It's been a bit chilly, so well, I think it's a good day to try out one of the specialities here in Sweden. That's the pea soup with the pancakes. I could do with a hot bowl of pea soup right now, and then maybe later on maybe it's going to be a little bit of party time, who knows. But for now, it's going to be time for myself and Andrew to say goodbye to you all. And hasta lunes, we've got a day off tomorrow, but we'll be back bright and early on Monday. Thank you all very much, and take care of yourself. God bless. Un abrazo muy fuerte, as I always say. Quiero mucho. Adiós, mi familia.